Ready? So it says, inspect the black and white test figure. This confirm that it is indeed black and white. Now hover your cursor over. Wow. The image and watch the colored induction pattern for around 4 minutes, keeping your gaze within the figure. Try listening, so that I can keep track of the time. So it's a minute. Keeping your gaze within the figure, try listening to music if you get bored. Now look back at the original test figure. I've taken it on, there's a triage of color there, and white stripes appear tinged red while the verticals. Okay. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3.
Caso 63, Episodio 1, la historia con la que crecí.
I feel it's already very stimulating. I'm actually not sure. Wait, hold on.
Hora 10:30, 22 de octubre del
I'm actually
2022.
gonna
Primera
be able
sesión, caso 63 para el registro. Cuando suene el VIP, ¿comenzamos? ¿Cómo quiere que lo llame?
Hola, buenos días.
Wait.
Buenos días.
My God.
¿Me puede decir cómo quiere que lo llame?
Por mi nombre, o como caso 63, según veo ahí, me da igual.
Diga su nombre y su edad.
Me llamo Pedro Reuter, tengo 39 años.
Diga, por favor, para el registro de dónde viene.
Vengo del año 2062.
Red. Green, red. Horizontal. Green, vertical. I'm actually not sure if, I almost feel like I'm trying to go in and dissociate or
Informe de ingreso,
try to see
paciente
third
NN, hora de
3D
ingreso,
image within
9:20,
the,
viernes 22 de
2D
octubre del
illusion.
2022. Número de ficha clínica 63. Examen físico, hombre aproximadamente de 42 años, moreno,
This is
con
very bright
textura
if I get too
mesomorfa,
close to
sin identificación.
the screen.
El paciente fue encontrado desnudo en la vía
And this is
pública y
thanks to
derivado a la
Michael
unidad de
from
psiquiatría
Vsauce.
por delirio, agitación marcada, comportamiento violento y confusión. Diagnóstico,
So I don't do
psicosis
anything-
paranoide, presenta ideaciones y
anything
pensamientos
else other
delirantes, inconexos con la realidad, que se organizan en la
Wow.
idea central de que proviene del futuro.
I think I'm
Tratamiento y
staring
manejo,
right at the
se
center.
procede a
And I'm
estabilizar
like
su
10,
psicosis
15
con antipsicóticos de
centimeters
segunda
away from
generación,
the screen.
olanzapina 500 miligramos endovenoso y
And it's
haloperidol.
occupying almost
Se evalúa y el paciente se
70% of
tranquiliza.
my field of
Se
view.
indica una terapia conductual y grabaciones de la sesión para su posterior evaluación por el comité
I
de
wish I could go
psiquiatría.
back in time.
Doctora Elisa Aldunate.
I can't go back. My regrets suck ass. And the SUISICIDE
Hora
ideation
10:30, 22 de
is-
octubre del 2022. Primera
ongoing.
sesión, caso 63 para el registro. Cuando
This
suene el
is
beat,
just
¿comenzamos?
another distraction. What kind
¿Cómo
of
quiere que lo
distraction?
llame?
Hola, buenos días.
Buenos días. ¿Me puede decir cómo quiere que lo llame?
Por mi nombre, o como caso 63, según veo ahí, me da igual.
Wow.
Diga su nombre y su edad.
Me llamo Pedro Reuter, tengo 39 años.
So I think I'm
Diga,
gonna
por favor,
stare
para
at
el
this
registro de dónde
for
viene.
around 1 more minute or
Vengo de
so.
México.
Y lo que mencionó.
Vengo del año 2062.
Eso es el futuro.
Visual,
Para usted sí,
green,
¿Perdón?
red,
para
green,
usted es el futuro.
red.
Ok. Entonces usted dice venir del futuro.
No tengo pruebas, doctora.
Aldunate. Doctora Aldunate.
No tengo
Ok.
pruebas, doctora Aldunate. Lo siento.
The black and white
¿No
test
le
will have
parece que
taken
una
on a
filmación
lizard
tan
tinge of
inusual
color.
debería estar acompañada de alguna prueba? Para poder creerle, digo.
No me interesa que usted me
Oh,
crea.
wait, I
No se
do.
ofenda, no es mi objetivo, por lo menos
It
no es mi
does
objetivo
feel
primario.
like it has a tinge
Pero estará de acuerdo conmigo en que es
of
una
red
afirmación
like
muy
this.
inusual.
Green? What the fuck?
Sí, pero usted está acostumbrada, doctora.
Wow.
Supongo que no soy
May
el primero
last
en
for
esta sala que viene con
extended
delirios
periods of
extraños.
time.
Lamentablemente creo que no soy el primero en su vida. ¿O sí?
Okay.
¿Perdón?
I'm just gonna go like this.
Paciente delirante me refiero. Así que no me haga caso, anote ahí en su cuaderno que soy un hombre con algún tipo de disfunción mental, que está en un brote psicótico y los dos quedamos felices. ¿Verdad que sí?
¿Usted está
I
consciente
think
de
I'm
que
just
tiene un
gonna
brote
go
psicótico?
like this.
Usted tiene que decidir eso, yo no. Doctora, usted ya tiene su diagnóstico preconcebido hace horas. Todo esto, la grabadora, esta conversación, este show para que parezca científico, algo que usted y yo sabemos que es tan efectivo como un cura haciendo un exorcismo o un médico brujo agitando ramas.
Alright.
Los dos sabemos que usted hace este juego para seguir el protocolo, poder tener un diagnóstico, ponerme un número, ahí, llenar esa ficha y así dormir tranquila.
Actually, so.
No me interesa jugar a eso, doctora. Usted no es lo importante en este juego, sin ofender.
¿Y quién lo es?
¿Quién lo es?
Claro.
I thought.
¿A quién quiere convencer? Me acaba de aclarar que no es a mí.
Eso a usted aún no le importa.
María Beitía. ¿Quién es? Dijo ese nombre cuando lo trajeron y lo volvió a repetir mientras estaba medicado. María Beitía.
María Beitía.
¿Quién es? ¿Es su madre? ¿Es su mujer?
No es nada mío, ni siquiera la conozco, no personalmente.
Pero es a ella quien quiere convencerme.
Transitory.
¿Cómo pretende convencer a esa persona si no la conoce? ¿O cómo pretende convencerla de que es...
No pretendo que ella me crea. Lo único que haría con eso sería alejarla y no puedo permitir que se aleje.
Entonces hizo un viaje en el tiempo para contactar a una persona. A ver, déjeme adivinar. Usted y ella van a tener un hijo y tiene que protegerla,
No.
¿eso?
No me trate como estúpido, doctora.
Estúpido.
Esa película es un clásico, la recuerdo, pero no. Ojalá se tratara de eso. Necesito convencerla de que no haga algo. Debo evitar que ella haga algo.
¿Qué cosa?
Tengo que evitar que tome un avión.
Can I finish the ChatGPT?
Es complicado de explicar.
Inténtelo.
14.3.
Digamos que usted y yo aún no nos tenemos suficiente confianza. Aún no establecemos un vínculo. Paciente-terapeuta, quiero decir, ese tipo de vínculo.
What is this?
¿Usted ha estado internado antes?
No.
¿Ha estado sometido a medicación?
Settings.
No.
¿Ha sido diagnosticado con algún tipo de trastorno de personalidad?
No.
¿Se ha escapado de alguna casa de acogida?
No.
¿Ha tenido algún accidente grave?
No, doctora, no.
¿O ha estado involucrado en algún accidente
usted no
grave?
me está escuchando.
En el cual, por ejemplo,
No,
usted haya sido
no.
responsable.
No.
¿Ha perdido alguna vez el conocimiento?
No, estoy diciendo que no.
No vuelvas.
No tengo que salir de aquí, no tengo todo el tiempo.
No. Usted está en una unidad de mediana estadía psiquiátrica en un hospital general tipo 1. No lo puedo dejar salir. Me va a obligar a pedir ayuda.
Seguridad.
Por favor, vuelva a sentarse.
No. Seguridad.
Voy a tener que pedir ayuda
Está
si
bien.
no se vuelve a sentar.
Está bien.
Vuelva a sentarse.
42. Okay, I'm yeah. Wait.
¿Vaso de agua?
I was first gonna check.
Un cigarro.
Transport the vehicle with supplies to the archaeologist's camp. Which one?
Gracias.
I like the music on this one. I hope this doesn't get me copyright infringement.
Dale start a una nueva etapa.
What the
Con la tarjeta
fuck, bro?
Start BBVA. 0 anualidad. Solicitud en línea.
Shut up. I'm just gonna go like this. 16 seconds. Oh, wow. Okay. I need to build more roads, that's what I figure. I'm sorry for the noise in the future. Right?
Si ya tienes tu playlist
Oh
para
my god,
motivarte.
bro, again? Jesus fucking Christ. Why is it doing that? Alright.
¿Me puede ahora, por favor, decir su dirección real? ¿Dónde durmió anoche?
En una sala de embarque en un lugar clasificado en enero del 2062.
¿Su número de carnet de identidad?
Alright.
Ya no tenemos esas cosas.
¿Cómo ya no tenemos esas cosas?
Digamos que el genoma puede ser mucho más efectivo que un plástico, o que un número o un chip.
I need to get more vehicles.
Si viene del futuro,
Gotta start somewhere.
imagino que por lo menos podrá decirme cuál es el número ganador de la lotería o quién ganará las Olimpiadas el próximo
Ok.
año.
A ver, imagine que usted es transportada al año 100 en Roma. ¿Puede decirme quién ganará el torneo de lanzamiento del disco?
Deliver this.
¿O qué día la armada etrusca intentará atacar? ¿O qué incendio se produjo? ¿O cuál es la fecha de la próxima inundación del Tíber?
Bueno, sí. La verdad es que sí. Si me da tiempo, yo
33%.
lo buscaría en Wikipedia y estaría preparada para convencer a alguien que vengo del futuro.
Bueno, no funciona así. No es exacto, no hay datos.
No tienen Wikipedia en el futuro.
En el futuro no tenemos nada. A lo menos desde el 23 de octubre del 2053 no tenemos nada. Eso trato de decirle.
I had forgotten I had left it here.
No. Lo siento, pero usted no logra convencerme.
Bueno, ya le dije que ese no era mi objetivo.
Usted necesita que yo le crea.
Por ahora no. No en este momento.
Usted lo sabría mejor que yo, ¿cierto? Lo que yo sé es que usted no puede ser un viajero en el tiempo y me gustaría poder convencerlo de eso.
Mira, eso es interesante, la escucho.
So, I
Usted ha
think I'm
dicho
gonna
que
send the
viene
EPEC.
del 2062 y que tiene
To here.
39 años, ¿no?
Sí.
O
Where's the
sea,
EPEC?
usted nació en el 2023.
How much?
Sus
82.
padres están vivos ahora.
Pero yo creo que sí me alcanza, ¿no?
Yo puedo tomar mi celular y googlearlos. O le pido que escupa en una probeta o tomo un poco de su mucosa bucal con un palillo. Puedo hacerle un test de ADN que debería coincidir con el de su madre. No, sí.
A ver si
Aunque
ahora
no
sí le
tenga
pongo atención, ¿no?
Wikipedia, hasta usted recordará la ciudad en que nació, me imagino. No sé, la calle de su infancia. algún- ¿Cómo?
Avenida Insurgente Sur, 553, código 2, Escandón, Ciudad de México. Claro que me acuerdo de la ciudad en la que nací. Pero eso será en 2 años. Mis padres ahora no se conocen. Mi madre estudia 4º año de medicina en la UNAM
North,
y mi
ok.
padre intenta tener una banda de rock. Y tiene un taller de reparación de bicicletas con mi abuelo en la colonia Roma.
Okay,
Ok.
too loud.
Entonces,
Right.
solo para seguir su línea lógica, yo podría llamarlos ahora. Decirles que van a tener un hijo, que 39 años después viajará al pasado para
Para salvar al mundo.
salvar al mundo. Entonces
We're the
ellos no se
saviors.
conocerían,
Cierto.
y usted no nacería, y
Y
no...
no estaríamos teniendo esta conversación.
Correcto.
Wait.
En 4 semanas más. No tengo clara la fecha exacta. Y debido precisamente a que usted me va a creer, cuando yo me haya ido de aquí, usted va a contactar a mis padres. Y la historia de una psiquiatra chilena que habla de algo así de extraño les va a parecer tan
Chilena.
divertido que mi padre va a ir a ver a mi madre. Se van a tomar unas cervezas y van a empezar a salir. Van a ser novios y yo voy a nacer. Gracias a usted, doctora.
What?
Crecí escuchando esa historia de la psiquiatra chilena que unió a mis padres.
Can I jump through here? I think I can make
¿Quiere
it.
una primera prueba de que soy un viajero en el tiempo? Usted es la primera prueba,
Let me just try it.
aunque todavía no lo entienda. Usted es la primera prueba, Beatriz.
¿No sabe que me llamo así? Yo nunca uso ese nombre.
Elisa Beatriz Aldunate Cifuentes.
¿Me ha estado investigando?
Creepy
¿Quién es usted?
stalker vibes, right?
Dígame, por favor, ¿quién es usted?
Guess so, man. Yeah.
Caso 63 es una serie original de Spotify,
So,
producida por Emisor Podcasting,
okay.
protagonizada por Antonia Segers y Néstor Cantillana, creada por Julio Rojas. La producción ejecutiva de Emisor Podcasting fue de Gabriel Polgatti y María Ignacia Davis. Diseño de sonido, Francisco Tapia, Alejandro Parada y Alex Vilches. La música original es de Mowat. Asistencia de guión, Catalina Serra. Locución, Patricio Gutiérrez. Por Spotify, la producción ejecutiva fue de Javier Piñol y Nacho Gil. La supervisión de producción de Camila Justo. Business Affairs, Annie Chocrón. Marketing, Renata Lodi, Raúl González y Marta Rodríguez.
Rápido.
Comunicación y prensa, Débora Nara. Editorial, Valentina Ruderman. Legal, Samantha Moore y Whitney Potter.
Potter. Is it?
Caso 63.
Yeah.
Episodio 2.
Just go.
DeLorean.
Still need to go more to the north. Oh.
Hora 9:45,
Los
23 de
sonidos.
octubre del 2022.
Sí,
Segunda
sí,
sesión.
sí.
Caso 63 para el registro. Doctora Elisa Aldunate. Cuando suena el beat, ¿comenzamos?
¿Cómo durmió, doctora?
Bien, gracias.
¿Sueña?
Creí que yo hacía las preguntas.
Uno puede conocer a
Oh
alguien
my
por
God.
sus preguntas.
Oh,
Y pensé que quería
thank
conocerme.
you.
Sí, a veces sueño. ¿Usted?
Yo no lo llamaría sueños, pero sí.
Come
¿Recuerda lo
on,
que soñó
still
anoche?
throwing me
No.
back, my
¿Está tan
nigga.
segura?
There
¿No quiere
you go.
intentarlo?
¿Intentar qué?
¿Recordar lo que soñó?
Es que simplemente no lo recuerdo. ¿A usted no le pasa?
Solo cuando tengo miedo de hacerlo. Se peinó de manera diferente, ¿eh? Se tomó el pelo.
It's the second time
Definitivamente
they
no
meet,
estamos
bro.
aquí para hablar de mi pelo.
Yeah, take it
Ni
easy.
de su tatuaje del Joker en su antebrazo, que no parece ser para nada del 2062.
¿Tiene miedo, doctora?
¿Qué cree usted?
Que sí.
¿Y eso le gusta? ¿Lo hace sentir bien?
Me gusta.
No es mi intención asustarla. No pertenezco al perfil narcisista que usted cree.
¿Y a cuál pertenece?
A ver, fui un niño solitario, leí mucho como todos los niños de mi generación. Generación EP. ¿Ya le dicen así?
¿Generación EP?
Generación entre
Why is it
pandemias.
Acting all
Crecimos
choppy. What
entre
the
oleadas
fuck, bro?
y oleadas progresivas. Eso nos marcó. Crecí pegado a una pantalla. Mis primeras citas fueron virtuales y como todos los de mi generación aprendimos a tenerle miedo al contacto físico y a confiar mucho más en la distancia que en la cercanía. Para usted, amar o meterse a la cama con alguien con
Maybe
mayor
this.
o menor compromiso era o es el resultado exacto de la pasión, su educación y sus acuerdos morales. Para mi generación, en cambio, el sexo, un simple beso, se convirtió en un acto de fe. Tuve varias parejas, pero nada definitivo. Como todo, fui a terapia.
¿Y?
Y luego la terapia se acabó.
¿Lo dieron de alta?
No, todo se acabó.
El mundo, dice usted.
This sucks ass. Why is it being like this?
Es curioso lo del fin del mundo, ¿no? Yo siempre imaginé, quizá por las películas o los libros, que el fin del mundo sería un acontecimiento catastrófico. Desastres naturales, terremotos, fuego, El mundo colapsando como un accidente fatal. Eso creía. Que el fin del mundo sería el peor accidente de todos.
Okay.
¿Ha pensado en eso? ¿En cómo será el fin del mundo?
No, la verdad es que no.
No, me cuesta creerlo. Todos lo imaginamos en algún momento.
¿Cachai?
Un gran globo explotando. Un asteroide, el mar cubriendo hasta el último pedazo de la
cabrón.
Tierra.
¿Y
Son
aquí
solo
cómo voy a
imágenes.
pasar?
Pero todas tienen en común algo sumamente tranquilizante.
Hey, this looks beautiful.
Son fulminantes.
So north. I'm
Si
just
el mundo se
close to.
acabara de cualquiera de esas formas, no
Ah, ok.
tendríamos el tiempo de darnos cuenta. Pregúntemelo.
¿Qué cosa?
Pregúnteme cómo se acaba el mundo.
La verdad es que tengo otras preguntas para usted.
Ninguna importante. Pregúnteme cómo se acaba el mundo.
It's still being choppy. Why is my 1% so low, bro? I don't understand that. Some optimization issues?
Bien.
Or
Usted
what could it be?
mencionó que sus sueños no eran sueños. ¿A qué se refiere? ¿Son pesadillas? ¿Tiene dificultad en distinguir la realidad de los sueños?
Si mi realidad fuese esta habitación de paredes grises y tuviese que asumir que estas espantosas luces fluorescentes son mi única fuente lumínica y que esta mesa con olor a oxidado es donde voy a tener que comer el resto de mi vida,
32, bro.
sí,
I do
probablemente
not get
tendría
it.
dificultad para distinguir la realidad de mis sueños.
¿Y ese no es su caso?
Usted no está haciendo las preguntas correctas.
Bueno, quizás para usted sea así, pero por ahora son las que necesito que me responda.
Usted no quiere hacer las preguntas correctas porque no quiere escuchar las respuestas correctas.
Y eso es, según usted, porque tengo miedo.
Sí, yo creo que usted tiene
Scared
miedo.
¿A
shitless,
qué?
bruv.
A mí.
¿Debería tenerle miedo?
Oh my
Cree que la he
God.
investigado porque conozco su nombre completo y nunca me lo dijo. Eso la desconcierta.
Me ha estado investigando.
No de la manera en que usted se imagina. No ha ido a su departamento cuando usted no ha estado, ni ha robado su ropa interior, ni ha hackeado sus cuentas. Sé su nombre porque usted se lo dijo a mi padre y a mi madre cuando me investigó, o cuando me investigará. Los tiempos verbales son complicados en estas circunstancias, pero en fin. Es difícil olvidar un nombre si uno lo ha escuchado desde pequeño.
Usted no tiene acento mexicano. ¿Es porque creció tras una pantalla? ¿Por ese efecto de generación interpandémica?
Entre pandemias. Generación entre pandemias. No,
Entre pandemias.
no hablo con acento por otro motivo y me sorprende que se preocupe de eso y no de hacer las preguntas correctas.
¿Cuáles son las correctas, bruv? Oh, shit.
¿Me puede explicar, solo por curiosidad, por qué usted no tiene acento mexicano?
38 años de inteligencia artificial y
16.
neurociencias
I
han
don't get
permitido
it.
que los traductores no sean como los que tienen su móvil. Ya-
Should I relaunch it? What the fuck, mira? No. Sigue. It's so spiky, 130, 46, look at that. Why is it so choppy? No entiendo, man. A ver. 100. Mira. Copy video decode. I don't get it, bruv. This is not enjoyable. This sucks ass. ¿Por qué? 44. Exit game? I'm just gonna go like this, bro. Hopefully it gets fixed. I'm guessing, well, I don't know. Cause, yeah, I don't know. Let's try again. because it was not enjoyable. Whatsoever. I actually don't know if... Well, let's try again. If it doesn't work... Let's see, how much is my RAM? 12.9 right now? Really? Oh, because it hasn't loaded the map, right? I wonder... Well... Loading complete. That was quick. $30, $40. Wow. So again, 80. I think it's...
Solo podemos escuchar cualquier lengua descargando un paquete de datos. Podemos descargar acentos específicos de regiones, ciudades y años y hablarlos medianamente bien. Pero no es algo que tenga que pensar.
Wow.
Solo ocurre.
I don't like this, bro.
Yo que
What
pensaba
happened?
que en una caja de fósforos como esta era imposible tener señal.
Discúlpeme. Es que puede ser una urgencia.
Prometo no ir a ningún lado.
¿Aló?
Quality. High, medium.
Si ya tienes tu playlist para motivarte a entrenar.
Up, bro. Sí, no me gusta esto. I'm gonna do this. Si veo un hacker, Gears 4 2022. Light gassing.
You've probably heard of gaslighting, where someone causes you to doubt your own perception. But I bet you've never thought about the opposite, light gassing.
Wow,
that's where someone reinforces your false perceptions. Unlike gaslighting, is often done by people who are trying to be supportive. They're trying to be a good friend, and yet they end up bullshitting us. Let's take, for instance, the case of a couple, Alice and Bob. Alice is a shitty partner. She's inattentive and does things to purposely make Bob jealous. Bob eventually gets frustrated and breaks up with her. Alice tells her friends, and they rally around her in support, but in doing so, they end up light gassing her. They tell her, Bob is a jerk, you did nothing wrong. The friends feel like they're helping, but they're actually making the situation worse. But what's wrong with light gassing if you're...
Wow. A ver.
All right, Jenna-Lisa.
Yeah.
Jenna-Lisa, where did you grow up? Where are you from originally?
I am from West Palm Beach, Florida, born and raised my whole life there.
Tell me about your family growing up.
So I was born to a mom and a father that probably shouldn't have ever had kids. I met my real dad one time when I was 16 and when I was a baby, but don't remember that. So I was significantly raised by my mother, and she was a single mom. And my early years, she was my hero. She was my everything, you know. We were always together. And but at the age of 5 was like the horrific stuff with her started to happen. She moved us from Florida to New York for a short time, and
Wow,
that was my first experience of something really traumatic. This guy would beat my mom. He never hit me or did anything wrong to me, but I would watch her get beat. He'd come home from work and the food wasn't warm enough, and he would take the pot and hit her and strip her down naked, throw her out in the snow, and then tell me that I couldn't go out there and get her. It got really bad to where he almost killed her, and that's when she finally decided to leave. It was one of the most horrific nights of my life. I was 5 years old, and he was just beating the crap out of her.
It's horrible for a kid to see.
And I went over to try to stop him, and he got mad, and he like pushed me out of the way, and he was telling me to like stay out of it. And all of a sudden, he was gone, and I was just like sitting there holding my mom and crying and telling her we had to like call my grandparents, like we had to leave. And he came back out with a gun and put the gun in my hand and was screaming at me to kill my mom. So that was my first, our world changed there, you know. It wasn't just me and her anymore, and that was like the tone that set everything for her. I think that ruined her in a sense, you know. We got out of that situation and we went back to Florida, and thank God my grandparents were just always so amazing and did everything that they could to take care of us. And but my mom just was always a very promiscuous, always needed a man in her life, always picked the wrong one. And it just always, that was our life for quite a while, just always having a new boyfriend and moving and all of that. And
promiscuous.
Were drinking or drugs part of her life?
So she would drink and do drugs in the beginning, and it was very minimal, at least to me at that time. As I got older, the pill epidemic really started taking over, and her friends were very much involved in that pill epidemic, and they would doctor shop, and the pharmacies weren't connected, so they would go from one pharmacy to the other one so that they could fill multiple scripts.
This fucking sucks, bro.
It got really, really bad. I would sleep in her bed because I was worried that she was going to catch the house on fire from smoking cigarettes, because she would drop them on the ground. It got so bad to the point, I would say from the age of 9 to, I mean, even to this day, she's still that into drugs. And but it got really bad when I was in middle school, and I think that really changed how I perceived life and how I looked at things. You know, I went from being a great student and all of that to hanging out with the wrong friends and just really wanting friends and wanting a place to feel safe and understood, because my home life was so crazy all the time. And one day I came home from middle school and her boyfriend's being wheeled out of our house, and he's dead. He OD'd, and I like watching him get wheeled out of our house, and she's just not shocked. And I had to bake rack her multiple times, you know, and at 12, 13 years old, I'm having to bring my mom into...
Baker Act is like a 5150.
Yeah, and it was very sad, and I would have to beg her and cry. And if she was coming off she was taking so many pills that when she would not have them and she would come off, she'd start hallucinating. She would hear people walking by her windows. Her friend passed away. She would tell me all the time that she hears them. When we would be laying in bed, sometimes she'd look at me and she'd say, like I was her sister, and she'd be like, "Pinky, promise me you won't tell Dad," and like just crazy off the wall things. Especially when 9/11 happened and the war was on the news all the time. One morning I woke her up and I told her that she needed to take me to school, which was very rare for her to do. And instead of taking me to school, she drove us to the back of our neighborhood, which was a dead end. You couldn't get out. And she kept telling me she was shipping off. She was going to war. And I was like, what are you talking about? And I'm so confused because I didn't realize that she was hallucinating and that she was seeing this stuff. And she's like, the ship's right there. And I start panicking the more. She takes her shoe off and she's like talking into her shoe. She takes her keys out of the ignition and she's writing on the steering wheel like it's a note. And I'm just panicking. I don't know what to do. Like that was our first time with her losing her noodle pretty much. And I remember just trying to get her back to our apartment building in the front of the complex. And we get there, and I finally get there, and I tell her, I was like, come on, we have to go upstairs. I get her upstairs, and my grandmother was living up north at the time, and I didn't know who to call. I had nobody, like, around me to call for family or anything. And I called my grandma, and I was just crying, and I was like, what do I do? I don't know what's going on. She's like, just keep her in the house. I'm going to call your aunt. We're going to figure something out. And she had got my aunt.
Now we've got to make sure it doesn't get any worse. Fixing that flood wall along the shoreline should do for now. So, will you kindly do the honors?
6822. No entiendo, bro. Mira, qué horrible está esto. ¿Eh? Is it due to RAM? Let me try killing things off. Like directly, bro. I don't. Secure system anti-malware. Well, game bar. Wow. Even like that is 27. Doesn't make any sense. But okay. A ver. Y si le pongo play, how much does it go up to?
Aunt to come and help me, but in that time waiting for someone to come and save me, I'm over here being the parent and taking care of her. And I did get her to go to sleep, and that's when I started being very snoopy in her room, and she had wrote letters to me, my brother, my grandparents, about going to the war. She had her bags packed. She really thought she was going. And I remember just sitting there, and I was like reading these letters, and my heart just broke for her. And I think that's when I really realized like how bad our lives had gotten.
How old were you at this point?
Probably I was 12. So it had always been bad, but I just got really bad, and there was no saving it anymore. And I would lie for her to my grandparents and say things were better than what it was for such a long time, because she used to always tell me, you're the only one that loves me, that truly loves me. And because it was just me and her for so long, but I really believed that. But like, it was me and her against the world, and it got so bad that I couldn't keep it in anymore. And I told them everything, and they were horrified to know how bad it was. I mean, there was times we didn't have food in the house because she was more worried about having pills. And there was, she just gave up. She lost who she was. She lost that spark. She lost the woman that I knew her as to be. You know, she was strong, she was courageous, she had goals, she was beautiful, and she just gave up, and I was the brunt of it too. So I feel like she kept me around because it was easier for her to get guys to provide for us. When she's like, I'm a single mom, it's me and my daughter, you know, because my brother lived with his dad and not with us, so it was just me and her, and she would use that to gain so that we could have our bills paid, or things met, or she would lie to them and say, Jenna needs this for school, and then she would use it for drugs, and I still wouldn't have those things for school. You know, I used to remember in 7th grade, my feet grew larger than hers, and I would shove my feet into her shoes because I wanted to have cool shoes like my friends, and she would only do things for herself. And you know, first bra, I stole it out of her dresser. It was just she got so caught up in the drugs that she lost sight of being a mother, and I became the parent. Thank you.
This one is really...
My dad was giving me a hard time about not watching the news enough, so naturally I gave him a hard time right back. I told him most of what we're shown is designed to alarm us, not inform us.
Great. So childhood years were far and few of great memories. I would go and visit my grandparents every summer until I turned 13 and thought I knew everything, right? And started running my own show because they had rules and my mom didn't. And at 13, you start seeing things. But if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have ever had school supplies every year, a lunchbox, clothes. My grandmother would buy everything for me when I was up there for the summer. My mom never did. And it was like that my whole life. My grandparents were always the ones stepping in for that void for her. I mean, even up until now, they still do that. They fill that void of her. So drugs were a huge thing for me. Or not for me, but for my mom, and just living in chaos, pure chaos. I was always just taking care of her. By 7th grade, I was over it. I was mad. I started getting very mad at the world, and I was mad at my circumstances. I was mad at her. I was looking for love in all the wrong places, and I made a friend, and that friend was probably not the best friend that I should, and that friend was probably not the best friend that I should have befriended. And I befriended her because I was scared that she was going to beat me up. So that should have set the tone on like what our friendship was going to be, right? Like I started a friendship because I feared her, and that fear became like protection in my eyes because she was protecting me. If she's on my side, she's not going to beat me up. If she's on, so that kind of friendship led me into meeting boys and older high school boys and learning things that I didn't necessarily knew. So you would think that I'm so mature because I went through so much with my mom, but there was still so many things that I didn't know about life and people. I knew about drugs. I could tell you as soon as my mom took a pill that it was going to hit her soon, like I could see it in her face. I could understand that aspect, but I didn't know how to be a normal child almost. And I
don't like her vibe.
Started smoking marijuana and drinking and hanging out with the wrong crowd, and still was not sexually intimate or anything with boys or like that. And I would get made fun of all the time. They would call me Virgin Mary and almost peer pressure me to have sex because they were having sex, right? Like even my girlfriends, like not the boys, the girls that were my friends were like jealous that I wasn't. And it was always so weird to me, and I hated being called that because it felt like I was like missing something, right? Like why are they making fun of me for something that now I know is such a cherished thing, but they were making fun of me about it and calling me a prude and like all of those things, and really set like, I guess, something in me, like made me always question myself and like my like who I was sexually, or like that I wasn't moving fast enough, or you're supposed to be hitting these guidelines of things that should happen, and I wasn't hitting them, right? And everyone else around me seems to be getting it, and I'm like, well, why are we doing this? And so that friend stayed my friend for a while, and we went through middle school together, and she was such a great bad friend and great friend at the same time, because my mom had gotten so bad, you know, we wouldn't have food in the house, and she would pack extra sandwich or ask her dad for a couple extra dollars so I could get lunch at school. And for me at that moment, that was a friendship, right? That was the friend that I needed, because my own mom couldn't provide for me. She would sneak me when I would run away from my mom. She would sneak me into her house and let me sleep under her bed and get in trouble from her dad. Because he always would find me and find out I was in the house. And if he didn't, her sister would tattle on her that I was under the bed and purposely get her in trouble. But we went through all of middle school, and I started really skipping school a lot in 8th grade. And so was she, and I ended up failing and she didn't, and I couldn't understand how we were both skipping school, yet she passed and I got held back. So she went on to high school and made some friends that were older than her, and I would hang out with her on the weekends, because now we don't go to school with each other anymore. And one weekend she asked if we wanted to go to this friend's house. That they were just a couple girls, and they were hanging out at her house, and no parents were going to be there, so we could smoke and bullshit. And I was down, I'm going to go hang out with the girls. So we go over to this girl's house, and there's like 5 or 6 of them hanging out, just like she said, in a trailer park. And everyone was just having a good time. They're laughing, they're joking, they're being girls, like, normal teenage girls, I would say. And they started making fun of like this guy named Jeff, and just talking about like massages and stuff, and that he was a creepy old guy. And they're laughing, and they're making very light jokes about the situation. And then the very popular girl, I mean, something about her even to this day could make you do the craziest things. She's beautiful. She seems like she has it all together. Very outgoing. She can sell your own shoes right back to you type of personality. So it was very enticing. There was just something about her. And she was like, well, if you guys want to go, you guys can make $200 giving this creepy old guy a massage. And my friend at the time was like, do you want to go? And I was like, do I want to go? I was like, yeah. I went from a point where I would steal lunch money out of friends' backpacks in gym class to have lunch. So being offered $200 to give a massage, and that's what it was told to me, didn't sound like that bad of an idea. Like, how else am I going to make that kind of money, and being that age and not being able to work? And the girl was so excited when we said yes, and it's broad daylight, middle of the afternoon, and she just starts getting us ready, and she's making it seem very fun. She's let me wear her clothes, which I don't have those clothes from the mall. I wore clothes from Walmart. So it felt fun. And she was taking an interest in me. She was telling me I was pretty. She was, almost like hyping you up, like we're going, but it was for a massage. But I didn't understand why she was being so nice. Now I do, but then, and after about 30 minutes of getting ready, she's like, all right, the cab's here. And I was like, we get into a cab, the 3 of us, and we leave off of Okeechobee and Drexel, the trailer park, and you go straight down Okeechobee Boulevard to go to Palm Beach Island. And we get to the bridge, and we're going over the bridge, and I just remember being really shocked seeing it. It was like all this money that I knew was out there, but had never actually saw it. And we're just miles away from it and never knew that. My mom wasn't taking me over there she had no point to go on Palm Beach Island. And so we're going over the bridge, and I was just like blown away. I was like, holy crap, Like, this is, like, I was thinking in my head, I was like, this is where the famous people live. Like, they really do. And we drive over the bridge to dead ends, the road, and then we made a right, and a couple streets down, and then we turn right again, and we go down this road, and it dead ends again, but his house, there's the house. And she's like, oh, we're here. And I was like, holy bored. Shit. Like, when we pulled up to his house, I was like, she wasn't kidding. Like, he is a rich old guy. Like, and I hadn't even met him yet. So I was like, okay, trying to, like, tell myself I was going to be okay. You know, you're like, all right, I'm with the girls. Nothing bad's going to happen. This and that. And she had warned us that, like, we would each go up and massage him for, like, 30 minutes by ourselves. Like, that's just how he liked it. And that he may ask us to take our shirt off, but you don't have to do anything you don't want to. And I was like, and she tells us that part in the cab, right? When we're already on the way. And I'm like, okay, all right. Well, she says you don't have to do anything that you don't want to, blah, blah, blah. So we get there, we enter in through the kitchen. There's house workers working, maintenance guys out front. There's a cook lady inside, I'm assuming, maybe a secretary. I don't really freaking know what her job was to do there, but she offered us drinks and stuff. And the girl brings my friend up first. She goes, I'm gonna bring her up first. And I was like, okay. And I'm just sitting at the kitchen waiting, and she takes her up there, and she comes back down, and she's chatting with me when she comes back down. But my friend comes back downstairs like within 5 minutes. She wasn't up there like, as long as it took her to bring her back up, she was right back down. And I was like, well, that's not what she said would happen. And I'm like trying to make eye contact with her to like be like, everything, like, what the hell happened? And she's like acting like nothing's wrong. And the other girl's like, all right, it's your turn. And she brings, so there's like no time for us to have a discussion on, hey, what just happened up there to you before I go up. And the girl brings me up there, and she brings me into the room, the massage table set up, and I thought it was weird that he wasn't already in the room since my friend was just up there. And we get into the room, and she's like, he'll be in a minute, and she's like, go ahead, take your shirt off, and pretty much tells me to get naked. And I'm like standing there, and I'm like, she's like, you can leave your underwear on, like, just very quick. And then she like leaves, and I'm like standing there, and I'm like, don't know what to do. Do I take my shirt off? Do I not take my shirt? Like, you know, you're conflicting, but then you're also like, I don't want to make this girl mad. She's telling me like all of that. So you do as you're told, right?
You're how old?
I was 14 at the time. Yeah. And,
where is it?
So I'm just standing there waiting for him, and he walks in a towel, and he lays face down, tells me to grab the massage oil, and he's directing me the whole time on what to do.
Did he make any small talk with you or anything like that?
No, it was very much demands and weird stuff, not like talking, not asking questions. And he lets me rub it. He sets a timer, like a little egg timer next to the massage table. And I was like, for me, that was like, and I knew how long I had to stay, right? So I knew, like, just get through this and you're gonna be done. It's only 30 minutes. Like, you're constantly telling yourself that. And in the beginning, it was just a massage. But a couple minutes in, he just flips over, and it's like a crazy clown face is the best way that I could explain it. He went from like this normal man that had walked into the room to when he flipped over, there was like excitement in his face. Like, he knew what was about to happen, and I had no clue. And he just takes his towel off. He pretty much tells me to take all my clothes off, and does horrific things for me at that time, because I hadn't even like kissed a boy at that point, you know, not groped or touched or any of that. And now I have this old man freaking taking control over me, and I couldn't say anything, or I didn't know how to say anything. And where was I gonna go? I was in the room by myself, and is my friend gonna be mad at me if I get upset? Like, there's so many things in that moment at 14 that I just couldn't even process all of it, you know? So you just keep looking at the clock and try not to make eye contact and do what you're told to do and just get through this, right? And I'm dying inside. The whole time I'm just dying inside and I just want to go home. I was so mad at my friend. I was so mad at the other friend for bringing us here and making so light of it. And I was like, she knew this was going to happen. There was no way she didn't know that this wasn't going to happen because she knew. This wasn't her first time bringing people there.
How far did things go with him?
He sexually assaulted me. Like, he touched me inappropriately and put his hands and stuff in places that he shouldn't have. And, I mean, that was pretty gnarly for me at that time. I feel bad when I say that like it hurt me so bad because I know that like people, you know, get raped and I went there on my free will. So like you hold that guilt of like, you kind of set yourself up for that. But I really didn't think it was going to be that. And he finishes, does his thing, he finishes, and as soon as he does, he gets up, grabs his towel, and he just walks out. And I'm just standing.
And when you say finish, you mean?
Yeah, finished. He finished. He made sure he took care of himself.
Yeah.
And I'm just standing there. I just hurry up, get my clothes back on, and I'm like, I just wanted to get the hell out of there. And, you know, so I go back downstairs, and my friend and her friend are fucking hanging out by the pool while I was freaking getting abused. And that sparked more anger in me. I'm like, and they're out there like laughing, having a good time. And then I was like, my friend wasn't up there for that long. I was like, what happened? You know, so I'm so confused at so many aspects of what had just happened to me. And I go out there, I'm like, look at her, and the one girl's like, all right, it's time to go. Like, we did not stay and hang out or whatever, and the cab was already waiting for us outside. I was so confused, didn't understand. We get into the cab, and as soon as we get into the cab, I fucking just lose it. I'm crying. I can't, like, I'm hyperventilating. My friend's asking me what happened. She's like, what's wrong? But the girl that brought us there looked over at me and she goes, shut the fuck up, you just made $200, and threw money at me. And I just remember, like, you have to get yourself together. She's mad. And I don't want her mad at me. And so we go back to her house, and I pull my friend to the side in the bathroom, and I ask her what happened, like why she wasn't up there. And she tells me, she goes, he didn't like me because I was too developed.
What?
So she didn't know what had happened. And when she said that to me, I didn't want to tell her what happened to me because I was embarrassed of what had happened. Like, she went through nothing and got paid to go for nothing. And then I felt like that it was all put on me. Like, I got the damage, but you guys all made the money. And
such a victim.
Come to find out, the girl that brought us there also got paid for doing nothing, for bringing us there. So there was this like whole, after finding all of that out, you know, you just don't want to talk about it. And everyone's making so light of it, like it wasn't that big of a deal. And I just went through the most horrific thing and couldn't even confide to my friend about it. Couldn't tell my mom. Couldn't call my grandma and be like, hey grandma, you know? So I felt very alone. And we went back to that girl's house, and that just wasn't the end of our night or day. And this is afternoon time. I'm stuck with my friend at this other girl's house. She doesn't want to leave. She doesn't know what just happened to me. I'm having to play like everything's fine because we're all together. And were supposed to stay the night at her house that night. I wanted to go home, but I had no way home. Like, it was either stay there or go back to my mom, and I didn't want to go back to her. So later that night, the girl says, "Oh, I can get us into this club." Should have been fucking red flag, number one. And she's like, "We should all go." And we're all talking about it, and everybody wants to go. So I'm not gonna say I don't want to go, because then I'm gonna be left out again, and they'll be mad at me, right? And so we get ready once again, but this time it was very skimpy clothes. This time it was heavy makeup. This time it was different. And we end up going to a fucking strip club. Not a club. I would like to say those are two different things when you're saying something like that. And we get to the strip club.
For you.
And the bouncer looks at all of us and looks at me and says, "We can't let her in." And the girl, she's getting upset. She's like, "Oh, come on, blah, 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 this and that." And he's like, "No, we're going to get in trouble," right? So clearly, they were aware that we were underage. Clearly did not want to let me in, and she finagled with him. With the bouncer. She's like, I don't know what she said or what she did, but he's like, okay. And we walk into the club, and she says, "Jenna, come with me." And the next thing you know, I'm following her, and as we're walking behind the bouncer, and she says, "Just follow my lead, I'll do the work." And I was confused. There's no time. She's not letting me ask her any questions. We're following this guy, and we go into this private...
What do you say about some more work in the machine yard? Please don't tell me you were hoping to be done here after fixing that flood wall. Oh, you were? Well, sorry about that. But we're going to need that yard to fix this entire region. With that in mind, better stock it up with spare parts and make sure it has a viable supply route. This will be a common theme from now on. Convoys can't just go anywhere on this terrain, so thanks for all the roads you're going to build in advance.
Lol, bro.
room, which, you know, now I know as an adult what those private rooms are for. And she gets undressed. She tells me to take my shirt off. She tells me to rub her and all of that. And she proceeds to give him a blowjob. And I have to touch her while she's giving a blowjob, and I had never seen something like that. And I'm just doing as, once again, I'm just doing as I'm told what to do. And I'm disgusted, I'm grossed out, it was a different color skin of a person too, so it's like, you know, I've seen penises before, but it looked different. It was like I was in shock, and I didn't know, and she was just so nonchalant about it, and like that it was no big deal, and she was just doing it, and I was like, is this what it's supposed to, like, is this how we're supposed to be? Like, I didn't know, like, is this normal or is that not normal? And then it, like, growing up with my mom having so many men in and out of her life, I was like, well, maybe this is just how it works, right? And she gets done and she's like, now we can hang out and all of that, and we go back out and we're sitting around the stripper stage for maybe 10 minutes after we get out of that room. And some other guy comes out from the back and says, you guys can't be in here. And she looks at me and she goes, this is because of you. And I was like,
what are you
I'm confused, right? Like, now I'm confused because we just went into that room. This just happened. The guy let us in here. Now we're sitting here and now we can't be in here. And now you're upset because we're getting told we can't be here again. I was just so mad. And I'm so mad at my friend. So mad at my friend because this was her friend. And she was my best friend. And she should have... I don't know, stuck up for me, I guess. I feel like, so I was just upset and we left. The girl was pretty upset that she just did that and we didn't get to stay. And she didn't get paid for it, you know? And I didn't know that's how it works, like that type of lifestyle, I guess. So we get back to her house. I tell my friend, I'm like, I really just want to go home. Can we go back to your house? Can we go? And she's like, we can't go to my dad's house because my dad, it's too late. You know, like all the excuses. So we stay the night there. And the next day we finally leave. But it was like my whole life in that one day. One fucking day. Just switched. It was everything that I thought I knew about what life was, you know, even with my mom being a drug addict, everything was taken away from me that day by men, by friends, my body, like everything. I was no longer who I was for that. And it fucked me up really bad. It really did. It was easier taking care of my drug-addicted mother. What I went through it consumed me. And I didn't know what to do with it. And I didn't know who to tell. And I didn't know what to say about anything. And so you just stay quiet. And a couple days later, the girl that had brought us there reached out to me and said that Jeffrey wanted me to come back. And I was like, absolutely fucking not. I'm not going fucking back there. Like, I was so upset. And she was pressuring me and pressuring me and pressuring me. And then that's when she told me, well, if you don't want to go, find someone to bring him and he'll pay you for that. And I was like confused. That's how I realized putting everything to, you know, how it was working. And so I did. I found someone. Because once again, I didn't want this girl to be mad at me. And I didn't even want the creepy old guy to be fucking mad at me. Like, you know, it's like all this, I didn't know how to navigate that situation. So I brought my friend Wendy, and I feel so bad for that because I knew what was going to happen. And I still brought her there. She didn't deserve that. And I lied to her to get her there, just like they lied to me to get me there. And you know, through all of this coming back up, I have got to reconnect with Wendy through all of this, and she doesn't hate me, and she doesn't blame me. But that weight hits so hard for me, because I know how bad it was for me. And I just led her to him. And changed the course of both of our lives. It really did. After all of that, like, I put men and money together. And I don't think I had ever actually did that before, even the lifestyle my mom lived. You know, I always looked up to my aunt and my uncle and their beautiful marriage, and my grandparents being together for, you know, God knows how long. And but it switched that day. That my whole perspective on how things worked, and now it was like I didn't have control in that situation. So it was like, how can I get control back? How do I not allow them to take from me? And by 16, I was stripping. not back rooms, not like, that's what people assume all the time, because that's very, the narrative is like, oh, she was fucking and sucking for money. No, I was dancing and doing dances for people, but at 16, because I wanted that control and I wanted to feel good again. And it wasn't. Now I know that it wasn't the right thing, but that's what I guess control looked like to me, to be able to have that. And I did that, and on and off from 16 to 18. I never liked doing it. I always knew it was wrong. I always felt gross about it, even not doing like sexual acts or anything. I always still felt very gross that I was demeaning myself and my worth. And, you know, I went from wanting to be a doctor or a lawyer or a school teacher to taking my clothes off for men to survive.
I don't think that she had that idea from like that
I
age.
wanted a way out, you know, and I knew.
But I don't know
what could happen when you do drugs. So I didn't want to be my mom. I didn't want to be this person. I just wanted someone to come save me. So when my friend's dad's friend started, as we would leave to go out or go to work or something, we would be leaving her dad's house, and his friend would be sitting outside, and he would just hand us $100 as we're walking out. And his wife had just passed away, and, you know, we would talk with him. Nothing, it wasn't weird. He never did anything. But he would do things like that, like just hand us $100 as we're leaving and be like, have a great time, you know. And I felt bad for him. He had lost his wife. He had kids. And we're talking. I had lost a boyfriend in a similar four-wheeling accident as his wife, and so, but I was a teenager, you know, my love was so different to this boy than him being married, but could understand each other, you know. And we would all just be talking, her dad, my friend, me, him. It was never any like weirdness about it. And then he started inviting me over, and like we would hang out, and he had a house and he was normal, or I thought he was, and, you know, and I just wanted what I had always wanted growing up. I just wanted a normal family. I just wanted a normal life. I just didn't have to have a lot of things or have the best of the best. I just wanted to be okay. Like, you know, have a house so you go home and that's your home, and someone that takes care of you. And
oh crap.
So I ended up dating, or actually marrying, someone almost 22 years older than me. My friend's dad's friend. And
you were how old?
18 when I met him, and we got married and had my first child at 19.
Wow.
And thought it was good, right? Yeah, now I have this house. I have a stepchildren. Yeah, I went from taking care of my mom to being a mom to children, you know, and having my own, and navigating that. And I thought everything was so good for a while, you know, in the beginning. And when my daughter was almost a year old, I tried to leave because it wasn't always so good, right? And I went to my brother's dad's house with my daughter, and I woke up that morning because I left him to all the cards turned off. He took the car because everything was in his name. And so he left the car seat by the front door, and I had no money, I had no car. I was at my brother's dad's house, who's a raging alcoholic. So I knew I couldn't stay there. Now I have this baby. And I didn't want to go back, but I went back to him, and then he got me pregnant again. And I definitely think it was on purpose.
Come on.
So that I wouldn't leave. Now I have 2 kids. Now, you know, where are you gonna go? And he was the provider. He didn't want me to work. And I always thought that was cool in the beginning until I realized what it was. He would use money against me. Everyone thought that we had this like great marriage, but behind closed doors he used money to control and to manipulate me into doing whatever and anything. You want to take the kids to the park? Well, you're gonna do this. You're gonna do this. And that became my cycle of life behind closed doors. And it was wearing. It was very fucking wearing. And I kept saying, I would tell myself all the time, I'm not gonna leave him, he's gonna have to leave me, because I don't want to do that to my kids. And now it's not just my kids, it's his kids as well that became their mother, And it got really bad. I woke up in the middle of the night one night and he was raping me, and I just knew that I couldn't keep going on like that.
I mean,
so I planned for a long time. I was like, all right, my stepdaughter's going to, she's graduating high school. She's such a great kid, and, she's going to go off to college. And I was like, I just have to get her through her senior year. And then we'll figure this out, right? Like, we're going to figure this out. You're going to tell someone, you're going to tell your grandparents. And I got her to her senior year, and she graduated, and I took her up to Massachusetts to tour her college. I thought I was doing everything right, getting her set up, and then when we came back from touring the college, I told him I was packing my stuff and I was leaving, that we needed to separate for a little bit because I didn't want him to go crazy. And I went to my mom's ex-boyfriend's house, and he let me move in there. And as soon as that happened and my husband thought that I wasn't coming back, he started doing crazy things like stalking me at work and putting antifreeze down my gas tank or popping my radiator and doing anything he could, because he knew that I would have to come crawling back. And this time I was like, I'm not fucking going back there. And I lost a lot of things when I left him. My brother turned his back on me. My friends turned my back on me because they thought that I had this perfect marriage, right? With this old guy. And nobody knew what was going on behind closed doors. And so when I left, everyone was like, couldn't understand. Nobody could understand, but nobody was asking either. And he just harassed me. He stalked me. He did everything to try to get me to come back. And when he realized he couldn't, when I started dating, that freaking set him off even more, because now he went from having all this control over me to when I left, he was like, well, you have the kids, let's see how you fucking pan out. And then as soon as I started doing it and making it work and started dating, he was like, well, now I'm gonna take the kids. So now we go through this divorce, it's 50-50 custody, you go back and forth, this time thing. And because he knew he had no longer had that control over me in the way that he had before, he started using my kids against me. And it went from 50-50 to, well, they get to make their own decisions. They get to do this, to my daughter with autism coming home to me and saying, Daddy said he's going to kill you.
Wow.
And if you know something about autistic kids, they don't lie about things like that. And I was scared. I was very scared for them. I was scared for me. And I would try to hold him in contempt of court because he was doing all this stuff to me and to the kids. And I didn't have money for a lawyer, tried to go to legal aid and get a lawyer and get help with a lawyer. And I remember the lady asking me a question, and because I smoked marijuana, she didn't want to help me. Out of all the things, I mean, you could take a hair sample, that's the only thing you're going to find in my system, and they're telling me they can't help me because of that. And I was just feeling defeated. So he put that fear in me with the kids that I stopped fighting him, you know, like on my time, because he would be so mean and so nasty, and then show up at my work or do this or just beat you down. But he didn't treat our kids like that, so it was like hard for me to justify, like, you know, he's a bad husband but a good dad, and like, how can you be two things at once? So my relationship with my daughters suffer quite a bit out of my fear for him. And the icing on the cake on all of that is 9 years, or I've been separated or divorced from him for almost 10 years now. And 7 years ago, my mom moved in with him and has been living with him ever since.
What? How? Why?
So...
That's interesting.
Living a very bad Jerry Springer show, Lifetime movie. I'm not sure anymore.
Why is it?
She says it's to help take care of the kids, but my kids are pretty much almost adults now.
And she's still using?
Yeah. She says she doesn't use anymore, but when you grow up with somebody, like I said, when she would take the pill, even when I would know, right, when, like, the effects, and when she talks on the phone, and yeah, so needless to say, I haven't talked to my mom in 7 years, and then my life blew up again. You know, I found normalcy. Things were going good, you know, and I was struggling, working, and just trying to make a living, and then all the Jeffrey stuff came back up. And, you know, I was just scrolling on stupid fucking Facebook, and there's a side-by-side photo of him and Bill Clinton, and I, like, stopped, and I hadn't seen him in all these years, right? And I'm freaking out, and I'm like, instantly the panic, not because of Bill Clinton, because of Jeffrey, by the way. Like, who cares about Bill Clinton? But I'm looking at this guy, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's like a clickbait article, you know, they just want you to click it. So I screenshot the picture, I send it to the girl, my friend that got me involved with all of that, and I was like, holy shit, did you know that he got in trouble? Because this is 2017 now. He got in trouble in 2008, 2009, and I never was ever questioned about anything that happened, which was so crazy because I was very easy to find back then, and you know, I wasn't out running the streets or anything. Like, if they would have searched, they would have found a lot of us in Palm Beach. And I remember talking to her. She calls me after I send it to her, and she goes, "Oh yeah, you didn't know he had gotten in trouble?" And I, like, pause on the phone. I was like, are you fucking kidding me right now? And she's like, yeah, he got in trouble back in the day, and this girl was living in my house when this was all happening, when he got in trouble, and never said anything to me. And she's like, well, I didn't think it was a big deal, you know, because he didn't do anything to me. And I was like, not a big deal to you, but a fucking huge deal to me. And she still doesn't even know what the happened in the room. So I'm like mad at her again over the same shit that I was mad at her fucking 15, 20 years ago, you know? And I was like, why you didn't think she's like, no, you know, it was whatever and this and that. And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. So I started doing my research on actually how much trouble he got into. And he got a slap on the wrist. And at that time, my daughters are going to school on Palm Beach Island for violin. And that's only a mile from his house. And I'm like, never thought about him like that, even in the proximity of my kids, because I've tried to push him away, you know, and not think about that. And then when that came back up and I'm reading that this man didn't even get in trouble, sweetheart fucking deal, work release for 6 days out of the 7, and was still doing the same shit. And I knew in my heart that he was still doing all of this, right? And so I'm like, well, now what do I do? Now I'm enraged. I'm having all those emotions that I had when I was 14. Now I'm old enough and I'm strong enough to fucking stick up for myself. I left my ex-husband. I'm like, you know, I can fucking take on the world. Nobody's getting away with this shit anymore. And I reached out to like multiple lawyers, and I had some laugh at me. I had some of them hang up on me. And so I started doing more research. I was like, I gotta be able to find a lawyer that represents some of the girls, because those, obviously they believe them, right? And I've had these people laughing at me and not even helping me or directing me. And so go down the rabbit hole of fucking taking in all this information. And for me, I thought it was just a small group of us girls that were involved in this, right? And as I'm reading this, I'm finding out all of this horrific shit, and it's so much more, and there's so many more girls, and it's, you know, and I'm enraged now. And I'm like, I could have been mad at myself. If I would have told someone back then, I could have stopped so-and-so and blah, blah, you know, and you start getting into your head. And I finally find Brad Edwards, my attorney now, and I remember calling him and talking to his secretary, and I was like explaining, and when you're finding out something like that, you're just fucking rambling, you're just fucking blah, 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 and then she's like, hold on, let me see if I can get him on the phone, which isn't typical usually when you call an attorney, that you can get them on the phone right away. And he got on the phone and he asked me a few questions, and I remember the one question that really fucking threw me for a loop was, who recruited you? And I know it's not that he meant it like that, but it's how the process worked. He wasn't trying to offend me by saying that word, but I had never thought of it like that. And I remember just crying, and I told him who it was, and he was like, you know, that was it. And we started working together, but he told me, he's like, there's nothing, you know, our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do. There's no light at the end of the tunnel for this. And I was like, Brad, we can't let him get away with this. You know, I was always checking in with Brad and being like, can we do this? Like, I'm coming up with my own ideas, and this man's gone to law school. I know he knows what he's talking about, but I'm like, we gotta fucking do something. And Julie Brown from the Miami Herald decided that she was going to do a report on him, on Epstein. And she reached out to Brad, and Brad reached out to me, and he's like, Jenna, I don't know if this is going to go anywhere. Would you be willing to talk to Julie? You know, no pressure. I'd never talked to anyone besides Brad about what had happened, and this and that. And I was just like, I remember being like, anything to help the cause, right? So we meet, the first time I meet with Julie Brown is in Brad's office, and that was the same day that I met Virginia Roberts at that day. And she was in there talking to Julie. When she came out, she came over to me, and I still really didn't know the whole picture of like what Jeffrey had been doing. I still thought it was just this like Palm Beach thing, you know. And Virginia came out to me, and she just came right up to me, and she just gave me a hug, and she was like, I'm so proud of you for speaking up. And I was just kind of blown away that, like, she was thanking me for something that I felt like we should be doing. But I didn't realize how big Jeffrey was at that time either. And so I go into the interview with Julie, and we're sitting there, and first time I'm in front of the camera, and she's got her camera lady there, and she's talking, and she's asking me all these questions, and she's, just spitting them out, and I'm like, I break down. I start fucking breaking down in the interview, and she like pauses it, and she goes, do we need to do this another day? And Brad and his partner right away was like put it to her and was like, this is her first time ever telling anyone her fucking story. She doesn't need time. She needs you to freaking listen. You're holding no space. You just want her to spit out the story, and she's telling it for the first time, and you have a camera in her face, and you're telling her, like, because I was crying, like, it was bad taste, poor choice of words for her. But we get through this interview, and I allow her to use my face for this, and she worked on that interviews for over a year, that report, before she released it. And I remember texting her all the time, like, always waiting on the edge of my seat, like, when is this gonna fucking come out? What's gonna happen? And when it finally did come out, it fucking blew up. And I remember calling Brad and being like, we're going to fucking get him, aren't we? And like, it was the first time that, like, there was some positive, right? That, like, people were listening, people were upset, people wanted to know how this happened. Everyone's finding out the big scheme, how he had been trafficking everywhere and all these places, not just in Palm Beach. And I was like, he's going to get in fucking trouble. This is like, I'm the first glimpse of hope. And I was like, kept telling Brad, I was like, the one thing that I want out of all of this.
Hey, I get distracted by the manager for what seems like an eternity, and you're already halfway across the map. It's so great to have someone I can rely on to do the job when I'm not even watching. Have I told you how much I hate micromanagement? Well,
shut up.
No wonder we make such a great team.
What the fuck? Isn't... Oh, that's not it. I thought it was that. Alright.
Is just to be able to have my day in front of him and him have to listen to me on what he did to me and what he stole from me. And Brad's like, we're gonna get that, like, it looks like we might just get that. And my world changed, right? I allowed myself to go publicly for something that I was extremely embarrassed about. I had reporters coming and showing up at my house, showing up at my job, coming, and playing outside with my kids, and they just walk up. It was I'd never experienced something like that before. And a lot of fear started coming in play with all of that, because now everybody's trying to reach you, and I couldn't understand at that time. Yes, I wanted him to get in trouble, but I also didn't want to lose my privacy for me and my family. And it was like vultures coming in and trying to eat me alive, but not in a bad way, like trying to help, but it was just too much. And
it doesn't fit, bro.
It put me in a bad place for a while of, like, depression and stuff, because I kept thinking, am I doing this for the right reason? And I knew I was, but I also knew it was at such a big cost to myself. And that balancing was really hard on the days that were so dark, that I was doing the right thing for the right reasons, because there would be days that I would eat myself up, that I have these people showing up here and no privacy, and now everyone's gonna dig into my past, and I was so worried, and like just crazy things in my head. And then he got arrested, and I was working at a church at that time, and I got a call, and he's like, we got him. Brad called me, and I was like, just broke down in tears. I was like, this is fucking all right, this is what we had been working for. We got this is something's happening, right? People are listening. He's gonna get put away for the rest of his life, right? And we were setting up for that, to go to court and do all of that and to have my day, right? That I had so much wanted. And then I got that call that he was gone. And I had already put myself through so much, and you talking to the FBI and doing all, like, so much stuff. And then to get the call that he was gone felt like I did everything and still wasn't going to get what I needed. Yeah. And I was never going to have my day in court. He was never going to have to sit there and face me. He was never going to have to listen to me. He was never going to have to hear my words. Whether they would have affected him or not, it was for me. I needed that. And it was stolen from me again. And I remember texting the FBI lady that I did a lot of talking to with, and I said, so he wins again. And that's how I felt. People say, he's dead, that's a good thing. Yeah, great. But he still won. He never had to be held accountable in a way that was fair. He lived his life for so long, and then when we finally got him, it was taken from us. And that was just, for me, not okay. And then you have this judge in New York who's like, oh, sorry he's dead. We can't tell you anything, but here, come in, and we're gonna give all the survivors a platform to speak. To who? To you? To the fucking reporters in the back? To who? You, and then thinking that they're doing me a fucking favor. Anything I had to say was to him, not to anybody else in that fucking room. I was appalled. I told Brad I will not speak at that. I am not going to speak those words that were meant for him to fucking hear. And you guys all want to just fucking use it as a fucking ploy to a news media outlet or a fucking circus act. And that was step one of the baby circus. The circus has grown so outlandishly in this whole fucking thing that it's beyond me. Like, I get asked so many times, well, what do you think about this? I'm like, I am processing this like the rest of the fucking world is. Did I know that he was trafficking people to other people? Did I know that he had this whole ring going on? Do you know how much that hits on me when I thought for so long it was just this small group of fucking girls? To come to find out when I'm sitting in an FBI meeting for them to blow smoke up my ass about how he supposedly died, and girls are walking in that I went to school with and never knew that they were involved with him? Girls that I met when I was in college and was raising my kids with them together and didn't know that they were involved with Epstein. Those are hard things to swallow. And it's hard to digest that. It's hard to understand when you, for so long, you have thought it was just this small group of girls. To find out how broad and how wide it is. And the regret that you hold on yourself for not speaking up sooner, even though now I know that I wouldn't have been believed back then. He would have, get away with it. But how many girls I could have saved? Or how many, it's like, it was just mind-blowing. And then knowing he's got ties to Lex Wexner. First real job I had was at Victoria's Secret. I was like, was he fucking, you start fucking going crazy. You're like, was he watching all of us? Did he keep an eye on all of us all the time? Does he have a little roster and be like, this bitch better not say nothing? Like, you really do start fucking, you go crazy with all these thoughts, and you're hearing all of this, and then you're seeing all of this, and then you're just watching the circus go on, and it's such a crazy experience to be living through. And then everything dies out for a while. It gets quiet. He's dead. then Maxwell pops up, and we're gonna go after Maxwell. Cool, let's do it, you know? And then it kind of like dies out again. And then Donald Trump gets on fucking his little crusade campaign for his election, and it's like, we want the release of these files. And I was like, the first fucking president to be saying what needs to be heard, right? Like, this is horrific, what he was doing. And he runs his campaign on this, and you vote for him, right? He's like, fuck. He's going to release, out of anything, if you agree with nothing, he's going to release these fucking files. We're going to take all these fuckers down. Really. And he was working with my lawyer behind the scenes. So why wouldn't I have believed him, right? He's going to release these files. Then he gets elected, and we get called to the Capitol to do a press conference on the release of these files. And now it goes from releasing everything.
I have a garage here now? What?
To
I didn't even know,
this
bro.
is a Democratic hoax. Now, why are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Why? And I'm like, I'm confused. I'm just over here fucking confused, and like, what's everybody drinking? Can I get some? Because the world done lost their damn noodles, and I'm out here. I got the Democrats fucking, come on, Jenna, we got your back. And then I got the president out here saying you guys are fucking hoax. And then I'm like, it's not political, but here, let me help you. And then, oh, it's not political, but here, we're gonna do this. And then, and you're a fucking political pawn in all of this. And then, all the reality is go after the fucking pedophiles, right? Like, that's one thing we can agree on, right? We should be agreeing on. And so my life has been a whirlwind lately. I just, the song and dance and the craziness of all of this, and no hope in our government. I've lost all hope in our government. Both sides, left, right, in between, they're all fucking some bullshit, like straight up bullshit. Like, I'm watching people getting taken down in other countries, and we haven't arrested one motherfucker over here besides Maxwell. We're doing this circus show of let's Maxwell do a deposition. The Clintons. Are we fucking out of our mind? We're going to let a lady that was proven to have lied under oath, and then we're going to talk about the president who said, but I didn't inhale. Are we fucking out of our minds right now that these people are going to go up there and speak the truth?
Welcome to reality, lady. Oh, shit.
And that's all they're doing. Oh, well, he said he doesn't remember them. Well, that's fucking nice. I'm glad he doesn't remember them, supposedly. But where's this fucking going? What are you doing? You're playing with our emotions. You're fucking using all of us. You're re-traumatizing us at the expense of your guys' own political plays. And it's disgusting. And that's the country we fucking live in. Where I watch other people getting held accountable of royal families, high, powerful people, and I'm sitting over here fucking, we're a joke. We're an absolute fucking joke. And it's so horrific. Hang them all. Pam Bondi said if we go after everybody that was involved, our government will crumble. Will fucking fall. And the fact that you guys don't want that to happen speaks volumes on every aspect of it.
Do you believe Epstein is dead?
You know, me and the therapist go back and forth on this a lot.
Everybody does.
Do I think he's dead? He could be. Do I think he could also be living underground? Very much so. He had too much information on too many people, and it's very clear in the release of these files. Even the redacted files, it's still very clear the ties and who he was hanging out with and who he was around, that he had shit on people. And
the most ridiculous part of all of this is that they're going to release the files, and then there are huge chunks that are not being released.
And then
So what are we doing?
why are we protecting them?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah. Men or women, I don't give a fuck who you are. Fall, everybody. I don't care who you are, what power level you are. The fact that we think that anybody thinks that they're above the law. Because if this was a normal person, when he got in trouble the first time, he would still be in prison right now. He would have never, ever gotten that. They had 40 minors that they could have accounted him for in Palm Beach. He got charged with 1 and then 1 prostitution. They stopped looking for us. They got to a number back then and they were like, fuck, how are we going to cover this one up? We're finding girls left and right. And then they thank God I wasn't found or involved in that back then, because I don't know if I would have made it out of that, because I have talked to survivor sisters and his teams were hunting them down and stalking them at 16, 17 years old, 18 years old, freaking watching their houses, pulling up their MySpace profiles, using any picture of them at a party or something against them. Like, I was so broken back then. If that would have been used against me, the things that I was doing back then, stripping or being any of that, I don't know that I would have made it out. And some of these girls didn't. They didn't make it out. We have lost numerous girls to this. It's hard. And it doesn't go away. And every day, we can't escape it right now. And people fucking forget that. I go to the gym, it's on the fucking TV. I go to dinner, it's on the TV. You can't go on social media. You cannot escape it right now. And then I still watch nobody doing nothing about it. Can't escape it, and nobody's doing anything.
How does that make you feel?
Enraged.
Yeah.
Livid. Never thought I would want to be in politics, but it makes me want to fucking get in there and clean house for them.
There's never been a more embarrassing time to be an American.
I asked for refuge with the Australians if shit gets too bad. I was like, will you guys take me in? Like, that's sad. We're supposed to be the greatest country in the world.
Who told you that?
And we can't fucking protect children. And these people don't stop doing it. They don't just stop. Even if they're worried about getting in trouble or think that they might get in trouble, they're still fucking doing it. Don't think that it isn't. And it could be your freaking kid next. It doesn't have to be a low poverty child. That wasn't the case for all of us. Palm Beach, he got a good grip. He got a good grip on the poverty children, but that was not the case. Some of those girls came from great homes with great families and they still got sucked into it. So don't think for 1 second that couldn't be your kid next. It's the same thing when it comes to drugs. Don't think it ever can't be you or your family. Because it is.
If, let's say Epstein's still alive somewhere, what would you want to have said to him? Because if he is alive, he'll see this.
If he is alive, I would have to say, you fucking stole everything from me that day. You set the tone for my life.
Do you think he's gonna fucking regret it because he's gonna feel bad about himself?
You made me trust people that I shouldn't have trusted.
To you like that? I don't.
You.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just
destroyed my friends. I will never ever get that peace back. I will forever ever be haunted by you. And you should be haunted by us.
Sure.
And I hope you fucking burn.
I
can't believe you would use your power that way.
I can imagine him laughing his ass off watching this.
When people, he could have done so many good things with himself, and he did it.
Why? What's the incentive for him? I mean,
thank you.
What? Let's see. It's
It's crazy how so many of the most powerful, most famous people in the world and in our country are into this. This is what our leaders are into.
For me,
14-year-old girls?
Yeah, it's like they get everything that they can possibly get, and there's nothing left for them to get, so they have to
find something crazier.
Exactly. Or they start getting older and think that I don't know.
Yeah,
but I look at most of these men that are involved, and they have children or children in their lives. And they're still doing that. Like, it just... But we allow it in society. We downplay it. We have a president that fucking runs women through the mud, and you don't think that other generations are watching that? Younger people and saying, okay, well, if the president can say grab him by the pussy, why can't I? We're setting that tone and that narrative, and we're allowing it. And that's heartbreaking. You know, it's so bad that I don't trust anybody anymore, that I'm going to homeschool my 2 youngest next year because it's gotten that bad. And I have big, absolutely not, you know, they need to be in school and all of that, but I don't fucking trust anybody. I don't trust the government. I don't trust the fucking school system. And at the cost of these people, they did that to me. And I can't ever get that back.
What are you still dealing with today from all of this?
A lot of shame. I hold a lot of shame and a lot of guilt for what I did. You know, people can tell you all the time it wasn't your fault. They were the adult. But you hold that. I was 14. I knew right from wrong. I thought I did, you know? So but I hold a lot of shame and a lot of guilt and a lot of disgust for my own self still.
What would you say to someone who's going through something similar? Maybe not with the most famous people in the world, but...
You feel alone, but you're not alone. There's so many of us that go through this, and you're strong, you're beautiful, you are loved, and you are worth more than anything they could ever take from you. And on your darkest day, show yourself some grace that you're still here. Oh, I'm sorry, I keep crying.
All right, Jenna Lisa. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
That was powerful. Thank you.
Ooh. Man. And you know you got a daughter, so.
I have 2.
Oh, so, yeah.
Oh, bueno. I'm gonna have to, I don't know if it's,
The following video contains explicit sexual details from a Jeffrey Epstein survivor. Because of YouTube's guidelines, I've had to censor and edit this video heavily. You can watch the uncensored full-length version of this video at softwhiteunderbelly.com.
So, censored?
All right, Jenna Lisa.
Jenna Lisa, this is
The following video
one?
contains
Marina
explicit sexual
Lacerda.
details from a Jeffrey Epstein survivor. Because of YouTube's guidelines, I've had to censor and edit this video heavily. You can watch the uncensored full-length version of this video at softwhiteunderbelly.com. I'm proud to have a platform where these women can share their stories and we can all learn from them. I'll be posting Jeffrey Epstein survivor stories each Saturday for the next month or 2. And now for the censored version of this video.
Wow.
All right, Marina. Marina, where are you from originally? Where'd you grow up?
I am from Brazil, Belo Horizonte. I was born and raised there until I was 8 years old. And then I moved to New York. And wow, I remember coming from New York. It was everything that I dreamed of.
What age were you?
I was 8 years old. I arrived to New York on July 5th, 1997, if I'm not mistaken. And I'll never forget that day because my mom said to me, you can't forget July 5th because yesterday was just America's birthday. So I will never forget July 5th.
What was your family like?
Well, my family in Brazil was really great to me. I was always around by my grandparents, by my aunts, my uncles, cousins, and we're a really big family. And, you know, Latin culture is really known that every Sunday you have to go to grandma's house and everybody has to get together and eat. So it was definitely a ritual. No one could skip it. I was always traveling inside Brazil with my family members. My mom worked a lot. And my father wasn't around, and I think it was just because he had 4 other kids with 2 different other women.
Wow.
And he was just never around. He was not a bad father, and he wasn't a good father. He just was an absent father. So when he did pass away, he's 25 years older than my mother, so he passed away in his late 80s. It was almost like I didn't know him, so I didn't really feel anything, which is weird because I think everyone cries when their dad dies, but I didn't feel anything. So when my mom came, I was really a little bit with my father, but a lot with my family members. So I was always loved, and I think I was their favorite. But I don't like to admit to that because they, you know, may bring the other family members a little jealous.
A good childhood. A good childhood.
It was a great childhood. It really, really was. I have great memories of Brazil. Many birthdays, many birthday parties, many weddings. My mom always tells me, she's like, you were obsessed with weddings. And till today, I absolutely, if I don't even know who's getting married, I just want to go to the wedding.
Come on, bruh.
What kind of teenager were you?
It's hard to explain, right? Because as a mom, like my daughter's a preteen, she's a tween. And there's a lot of things that she wants to do, and I don't allow her to do it because obviously she's not ready for it. And I think with, with freedom comes consequences, right? And you have to know these consequences. And I think just being a teenager, my mom didn't care. And I think she had a mentality of like, she'll figure it out on her own. And that's not how it really works, because that's why you have parents, is to guide you through the right path. And I was just a kind of a teenager where I thought I was bringing in money and I thought I could do whatever I wanted, and my mom allowed me to do that.
You finished high school?
I did not finish high school. I started high school, right, in Bryan High School, which is in Astoria. It's right next to Woodside Projects. And it was very tough. Growing up, I think coming to America when I first arrived, like in the 3rd grade, I was I was different because I didn't know the style of America, right? I had like a Brazilian style. And then getting into junior high school, I was bullied a lot, and people made fun of me all the time because I didn't have boobs. So everyone used to call me flat-chested, and it was a tough time. And I feel like being in a school where I'm a Latina, but I do look like a white American girl. And I think that in the school that I went to, there was a lot of Spanish and Black girls, and I was picked on a lot, and girls always wanted to fight me. And growing up in Brazil, we didn't believe in that. We didn't believe into fighting with other people and getting bullied. So it was very new to me. And I was very scared growing up into, middle school. And when I got to high school, I wasn't hanging out with the people from school. I was hanging out with more the Brazilian community. So I was like feeling almost like at home. That started actually in the 8th grade. So I really started to distance myself from school. But what made me really survive in middle school was being friends with some of the Black girls that, seeing that I was going through something. Like, people would open up the door and be like, Marina's flat-chested. And I would be standing in class. And, back then, teachers didn't do anything. Teachers were like, it'll go by. Like, you're going to survive. There was none of that bullying crap. People, I think, normalized it into a way where, like, I think even us growing up, we were bullied. And it was just like your parents were like, you'll be fine. Now it's a big deal. So I think that making this friend that I did And she protected me a lot. I never had a fight in school. And it's sad to say she did fight a lot for me. And I don't know why a lot of the girls wanted to fight me. I think it was just, maybe, I don't know if it was my skin color. I don't know if it was because they were jealous of who I was and I was just quiet. And I felt intimidated by these girls. And I don't know why till today. But I do talk to them, some of them on Instagram. Sometimes I want to ask them, like, why did you make fun of me, you know? But I don't ask them any of that. I just, I think life goes on.
What kind of people were you hanging out with at that point in your life?
In high school?
Yeah.
So when I was in high school, I was really, I had this friend, which I gotta tell you, she definitely was not a good friend. She was already doing cocaine at the time. And I remember when I started 9th grade, she would like do coke in the bathroom and she would put it in her lip gloss and she would like, come on, try it. And I was like, no, like, I don't want to go down that route. I was already smoking weed and she really wanted me to try cocaine. And I was like, I am not trying cocaine. But it is funny because she used to literally be in the bathroom sniffing cocaine. And one time we were walking in Astoria on Steinway Street and it so happened that she found like a huge pack of coke on the floor. Crazy, right? Like she stepped right on it and she was like, bingo. And I don't know how the hell I don't know, because obviously nowadays you don't just see coke. It was like a lot of cocaine. And she managed to finish that in 2 days. Yeah. So that girl is actually the girl that introduced me to Jeffrey Epstein. And before that, she had some connections with other men that would ask her for things and she would bring me along. Like, for instance, she had this guy who would like ask us to put on a and come, and he would give us like $500 to go to his house. And I don't know how she had all these connections, but she always had connections and she always brought me along. And I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but being in a spot where I was very vulnerable and I was taking care of my mom and my sister at the time.
Of course
I was
she knew.
willing to do anything really to take care of that household. And it's something that I say now, and I don't say it too often, but God forbid anything ever happens to me and I can't pay for stuff, I think I'd probably sell my ass just for my daughter not to go through what I went through. I would literally do anything that I have to keep my daughter safe and not have her be responsible, you know, for anything. That's not what, you know, that's just what we're supposed to do, I feel like.
What age did that kind of behavior with this girl, with this friend, start?
I can't remember exactly what age, but I'm really thinking the end of 8th grade. So I was still 13 at the time, possibly turning 14. This happened a lot, you know.
And you were involved in some of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I was involved. I can't remember it all, but I do remember this guy. We used to go to his house. He was an older man. He was bald. He did a lot of coke, and he liked for us to put a strap on and have, like, come from behind, which was really disgusting. And then at times he would ask us to make out and do stuff with each other. And, you know, being young and having, like, I already had experience being with girls, so it meant nothing to me. Today, if you ask me, like, do you like women? I think women are beautiful. I think they're attracted. Do they turn me on sexually? Absolutely not, though. I absolutely know that I do love men now. I think all women go through that at a certain age.
So she introduced you to Jeffrey Epstein?
She introduced me to Jeffrey Epstein. However, everybody already knew in my neighborhood that I had gotten abused by my stepfather from the ages 8 of 12. Wow. When I arrived to America, my mom, I stayed in Brazil for a year before my mom took me to New York. When I came to New York, my mom had this boyfriend.
My dad was giving me a hard time about not watching the news enough. So naturally, I guess, their plan.
To my mom.
Again, that's...
And I didn't know until I got to New York. And my uncle was the one that brought me to New York to be with my mom. And my mom didn't know about this boyfriend either. When When it was time for, I was supposed to go back with my uncle, and my mom lied to my father, who had said to me, who had written, who had signed and said that I could travel, but I was supposed to come back. So when it was time for me to come back, my mom fought with my uncle and was like, she's not going back. They got into a physical fight, and he was very upset that he wasn't bringing me back to Brazil. And I didn't know why at the time, because I wanted to be with my mom. And I was like, why is he trying to take me back? I ended up staying in New York. We had a little studio on Steinway Street on top of King's Deli. Whoever's from Astoria will definitely know, because King's Deli is still there. And my mom used to work in the afternoons through night. And my stepfather was working from, he had a weird schedule, because he was one of those cab drivers that was illegal, so he would just pick up people. It was already his second time crossing the border, so he was definitely very much illegal in the United States. And he would pick up people from the airport. I feel like people still do that. They kind of just like ask if you want to get picked up. He was, an illegal cab driver, so he had a pretty weird schedule. Now my mom had a set schedule, and she was not home from the afternoon until she would come home maybe 2-3 in the morning. I was staying home by myself after school, and at one point I just started to go to school by myself because my mom didn't have time. My mom didn't want to wake up. She was coming home late, so I would make my own breakfast. I would bring my own lunch. After school, I would fetch for my own, dinner. My mom would just leave things out, and I would have to figure things out for myself. And my stepfather was coming home, and I don't remember when it started, but he started to put on porn on the TV. And he would lay me down on his lap. I would have my head on his lap, and he would cover it with a blanket. And I was 8 years old, and I was very, interested on what was under this blanket. And I was curious. Everybody's curious. As adults, we're curious, right? So I would peek under the blanket, and I would see these things on TV that I was not aware of. But I think in my mind at the time, it was like, wow, they're like feeling good, like something good is happening. Well, my stepfather started to reenact those things with me. And
what age is this?
8 years old.
8.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, bro.
And it's really sad to say this, and I always like to be transparent. It felt good, right? I feel like any of us, even if we're not attracted to the person, if they know what they're doing, you're gonna feel good. As an 8-year-old, I did not know what was happening to me. All I know is that I was feeling good. This might be good, and I let it happen. And I let it go on. I did not think it was anything bad. My mom got pregnant with my sister. She had my sister. We moved into a bigger apartment. We moved into a 4-bedroom, and out of those 4 bedrooms, it was 2 living rooms, but we made it into a 4-bedroom. 2 bedrooms got rented out. 1 bedroom was me, and that other bedroom, my sister was still in the crib, and my stepfather and my mom slept in that bedroom. So he would come in the middle of the night. He would do all kinds of things to me. He would, play with my... He would kiss me. He would do a lot of things that he would do a lot of things that felt really good. I think at the time I didn't know I was climaxing, right? And then I started to venture off into humping everything in the house, which is weird, right? Because I feel like when you're growing up, I think everybody was humping everything in their house. And I was just like, wow, this feels great. And then I started to realize that I was climaxing. I was like, this is what climaxing is? It's really good. And my sister was one day in the crib, and my stepfather was playing with me in the bed. He was like rolling me around, but kind of like humping me at the same time, or touching me. I can't remember exactly. And my mom opens up the door, and he threw me off the floor. Threw me off the bed. I went flying off the bed, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, what just happened? I was so confused. Like, I thought it was okay. And my mom was like, what the fuck is going on here? And she asked me to go into my room. she took him on the side and she was like, you know, screaming at him. I couldn't really understand what was going on because I was in my bedroom, and I'm like, what just happened, you know? And they fought, and she comes in the room and she's like, listen, I just want to tell you that whatever's been going on, you cannot let a man do that to you. That is not okay. You know, I know what's been happening. Didn't ask me like what was happening. You know, I just thought that my stepfather honestly told her all the things. And she immediately just assumed that there was only sexual abuse. But by that point, he already had me, and she never asked me. And, you know, just to think that at 10 years old, I was no longer, you know, like I wasn't a virgin anymore, you know. When she walked in on us, I was about 10 and a half. So at 10 and a half, 10 years old, when she explained all this to me, that it was wrong, I wanted to tell her, but he has put something inside me, you know, which was his, you know, and she never asked me. And till today, she's never asked me. And my mom moved on with that and said to me, that'll never happen. I can promise you that. And I realized by then that that was wrong, that an older man should not touch me and should not be doing these things to me. But he still continued to do it. And it just became a cycle. It became such a bad cycle that he would do it, I would tell her, he would stop for like 2 weeks, then he would do it again. And it just went on, and it went on to the point where if I would tell my mom, then he started to physically abuse me. He started to kick me down the stairs. He started to punch me. He started to do all these things. And the worst part is my mom, knowing all of this, still, she would leave the house, go to the supermarket, go do whatever the fuck she was doing, and she would leave me in the house. And at that point, I was getting aggravated. And I would sit by the window and I would just pray that this man would not come and touch me or do anything. And he still would. And he would hold me down, and he would do things to me when I used to tell him, please stop, please leave me alone. I just want to be left alone. And I don't know if he felt even better that he was doing something that I didn't want him to do. And it got so bad where my friends would come over. He would abuse them. He would like play around. He would come in and play with us and would touch them in a certain area, would pick them up and, you know, on their private area. And my friends would go tell their parents. And then now I no longer had friends around. Boys weren't allowed to call me because my stepfather was obviously jealous of me. And my mom thought it was right. Like a 11-year-old should not have boys calling her. I have a daughter, and I don't think there's anything wrong with girls having friends as a boy. I think you should teach your kids, you know, boundaries and limits. So I really didn't have that, not that freedom, but that life that a 10, a 9, a 11-year-old should have. Got to the point where my mom would take me outside, and I would just ask her, I'm like, why the fuck are we still living here? Why can't we just move? Why can't you, why? Oh, well, you know, you have to understand, we're from Brazil. We don't have our papers. We are undocumented here. I'm scared to go to the police. I'm scared they'll deport us. And I'm like, I really don't care at this point. I just want to go back to Brazil. And I remember when I was talking to my mom when we were walking outside, she was like, shh, stop screaming. I'm like, no, I don't give a fuck. Like, I am going to scream. I was just like 11 years old, you know, and just begging my mom to really please go to the police. Like, I don't want to live this life, you know. I remember one time I had told my mom, one of the many times I had told my mom my stepfather was starting to again abuse me. And she went up to him and spoke to him, and they got into a fight. And that night they happened to not sleep in the same bed. So we went to the living room, and she had like a little couch bed, and she had a mattress for me on the floor. My stepfather came in the middle of the night, laid with my mom, was whispering to her, and then started touching her, and then had sex with her while I was on the bottom on the mattress. And I said something to my mom, like I wanted to tell her I was up or something, like just for her, because I started to hear her moan. And she hit me because I was trying to tell her, like, I don't want to be here. This is, what the fuck is going on? You know, I was just 11 years old, and I don't understand till today, how can she think that was normal, you know? There were many times I was sleeping at night, and he would come in the middle of the night in my room, and my mom, knowing this, having this man still in the house, and he would come, he would touch me, and I would just be frozen there, like staring at the ceiling or at the wall, waiting for him to finish doing what he was doing. I think my stepfather's abuse was one of the worst abuse that I've had. And I think that's why I wasn't a normal teenager. I think that's why I normalized sex in such a young age, you know? Like, I had sex for the first...
Running towards what everyone else is running from. I guess you're a real hero, clearing the path to the radio tower. If I were in your place, I'd be flooring the pedal in the opposite direction. After all, I've had enough radio towers to last me a lifetime at this point. Thank you for being you.
First time with a boy at 12 years old, which is insane. You know, it's my daughter's age. I could never imagine that. That's something that I obviously talk to her about it, but it's always up to her what, you know, it's not up to her. I can't stop her, you know, it's not something that I can control. I can only guide her. But at 12 years old, I had my first sexual encounter with another 12-year-old boy, and we did not use condoms. And after that, I think my sex life was just open to the world. I was craving attention where I wasn't getting at home from my mom, and I was getting too much attention from my stepfather, which I did not want. And I wanted to feel secure. I wanted to feel wanted. I wanted to feel that I was just more than an object that my stepfather was using. And I thought I could use that with these boys, and I thought they were gonna like me or love me. And that didn't work out so great for me, because I ended up just hooking up with whatever boy I wanted, right? And my mom would let me do whatever I wanted. Well, when we had rented out these other 2 rooms, there was a roommate who got abused by my stepfather. And she came up to me and she was like, I was in Burger King after school. At that point, I was running away from home. I was going after school. I was doing ballet, jazz, tap after school. I would go to my best friend's house, which was around the corner. I would beg her, like, for me not to go home and, like, sleep in the house. Her parents felt so bad for me. And it goes back to me saying, like, all these people knew all these things, but yet they never told the police. Never. My neighbor downstairs, my best friend's family, you know, the girls that were coming to my house, their parents. And she comes up to me in Burger King and she goes, "Marina, I want to talk to you." I was 12 years old at the time. And she said, I know what your stepfather's doing to you, and he's actually doing it to me too. And I think we should go to the police. And I literally didn't think about the consequences. And I said, let's go. And we drove to the 114 precinct, which is in Astoria Boulevard. And when I got there, I was like, wow, okay, here I am. Don't care if I'm an immigrant. Don't care. I just want this to stop. And I ended up telling the police some of the things that my stepfather was doing. But they started to question me in a way where they thought I was lying because my sister was born. So they said that I was jealous of my sister. And then they started to say, hey, listen, you know that when you say all of this, if you're making this up, these are serious allegations. Your stepfather is going to go away for a really long time. So they started to scare me. Now I'm starting to feel bad for my stepfather, which I had always sat there in the middle of the night and was plotting of ways how to kill this man, because I just wanted to kill him. But obviously I never had the courage to do it. And I think the only thing that I did that I thought would get him and my mom to fight is I would steal money from him while he was sleeping. And they would fight about it because he would think my mom was taking the money, but all reality was me. And I would just, you know, sat there and said everything to the police, and they questioned me so hard that I started to minimize the abuse. I was like, well, he's only done it for 2 years. Well, he only touched me here. I started to get scared.
Wow.
My mom comes in finally, and her first question to me was, what did you tell the police and why did you come here? And I was like, well, so-and-so asked me. She's getting abused by my stepfather, and this is what I told them. I did not tell the police that my mom knew because I knew that they would have taken my mom away from me. I would have been taken away from my mom. And she was like, okay, all right. So the police comes in. She's like, you know, your daughter said this and this and that. And she's like, yep, it's true. So we sat there for a little bit longer. They're like, we're going to go get your stepfather. We're going to go put him in jail. And they did. We came back home. All his stuff was thrown on the floor. And right after that, my mom's relationship and I just went right downhill. She was in tears. She was so upset that he wasn't there. And she didn't speak to me for a little while. And that's when my world started to go upside down with this girl that I met. She started to lead me this way with meeting these men that were going to give me money. And if I did things for them, and in my head, I was like, well, if I can make money more than what I'm making, I was working in a real estate office. I would only work it after school. I was just a secretary, and it's actually still there. It's Capital Realty. It's on Broadway. And I would just work there, and I would make a little bit of money. And it wasn't enough for the house. My mom was not really working. She started to later work in a catering hall, which I started to work with her. But that's how I met Jeffrey. This girl would introduce me to different men that would like young girls to do things with them. And when she said to me, you know, I have this guy that is, you know, a little bit different than the guys that I've introduced to you. And this guy is very well connected. He's very rich. He's very powerful. And he likes to get massages by young girls. And I had questioned her. I was like, we've done other stuff, so I'm very confused, you know, that this guy just likes to get massages. And she said to me, well, he just wants to get a massage by a young girl. He doesn't want anything. He just wants you to take your top off. It's just like being a bikini, you know, you've been with your stepfather. We've done some other things. I said, we've done some other things, but however, I had not, you know, let another man for any money. So I really wanted to clarify things. I've done things to men, but they haven't done to me, you know, and if we had done things, it was her and I. So I was like, okay, well, that doesn't seem so bad, you know. She's like, and girl, she's like, he's gonna give you $300 for the half an hour. And I was like, okay. So we went there, and coming, you know, riding in the cab, first of all, going into Manhattan was already a privilege, because coming from Astoria, getting in a cab was already a privilege as well, because we used to take the subway and the train everywhere. So when we get into the cab, it was a black cab. And when we get to the front door, right there and then was very different than what other people's houses that we've been that have asked us to do things. It was a very different dynamic, right? So I walk in. I don't even think that it's a mansion. I think it looks like an apartment, like a place where it looks like it has many apartments. And I see the JE in the front. I see the wooden doors, huge doors. She rings the doorbell. She says who she is. The maid opens up the door. I see a maid in the front. I look, just the opening of the house, these huge ceilings. I mean, these marble floors. I'm just like, whoa, where the fuck am I? Like, she was definitely right. We walk into his office, which is also his waiting room, where we have, President Trump, we have Bill Clinton, we have many, different princes at the time, which I didn't know who it was until now I look at the pictures. I'm like, oh, that's who that was.
What, photographs of them?
Yeah, a lot of pictures. And he had pictures with Ghislaine, who later on, I was like, I wonder if that's his wife. He always had a picture too with a certain girl. I would say she was about 8-9 years old. And we later questioned Jeffrey if he had a family. He said no, but he had a lot of pictures with this 8-9-year-old. And we always wondered who it was. We just thought it was his niece. We just thought it was somebody in his family. Till today, we don't know who it is. And I sat there and I was so intimidated about being in this house, right? I've never been in like a rich person's house, you know, a mansion. I'm sitting there and I'm like whispering to my friend the whole time. She's like, why are you whispering? I'm like, I don't even know how to act. Like, I don't even know what to say at this point. And she's like, you can just talk normally. Like, this is like a normal, you know, it's a normal setting. Like, I said, it's not a normal setting. So the maid comes back, she gets us, she brings us to the elevator. I'm already even more amazed. I'm like, this man has an elevator in his house? Like, what the fuck, right? We get in the elevator, she hits the third floor doors open. There's a hallway where he has all these sketches with like naked women and their bodies, and some of them, their faces weren't finished. And we walk into the massage room. And when I walked into the massage room, the first thing that caught my eye was his ceiling. He had these clouds. It's like a fake sky. And I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this is like the best way to get a massage, like to feel like you're just in heaven. And he had this, you know, huge bureau with like all these lotions. At the time, Victoria's Secret was like definitely the thing. I was very obsessed with Victoria's Secret, did not have the money for Victoria's Secret lotions. It was like $30 a lotion. And I was just like going in there and like smelling everything. And I was like, wow, like, you know, and obviously there were other expensive creams that I did not know the name at the time, from Paris, from Italy, which were probably more expensive than the Victoria's Secret. And in the middle, there was his massage table. And then there was a little table where he had his personal oil that he used. He never used any of those lotions. He had his own oil, and he always had a towel next to this table. And in the where the windows were, he had blocked off the windows, and he put out these heavy curtains. And obviously later on, I peeked behind the curtain and there's just a wall. But then I later realized that there were windows on the outside and he had blocked them. So he walks into the room and he turns around and he says, "Hi, my name is Jeffrey." And I said, "Hi, my name is Marina." He goes, "I've heard some pretty cool things about you." And I looked at her like, you've already like told this guy that I'm like in need of help. Like I'm going through shit in the house, you know?
How old are you now?
I was 14. And he laid down, he put his chest down, and he, you know, we started massaging him. We took off everything was fine. He asked me about my life. He asked how old I was. I did not tell him about my stepfather. I was very embarrassed by that. But I did tell him the struggles that I was going through. I told him that I was a ballerina and, you know, I wanted to make it in America, and I was, you know, willing to do anything just to be, you know, that person that came from Brazil as an immigrant and made it big and was able to just, you know, buy a house for my mom and my sister for them to live in and never have to worry about. I told him a lot about myself, and he seemed interested, you know. At the time, I thought, this guy is gonna help me. Like, he has a lot of power and he has the money for it. And he got on a phone call, which Jeffrey did a lot. He called a lot of people in front of us. He called a lot of prominent people. He called a lot of celebrities, and he would put us on the phone. And that was later on, obviously. He would put us on the phone with these people, and he would brag about how he's getting a massage by a young girl. And people would say hi to us. Celebrities would say hi to us, and we'd feel like, oh my God, we're important, you know? And he was on the phone. He had a business talk, and I didn't hear it. I wasn't paying attention. And then he turned around. And when he turned around, the towel came off, and his was exposed. And I was like, this is a little weird, because me and her have a very clear communication, and this is not what it was part of what was going to happen. And he turned around, he was laying down, and I never ever can forget Jeffrey. He was laying down and he just put his head up. And you know when someone is like, when they want to carry, like they're trying so hard to do something, it was like he leaned in and he goes, "Can you take off your..." And I was like, what? I looked at her and I was like, no. And then he came in to reach for my boobs, And I put his hand down. I was like, I'm not comfortable. Now, this put me in a position where I did not know what was happening. Usually we have met men where they have asked for specific things where I'm not okay with it. And I was clear with her about it. Like the guy that liked the he never touched me. He never did anything to me. I was basically him. It wasn't him me. He was not touching me. He did not like any of that. So most of the things that I did not want men to touch me. I did not want to be touched. I just wanted to do things to them. And I think that came in a lot with like mistreating men, them, a lot of men like that. And if that was the deal, I was willing to do it, because I think I had such big resentment on men because of my stepfather that I was willing to hurt men. And I told him I was uncomfortable. And she looked at me very confused, like, what the fuck? Like, why not? Like, and I was just like, I froze, because now I feel like I'm in a position where this man can take advantage of me just like my stepfather did, and I did not want that. And I had really nowhere to go. I was on the 3rd floor of a mansion that I've never been before. And he said to me, it's okay. It'll take some time, but you will get comfortable with me. And I didn't think anything of it. I really thought, no, you're not, because I've been abused before and my stepfather has done all these things and you're definitely not going to do it. I wanted to turn around to him. However, if you want me to beat the shit out of you, I can. But that was not the case. So she comes around and she moves me out the way. She's like, kind of like, you know, she's like, oh, you're being such a prude. But she said it in Portuguese, you know. And she goes in, and Jeffrey Epstein already had his neck up from like laying down. And he goes and he spits on his hand and he grabs. At this point, she had taken off her. She is, like when I tell you, pinching his nipples as hard as she can, I was just in total shock, because I thought I had seen it all by 14 years old, and I was like, this is brand new. And he had his head up and he just kept, but so aggressively, like it was like hard for him to, it was like so hard. It was like he was like, please, like you could tell in his face, like, you know. And I was just standing there and he would look at me, and I guess he was kind of to me, and I was just standing there with my arms down in complete shock, because I was not expecting this, you know. And he used to make the weirdest noise ever. Like it was like he was trying so hard, and then it was like, finally, you know. I feel like when they like have that time to masturbate, they know what they want and they're gonna go for it. It usually doesn't take more than 5 minutes. It looked like he was struggling. And he finished, he grabbed the white towel that he had, he wiped it off, and I was just in shock. And I put my shirt back on, she put her clothes back on. We left there. She was very angry with me, and she was like, what the fuck? Why didn't you just do what he asked? I was like, because you didn't tell me this. If you would have told me, I would have came in with a different mindset. And you and I both know that I am not okay with men touching me. That's just not in the cards. She's like, Marina, you've been through way worse with your stepfather. Like, this should be easy peasy for you. You're making $300. You and your mom are going through shit right now. You guys can hardly pay rent. And I was like, I understand, but you still didn't tell me what was gonna happen. She gave me the $300. She's like, you should be thankful I brought you here, because a lot of the girls that I know would love to meet Jeffrey Epstein, and you should be thankful I hooked you up with him. And he's gonna wanna see you again, and you're gonna go back to him. And I said, I'm not gonna let a man abuse me the way my stepfather did. I said, and you out of all people, you know how I feel about this. You know what my limits are, and this is my limit. Like, I do not let men touch me. And she was like, you'll see. You're not gonna meet anybody in Astoria. You said you wanted to make it. This is the guy that's gonna make it for you. He's the guy that's gonna help you out. He's the guy that's gonna introduce you to people. And I left there, we talked a lot, and next thing you know, my mom is bashing on me and telling me that I will never become anything, that I'll just be a better version of her in America, and that she wasted her time bringing me to America, and that things are like this because I went to the cops because of my stepfather, and why didn't I just leave it alone? Constantly just bashing me about me going to the police with my stepfather. And, I felt guilty. I felt like it was my fault that my mom and my sister weren't having a good life because of me. We had rented out all the rooms. We were living in one bedroom. We had no money to eat. We were eating that cups of noodles, whatever it's called. I think it was 50 cents at the time. We really were broke. Like, we had no money. We were paying rent late. I was working 2 jobs. I was working at the catering with her when there were weddings and at the real estate. And I really was vulnerable. And I was like, well, I guess I'm going to have to do what I'm going to have to do because I need to survive. I need to take care of what I did here because I fucked up by going to the police. And now I have to reconstruct my mom's relationship, our relationship together. And I really thought that if I would go and just make the money and pay the bills, that things would go back to normal with my mom and I. And I did go back. I went back, and he was very nice. He didn't right away ask me to do things. He gained my confidence. He manipulated me. And day by day as it went on, it was like, take off. And now we're gonna try a toy. And now it's gonna be a finger. And now you play with my nipples and you squeeze them as hard as you can. And now we're gonna use this oil. And now I bought this for you. It was like every time I went there, it was something new. And every time I went there, I was like, okay, well, today he's gonna be the day where he's gonna tell me that I can go work for him in his office, or I can even be his cleaning lady and like help out. I just wanted to do anything but that. And I was willing to continue going there to make the money because I was seeing him 2-3 times a week. And obviously he never offered it to me. The only other thing that he did ask was, do you have any friends? And I told him, I said, Jeffrey, I'm really embarrassed about seeing you. I don't want any of my friends to know. And he was like, Marina, I'm the type of guy that'll
take a little time. While we wait, we have plenty of requests. Seems you're popular now. Wanna guess with who? It's those rascals from Northlock again. And they won't even hear of putting someone else on the job. It is quite important though, so I can't blame them. They are real low on food right now, but the supply convoy is stuck in the southern tunnel. What you need to do is clear the debris at the tunnel exit and fix the road at the village entrance. Should be easy enough. So, could you do it post-haste?
Post-haste? Post-haste? Hey, okay, sí es cierto. Well. Hey, ¿cómo es que I haven't even... Oh, maybe because there's another area for, because I haven't activated this quarry, but this one should be... Oh no, but that doesn't make sense because this is garage.
It always needs something different and something new in their life. And if you want to continue seeing me and being a part of my world, this is just how it goes. You got to bring me someone. And I went back, and at that time, I must have been almost 15 already. My stepfather had came back home. My mom decided to move him back in. He got out of jail 7 months later, and he had probation, and my mom was like, your stepfather's moving back in.
Wow.
I was like, what the fuck? I had a boyfriend at the time, and I told my boyfriend, like, hey, you're not going to believe my stepfather's moving back in. And he was like, are you fucking kidding me? And I'm like, no, I'm not. She's really bringing him back in the house. And he was like, well, you know what? We're going to get an apartment. I was like, how are we going to get an apartment? He's like, my mom is going to put it, it's going to go under my mom's name. And he started to sell drugs. And
wow.
At the time, I started to work, if I'm not mistaken, it was a Greek nightclub. I was selling flowers, and we were like, he didn't know I was going to Jeffrey's, and I was like, he's like, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, me and you. He's like, you're gonna move back. This kid did not need to sell drugs and move out of his house. He had a great family, he really did. And we lived in that apartment, and I met this girl on the block. She was crushing weed, and my dog went up to her, and she joked around. She was like, oh, your dog seems to like what I like. And we started to talk. And we would talk all the time. And she started to tell me about what was going on in her life and how she was getting abused at home. And her mom had passed away. And her brother was being very abusive. And his girlfriend wanted to kick her out. And next thing you know, she's living with me and my boyfriend. And that was the first person that I told about Jeffrey Epstein. I said, hey, I have something to tell you. And I don't know if you're going to want to come with me the next time I go, but I just want to tell you about this man. And I broke everything down to her, and I was very honest with her because I did not want her to walk into something like I did. And when she heard about it, she was like, yeah, I want to go. Like, I don't want to live with you and your boyfriend forever. I want to venture off and go and get my own apartment. Well, let me tell you, I think that introducing Jeffrey Epstein to this girl only made it worse, because then he made us the girls that would go out and get girls for him, because that's all he wanted. And it got to a point where he didn't like some of the girls that we brought him, so he would ask beforehand, what does she look like? How old is she? Where is she from? Like, what's her body type? Because he wasn't going to waste his time seeing girls that he did not like, because we had brought him a couple girls and he would automatically get mad at us. Like, why are you bringing me this girl? She looks like she's fucking 23 years old. Why are you bringing me a black girl? I don't like Amazonian looking girls. And, you know, we were like, whoa, shit, like, we don't know the specifics here. We just thought that you wanted us to bring girls, you know? And I think our friendship really died because Jeffrey Epstein started to put us against one another. And it got to the point where I had forgotten this. And in my 2019 deposition, I never had said that Jeffrey Epstein raped me. When I went to Virginia Guthrie's memorial, I had seen all these women, and I had met all these girls, and they were talking about how Jeffrey Epstein had raped them. And I was very confused. I was like, wow, what the fuck? Like, I can't believe Jeffrey did all this. Because in my head, all there was memories of him using all these, you know, toys and all this. And I didn't remember that he had me. But I came back home and I called Jane Doe, and I said, girl, you're not even going to believe, like, Jeffrey Epstein, all these girls, and I just don't know why he didn't do that to us. And she was in complete silence, and she turned around and she was like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm just sharing with you, like, this experience that the girls went through, which I find it really, really crazy. And she was like, no, Marina, not only were you, but Jeffrey Epstein used to line us up in the room, 3 or 4 of us, and he used to pick you up and put you on top of him, and you guys would be doing all these things. And I'm like, what things? She's like, I don't want to get really into detail. She's like, because I'm scared that it's going to trigger you in a way. She's like, but he used to tell us, like, this is what you're supposed to be doing. This is what a good girl does. This is how you get me happy. Whatever Marina's doing, you girls need to start doing. And that kind of put everybody against me right there and then, you know?
And you don't even remember doing it?
I did not remember it until a year and a half ago.
Why?
My 2019 deposition does not say that Jeffrey Epstein me. It also does not say that I had an encounterment with Ghislaine. Because when I had an encounterment with Ghislaine, when, you know, her and Jeffrey Epstein raped me and another girl, he had asked me, he liked this girl very much, this Brazilian girl who was 18 at the time. She was a model, and she never wanted to go there alone. She always wanted me there. She always wanted me there. And when I went there, Jeffrey Epstein did not want me in the room, so he would let me venture off to his house. So I would be in his kitchen, I'd be in his piano room, I'd be in his library. I would just try to figure out the house on my own because now I'm curious, right? And one day he says to me, no, Marina, stay. I want you to stay with us today. And I thought it was weird. And I was like, okay. And I stayed in the room, and he goes, we're going to go into my bedroom, which he never did. He never asked us to go into his bedroom. Only when he showered, he would walk around, and we would walk around after him, and he would talk about like, hey, did you meet any friends? Like, that was his main interest. That was his main goal. And in his bathroom, he had like torsos, like bodies of like the top, like of the torso, like fake boobs. And then he would have like the bottom torso. He would have it everywhere in the bathroom. And I would like walk in and be like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, does he not like have enough of me and my friends thinking, okay, up until I met other victims, because I did not follow through with the Jeffrey Epstein case, thinking that me and my friends were the only one going to Jeffrey Epstein. I did not know there was a whole pyramid going on. Had no idea, okay? So we go into his bedroom. I'll never forget, he had white sheets, white pillows, comfortable bed. I was like, wow, like this is like heaven, right? Coming from, you know, where I was struggling and not having the most comfortable bed. And Ghislaine walks in and he says, a friend will be joining us today. And never introduced us who this girl was, who this woman was. And she came in and we all went to town with each other. Details I cannot remember. They, both me and this girl.
You and the model and Jeffrey and Ghislaine?
Yep. And I can't remember detail for details, but I always want to reach out to this Jane Doe, but she's super traumatized about this. She has never spoken about Jeffrey Epstein. It does not even exist in her world. And she's scared that her husband will leave her because of this. So I respect her, but I always want to call her and be like, what are the details that happened in that bedroom? I know that we got raped, but like, what else happened? And every time I even bring it up to her, she's like, I don't want to talk. She has a son who doesn't have much time living, and I respect that. I respect that she wants to be private about this. So, you know, I only got to know that it was Ghislaine like in 2020 when I seen her in the news. You know, when the FBI came to me in 2008, I never went to search who Jeffrey Epstein was. Even when the FBI came again to me in 2019, I never went on Google to see who Jeffrey Epstein was. It was just not something that I wanted to know, if that makes sense.
Wow.
This went on for how long?
So I was seeing Jeffrey Epstein until I was 17 years old. And I started working in a coffee shop at the time. I got out of the train station and I was walking home, and there was a coffee shop. The name of the coffee shop is Flow. And it said help wanted. So I was like, let me go inside. I don't have a social security. So really when I would get jobs, it was just a word of mouth, or somebody would tell me like, hey, they're looking for somebody to work. And that's how I really got to work in Astoria. Like at that point, I already had worked in a factory. I worked in many restaurants as a dessert girl, as a waitress, busker.
You think it's time to handle Northlock's food supply problem? About time, too. I heard they've been rationing coffee for a while now. Just the thought of rationing coffee makes me sweat. The food convoy would be there by now, but radio interference has messed up their nav systems. Plan a route from the southern tunnel to guide them to Northlock Village. The coffee must flow.
Girl, oh my God, I went through so many jobs. I worked for an advertising company in Manhattan. I worked for a DJ. I was doing anything that anybody would tell me, and I was able to earn money. And walking home, I come in, I talk to, at the time, who was Chris, and I said, hey, I need a job. You know, I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to work. I've already waitressed, you know, I've been a bus girl. I've been a hostess. He's like, do you know how to work a POS system, which is like the system that now everybody uses, that it's a computer, you no more write it. And I'm like, no, I don't know. But however, you give me 2 weeks, I can learn it. And he was like, done. Come back tomorrow. So I started to work there. But I did lie about my age. I was only 17. I wasn't allowed to serve alcohol. So I told them I was 18. They never asked me for ID. They just believed me. So I started to work there, and I started to meet all these people who were working, making legit money, mature, girls were in their 20s, boys, men too, in their 30s, and I started to really, like, just my maturity level was just totally different. And I started to put on makeup, I started to act more like a young lady, I guess I could say, or a 17-year-old. And I was going to Jeffrey's, and I was no longer enjoying, as he would say. I was no more faking it. And, a lot of the times too, I was smoking weed, right? And then it went to someone at 16, I can't remember, 15, my mom brought me to a therapist. They started to prescribe me Xanax. So I started to take Xanax. And the next thing you know, cocaine was introduced to me. And then I started to do cocaine. And then it was alcohol. And I was drinking alcohol, Xanax. And then Percocets got introduced to me. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, I was just doing a whole bunch of different drugs. And when I was going to Jeffrey Epstein's, I'm kind of going back now, I remember being a little bit off and like not, I don't know, I wasn't there because I was always fucked up. And one time me and my girlfriend took a bump in his room, in the massage room, and he wasn't there.
A bump?
He came in, he did his massage, but when we came back, he came up to both of us and he was like, we were so, I don't know how we didn't catch on. He came up to us, he came right to our faces. He was like, are you girls doing drugs? And we're like, no. He was like, let me tell you something. If I find out you're fucking doing drugs, you're done. And I'm gonna give you a week to get yourself together, because in 2 weeks from now, I'm gonna take a piece of your hair and I'm gonna send it to the lab. And if I find out you guys are doing drugs, it's fucking done for you. And we were like, holy shit,
That's
like how the fuck does he know? Last week we just took a bump in his room. That's why he knows, because he had cameras everywhere. But we were just so young, like we didn't think about it, So we were like, we really stopped doing drugs for like 2 weeks, and then we started again. We're like, all right, he forgot about it. We started to kind of, act a little bit. We started to be sober and started to be there and feeling things. And I think that was Jeffrey Epstein's whole thing. It's like when we were fucked up, we were just like, whatever. We were just like trying to be in the mood. But when we were able not to be numb, we had to feel those things, and then we had to fake it. And I think the drugs kind of covered it, and he didn't like that. He wanted us to be present.
To suffer?
So he didn't like us on drugs. So when girls do say like, oh, he drugged us, I'm like, I don't know. He didn't like any of that with us, with the New York girls, So anyway, so I started working in this place, and I started to be around mature people, and at that point, I was making a good amount of money. I was working in a coffee shop that had a really good daytime, had a good nighttime. It was a very, it was like the place to be before you went out, They expanded, they made into a bigger shop. It really blew up, this coffee shop in Astoria. It was like everyone was going there. If it wasn't for a coffee, it was for a drink, it was for lunch, if it was for rap. We got really popular. And I was just going to Jeffrey Epstein's, and I was not able to bring him girls that he wanted. I was meeting girls at my age. I was meeting girls at 18, 19. I was not meeting girls at 13, and he had asked me, he's like, what about your sister? And I'm like, never, absolutely not. My sister was 8 years younger than me. At the time, my sister was living with me. My sister came back to America. She went off to Brazil. She came back to live with me at 10 years old. So I was taking care of my sister. And I think my sister at the time must have been 14. No, younger than that. She was like 11 years old. She had just moved in with me. And he had asked me, and I said, I'm not bringing my sister here. Like, you're out of your mind. And he was just telling me, he was like,
I mean,
kind of like boring and old now. He's like, you're wearing makeup. He's like, you're all mature on me. He said it in a joke, and I said to him, that's what happens when people age. They mature and they are, they grow, Jeffrey. That's what happens. He was like, you're no fun anymore, and you don't bring me girls anymore that I like. I got to the point where I was bringing him girls that were over the age of 18, and I would lie to him and say that they were young. And he was like, he was like, that's enough. I had enough of your shit. He's like, you keep bringing me all these old women. He's like, I need you to bring me IDs. He wanted to make sure that they were underage. And I couldn't do anything because I just wasn't meeting that type of girls. And I didn't think that was appropriate for me to bring a 13, 14-year-old. I was 17 at the time, And we just disconnected. It was something that we went our separate ways, But then I had to call him again in 2008.
For what?
Because the FBI came knocking on my door. And I was still in contact with him. I was still kind of seeing him. I would bring him some girls that were at the age of 18 but looked young, which was that model, which he was very much in love with. And the FBI comes knocking on my door, and I'm like, I had no idea who it was. I open up the door, and they're like, hi, we're so-and-so, and we're here to ask you questions about Jeffrey Epstein. I was like, automatically in my head, I was like, oh my God, me and my friends are going to get in trouble. Not thinking that there's women all over the world that are involved with this man. And I was like, I'm not going to talk to you about him. And I went to go close the door on the woman, and she put her foot on the door, and she was like, you're going to talk to me whether you like it or not. She's like, I'll give you the chance to call me. And she dropped her card on the floor.
Come on.
And I closed the door. There is a Jane Doe with me in the house. And I look at her, and I'm like,
very gaius.
And I just slide all the way down, what the fuck? Now, I'm still an immigrant in this country at 19 years. I'm sorry, it was 17. I was 18 at the time. I was 18 years old. I was still an immigrant. And I was like, what do? I have the FBI searching for me. I call up Jeffrey's secretary. I'm like, I need to speak to Jeffrey. The FBI is looking for me and asking me questions about him. And she was like, I'll get Jeffrey on the phone right now. He calls me within minutes. He's like, Marina, what's going on? And I'm like, Jeffrey, I have the FBI looking for me. Why? He goes, don't call me. Don't call the office. A lawyer will call you. Hangs up the phone. And next thing you know, I have a lawyer calling me. I go to his office. My first question was, should I be completely honest about everything? They're like, you have to be very honest about everything. And I told them everything that I knew. But then I started to see that they were not protecting me. So then I started to say less because I was scared that they were going to know too much about, they were going to know that I knew too much about Jeffrey Epstein's world. And I was like, this is not the people that are going to, protect me. And they ended up really scaring me, telling me that I was going to go to jail, that what I did was very wrong, and that I should be scared, and that I might have a chance that I will be doing time. And I was like, well, that's fucking great. I'm like, how the fuck am I doing time when this man is asking young girls to do massages for him and basically forcing us to bring other underage girls to him? And I don't know what happened. One day they call me and they're like, you don't have to ever call us again. I had gotten subpoena at the time. They were like, you don't have to go to West Palm. You don't have to do anything. It's over. And I was like, thank God. Because the last thing I wanted to do was go against Jeffrey Epstein and tell them what I knew about Jeffrey Epstein when he was paying for my lawyers. But I had to be honest.
How much time passed between the FBI visit and when they told you it was done?
I know it was close to my birthday. I can't remember when, because when I look at the files, I'm like, damn, man, I turned 19 years old. They had me on my birthday going through this shit. I know it was my birthday because I seen one of the days was like June 30th and my birthday's June 29th. I was like, what the fuck? I was going through this my birthday, and they just told me. And that's when Jeffrey Epstein got the sweetheart deal. But he knew to keep me out of the stand, because if I would have went on stand, it would have started a whole other thing in New York. And, you know, he knew to take that sweetheart deal. He took that plea deal, and he knew it was the best thing, because if I would have went out to West Palm, it would have been a mess for Jeffrey Epstein.
But for how many years were you with him?
With Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah.
14 until 17. So what is that?
3 years?
3 years, yep. Mm-hmm.
And visiting him 2-3 times a week?
Yeah. I mean, it slowed down when I got close to 17, you know, because I wasn't bringing him the type of girls that he wanted. The age that satisfied him was not, you know, it wasn't just what I didn't have those kind of, and I knew it was wrong. Like at that time, I was like, I can't bring him a 13, 14-year-old. I'm fucking 17. It's like I had a little sister who I was protecting from my stepfather. And, you know,
but
he
just
really
how to feel
wanted
about her,
young girls.
Just as an
That's all he wanted.
He had the same problem your stepfather did. He just had a lot more money.
Yep. And I feel like with my stepfather, I got trapped into a place where I didn't want to be there. With Jeffrey Epstein, it's a lot of people ask me, like, why did you go back? Why did you go back? I'm like, have you ever been in a place where you don't know how, I didn't have no education. I had no papers. I had no social security. I needed to fucking live. I felt guilty that I went to the cops about my stepfather. I was willing to do anything to reconstruct my friendship and my relationship with my mom, you know? And a lot of people don't understand that. And that's why I said in the beginning, I'll do anything not to put my daughter in charge of being the head of household. That's just not how it works. And that's why I say, you know, if my mom was the kind of person who was like, where are you getting this money from? Where are you going? When I dropped out of high school, I was cutting class because I was tired and I wanted to sleep. And one day I went to a friend's house, I went to sleep, and it was with this girl. This girl always brought me to the wrong places, I swear to God. She's like, all right, she's like, let's go to Beach Bum, I need a tan. And I'm sitting in the front, like, talking to, like, the guy in the front. She's getting her tan. My face, my back is towards the door, and my mother walks in. And, you know, I turn around, and I'm like, what are you doing here? First of all, I didn't know my mom was tanning. I wanted to be like, are you fucking kidding me? The money that I'm bringing in, you're fucking tanning? That was my first thought, you know? But then I was like, fuck, I'm caught, you know? And she's like, I should be asking you that. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in school? And I was like, yeah, but you know, and she's like, don't worry. She's like, we'll talk when you get home. So when I got home, my mom turns around to me. She's like, so you've been cutting school? And I was like, yeah, I'm tired. Like, I'm working at night. I'm, you know, going to school. I come home 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And the times that I've walked home, the 6 blocks that I lived from that job, you know, many times I almost got kidnapped. I almost got raped. You know, I've gone through numerous things of working in that place, you know, older men hitting on me, trying to buy flowers, but they really wanted to buy me, you know. One of the men that had came in there was a Russian guy. He completely fell in love with me, and he literally turned around. He was like, sit here. He's like, I'm buying all your flowers tonight. He's like, you're going to hang out with me the whole night. And I was with him the whole night. And the following week, he bought the club, and he was like, you are not going to be a flower girl. He's like, you're going to work as a hostess, and I'm going to give you $5,000 a week. And I was like, what the fuck, you know? And he had never asked me for anything. He never asked me to do anything with him. He was so in love with me. And then one day he kissed me, and I got out of there and I was crying, and I was like, holy shit, like, what the fuck? Like, this old man just fucking kissed me, you know? I was like 14 at the time, you know? But he bought the whole club, and then I felt guilty that he bought the whole club, and I should be kissing him, and I should be fine.
At 14, he was paying you $5,000 a week?
$5,000 a week.
Wow.
But he had to fled. He was Russian, and he had to fled back. He had a Brazilian wife, and that club did not last very long because he was Russian, and it was a Greek nightclub, and he had He had to go back to Brazil because he was involved with the mafia. So one day we come into work and there's no more work because he has fled to Brazil because the Russian mafia was looking for him. But, you know, I think that people don't understand until you are in that position. I don't think they understand what it's like to be an immigrant woman, being young. You know how many girls that came to my house, my apartment, because at one point my boyfriend ended up cheating on me, so he left, you know, and obviously I don't blame him for it because he was 16, 17 at the time. Like, he's not going to take me serious. He was just trying to help me. Until today, I talk to him. He's married. He's very successful. I'll never stop talking to him. He's done everything for me. He was a savior for me. And
what a weird...
people just don't understand. You know how many women came to live in my house and their parents had sent them off from Brazil with like $2,000 and was like, figure it out. You're lucky you're even going to America. These women come to New York, come to Florida, come to wherever. They have no documents. They don't speak English. They don't know anybody. They're just coming into a place hoping to rent a room and finding that Brazilian community, because I met a lot of Brazilian and Latin women. And then a lot of the women knew that I had Jeffrey, and they would be like, hey, you want to make money? You want to live somewhere? This girl's got an apartment. She can rent you a room. And she also has connections. And a lot of the times, a lot of women had asked me, hey, we know that you, like, you know, you have this connection with this guy. Is that true? And I'd be like, yeah, that is true. They're like, well, I'm interested. And a lot of people are like, but how can you be interested? You were 16, you were 15, you were 17. People will do anything when they're desperate. And it wasn't because these girls were filling themselves up with drugs. You know, yes, I done drugs myself, but let me tell you, I didn't have the opportunity to be like, I'm gonna go away, I'm gonna do drugs, I'm gonna buy a Louis Vuitton bag. I was just like, I have enough money to buy my weed, to buy whatever I can. If somebody's giving it to me, great, but I will not spend more than that. All my money went to my mom. And then after I moved out, I had a rent that was $1,250. Okay. A lot of my roommates that were these women did not pay their rent because they did not give a fuck. Okay. And I had electricity. I had the cable bill because we all had cable at the time. You know, it got to a point where I turned around to Jeffrey, and Jeffrey had said to me, he goes, you know, I'm renovating my one of his living room, or was his courtyard, I can't remember what it was. And he's like, I don't even know what I'm gonna do with all this old shit. And I was like, I'll take it. And he's like, you wanna take it? He's like, all right, I'll have my driver take it for you. And my whole apartment, which was definitely not up to shape, let me tell you, everything was a complete mess. And it was just like, I just didn't have the money to furnish the apartment. And he furnished my whole apartment with his old furniture. You know, it was things like that. And I think that people don't understand when women are desperate, they sometimes use the wrong tools, and it's not their fault. It's where we wonder, where are the parents in this? Why aren't the parents involved? These women were sending back money home to Brazil or to other countries. Their parents didn't ask, where are they getting this money? Where are they working? You know, parents sometimes often feel like, well, things are getting paid, things are good for me, so, you know, it doesn't really matter.
Your interactions with Jeffrey, what kind of things were you doing?
You know, so it really started out with nothing, right? Like, I just got there. When I went back, he wanted me, we talked, and then next thing you know, it was my brother that was coming off. And then he would use a lot of different on me. He really liked to get his nipples pinched as hard as possible. And he would lay down and, like I tell you, he would like struggle. It was like such a struggle for him to like, he had this face where he was like wanting me, you know, and he would sometimes get me close to him and he would like press me on him. You know, that was before he he me and he would press me on me, and he would rub every part of my body, and he would touch my like very aggressively, and he would have these, and you know, he had introduced me to a whole new world of, because I was like, I did not know this was such a great feeling of this thing, you know. And he started to then use, and then long after that, he was just like, get on top of me. And I'm like, what, you know, at that point, it's like.
So that took a while.
It took a little while. I don't think it took very long, you know. I think that it was a very quick thing. I think it was within 6 months he was able to me and get me to do. I was able to do whatever Jeffrey wanted, you know. And I don't know if it comes in with like wanting validation from a man, which I never got it, you know, wanting to feel loved. Remember I said to you I had like, you know, my first with a boy was at 12 years old, and then I just started to kind of like be this girl who was just like, yeah, she's like hooking up with everybody, you know. It wasn't like that I wanted to, and I just wanted somebody to love me. I wanted somebody to, I don't know, I just wanted to feel wanted, you know.
And not having a father that was just a good, loving father was probably a big factor in all this.
I think it's a huge factor in women's life, and I think we all miss it. And I think a lot of the survivors sometimes, most of them don't have their father around, I think. And most of them, if their mothers are around, you know, they're like, well, you know, I've come from a broken home. When I read my comments, I've come from a broken home, like divorce, like I'm getting a divorce with my ex-husband right now. My daughter does not have a broken home. She just has parents that do not get along. That's it, you know, and we co-parent pretty fucking great, you know. As much as he's also a fucking narcissist and also abused the shit out of me. I think the cycle for me went on to get abused up until 7 months ago. Yep. My ex-husband, I met him at 21. He is 8 years older than me. And I thought I was in love. I was like, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, in love, in love. And the abuse that went on in the beginning of our marriage was insane. This man had already pulled out a gun to my head. And people are like, why didn't you leave? I'm like,
how?
It's a cycle of abuse. You think it's normal when it's not normal. He trashed, he just treated me like shit. Like I was a piece of fucking shit. Like I was working in the strip club at that time, and he's like, you're nothing but a fucking stripper. Meanwhile, I'm like paying for the bills just as much as he is, you know. He's taking the money in pretty well. And next thing you know, the abuse is going on, and I'm taking it. I'm getting body slammed. I'm getting taken to the hospital. I'm calling the ambulance. You know, I had smashed my arms into the mirror. I had to go to the hospital because I had gotten cut, and I had to get, you know, whatever that shot is called. And, you know, I never told anybody. I just kept it quiet. My sister, who lived with us, went to school and told one of the teachers that, you know, my sister's boy, because he was still my boyfriend at the time, boyfriend put a gun to her head. And then I had a ECS case open, and I still lied to them. And I told them that it was just, what do they call those guns with the pellets? Like, oh my God, I'm blanking off right now. I told them it was
pellet gun, BB gun?
A BB gun. Mm-hmm. And they investigated for a little while, but then, you know, they left it alone. You know, and then also growing up with my sister wasn't that easy. My sister became epileptic.
Wow.
While she was living with me. And that was really hard because I had no idea about epilepsy. And, you know, when she found out that she really couldn't have a normal life, that turned into a whole thing. She didn't want to go to school anymore. And it was just very tough raising her. She started to drink. It was very tough to raise her, and it was something that I was not prepared to do, but I had to do it because my mom had sent her back to Brazil at one point because she wanted to go live with my stepfather. My mom never told my sister that my stepfather was a pedophile. So my mom turns around to me one day and says, I'm going to send your sister to Brazil. And I said, why would you do that? Like, you know this man likes little... And she's like, no, he will never do that to her daughter. And I said, he definitely will. Now, my mom knew that if she sent my sister back, she wouldn't be able to go back because she was an immigrant at the time. And she told my sister was like 7 years old. She was like, you sure you want to go and see your father? You know that I can't go to Brazil with you. And my sister's like, yeah, I want to see my dad. I want to see my dad. Here goes my sister on a plane at 7 years old. My mom sends her off. Wow. And my sister's calling me from Brazil. And I'm like, he's fucking abusing her. No, she's not. No, she's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. And then my sister finally asked my mom, hey, can you come to Brazil? Like, I really miss you and I want you and dad to be together. And my mom was like, I think I'm going to have to go to Brazil. And, you know, if I go to Brazil, I can't come back to America. And I'm like, you should have never sent her. I told you not to send her. So my mom goes back to Brazil, finds out that my sister's all the girls in the neighborhood. And my sister comes to, you know, visit me for the summer. And I was like, I'm not sending her back. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm not sending her back. You fucked up again. She's living with me. So when my sister came, she was 10 years old. She started getting seizures at 11 and a half, I think. And it became really tough because my sister was really great in school. She was trying, she did the ROTC, which is a program to be a cop. And then once she found out she was epileptic and she wasn't gonna have a normal life, it just went downhill from there, you know. She went to high school and she didn't want to graduate high school. And I was like, you're gonna graduate high school. Cause my mom took me out of, school. And, I made her graduate, which kind of probably reflects on me because, yeah, what I was saying to you when my mom turned around and was like, are you cutting school? Which I didn't finish that story. And I was like, yeah, I'm fucking tired, like I don't want to go to school, like I'm paying for the bills, like I don't know why I'm going to school. And she's like, it's okay. You don't want to go? You don't have to cut anymore. I'll take you off of school. And I just was like, wow, like it was that easy. Like I just told her I didn't want to go to school. You know how many times my daughter wakes up and tells me she doesn't want to wake up and doesn't want to go to school? Imagine I'm like, yeah, you don't want to go to school? No problem. Just stay home and go work, So yeah, my mom dropped me out of high school, and the whole point was like when you dropped out of high school at that point, you had to take GED. And I did take it, but I didn't pass because I was just in the beginning of 9th grade. I didn't know anything about nothing, So I never kept on with the GED. And up until today, my daughter asks me, she's like, are you going to take your GED? I was like, I am, but life is a little bit crazy right now. So I think it's one of the things that I have to do.
Do you feel like your years with Jeffrey Epstein improved the quality or the trajectory of your life or hurt it?
I think that's a
question. He was saving you from, you were making good money with him.
Yeah. I don't think it was a good thing because I learned how to make money quickly. And then right after that, that's all I wanted to do. And that's when I turned 18, close to 19. My mom she was still living with me. She hadn't gone back to Brazil.
You may have finished high school if it wasn't for him.
Yeah, I would have finished high school. I told my mom, I was like, I want to go work at a strip club. And my mom was like, you want to work at a strip club? She's like, I don't think that's the right move. I was like, I'm tired of working all these jobs and having to pay my bills and your bills. Because now I was living by myself and now my mom was not living with me. She was living in her own apartment. And she was like, okay, where do you want to go, dance? And I was like, I'm going to go to New Jersey. I swear to you, like if I tell you this part of New Jersey, I can't even say the name of this place. It's like Hapatonga. I can't even say it. It's like so far off in New Jersey because I didn't want anybody to see me. And I started to dance there. And then once I started to dance there, I was like, I can't work here. Like I'm driving an hour and 30 minutes to get to this place. And she took me there. She was like, I'll take you there. And I got tired of driving there and I was like, I'm just gonna work downtown Manhattan. And then from downtown Manhattan, I was like, okay, I'll work in Midtown Manhattan. And then from Midtown Manhattan, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna work wherever the fuck I want because nobody's paying my fucking bills, And I went from being an entertainer to a massage girl in the strip club. And then, you know, they had asked me to become a VIP host, which was a management job.
How did you feel when you learned that Jeffrey Epstein died?
When I go back, I see that I had a hard time. And I think the reason why I had a hard time because I didn't believe that he was dead. And I was scared that he was going to some way, somehow come after me. Because being minor victim 1 and understanding that I was leading some of the things.
You were the first minor victim, right?
I was a little bit scared. So I was having a hard time being comfortable with if he was dead, which today I don't believe he's dead. But then I was like, oh, thank God, because the depositions and the way the FBI was and the way everything was, I was like, oh my God, I can't do this anymore. I was like so overwhelmed, and I started to really have a bad heart addiction with Xanax. I was popping it like Skittles. I swear to God, like I'm sober, and I call myself, I was like a functional junkie, because literally like I would go to my depositions, and right after that I would go to work, and I would be closing out tabs for like $10,000-$50,000, and the next day my boss would ask me like, who spent this money, what was his name, and who was he with, and what camera did he sign out, and I would remember everything. And I was popping like 10 Xanax a day, and they were like 2 milligram bars. I almost died. And thank God I almost died, because that's what made me get clean. I was moving to Florida, and I had bought like 400, and I was off the street. So, you know, obviously I was not even getting real Xanax. I bought like 400 bars of Xanax, and I moved it in the truck to Florida from New York. And our moving date got pushed. And I'm sitting at home, I'm like, fuck, I don't have Xanax. Now, if anybody takes Xanax, if you don't take it for one day, you're fine. But the second day, you are definitely a hot mess. And especially if you're taking 10 to 15 bars a day. I was like literally putting them in my hands and just taking it like it was nothing. Our moving date got pushed, and I just remember going, holy shit, what am I gonna do? And I started to feel withdrawals. And I would get up and I would pace around, because my heart would start, you know, it would start beating really fast, and I would just get up and start moving and trying to breathe. And, you know, and I didn't tell my husband at the time, didn't tell anybody I was highly addicted to it. Nobody knew I was addicted to Xanax. And 5 days into it, I was having diarrhea, couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't function correctly. I was on the edge. And about the 5th or the 6th day, I'm laying down in bed with my ex-husband and my daughter, and I fall over and I start seizing. Now everybody's confused, right? I wake up, I'm getting dragged in an ambulance. I have my little Adidas sneakers on. I have these orange pants on. They just threw anything on me. And I look down on the ground, and I'm being carried by like, I'm like, what? I'm like, no. They're like trying to drag me in the ambulance, because I didn't know what happened. And they're like, ma'am, you had a seizure. You need to go in the ambulance. And in my head, I was like, oh, fuck. I know why I had a seizure. So I get in the hospital, you know, they hook me up with IV, and they're like, listen, we're gonna, you know, do an MRI on your brain to figure out why you had a seizure. I was like, it's okay. I need to be honest here with everybody. And I think it's about time, because I really wanted to stop, but the addiction is so hard that you're like, just one more day. And really, Xanax, you can't just come off of it on your own. Like, you have to have, you gradually have to come out of it, and you have to go to rehab. And I turned around, I was like, I have to tell everybody something. And the doctors were there, you know, everybody's like trying to figure out, my ex-husband's there. I was like, I'm highly addicted to Xanax. And they're like, and I was like, no, like really bad, like 10, 15 bars a day. They were like, you should have seen their faces. They're like, holy shit, like almost like, how the fuck am I still alive taking 10, 15, you know, green bars a day? And I told them, and I came straight to Florida. My ex-husband didn't even want me to be in New York, because he was scared that I was going to get more illegal Xanax. And I came to Florida, and I was like, no more weed, no more cigarettes, no more alcohol. I was done with everything. Let me tell you, it was the worst 18 months of my life, because once you do drugs, Amy Winehouse said it once in her documentary, she stopped doing drugs and she got, you know, sober, and she was like, it's just not fun without drugs. And you feel that void when you're done doing drugs. You're like, holy shit, like nothing is fun. Life is not fun. There's like, you're not high anymore. So it's like, it's not fun anymore, right? You have to get over that time before you realize that there is more to life than drugs. You know, you have to get over that 1 year. And reality is, it took about 3 years for my body to get back to normal, and for my mind to understand that I need to set goals in order for me to start enjoying life. There's more to life than just drugs, you know? It's about to be 7 years. Actually, February passed, so my 7-year anniversary came through.
Good for
being
you.
Sober. Yep.
That's great.
Yep, thank God.
How do you feel about what's the current situation with the Epstein files and no prosecutions, no nothing here?
It's a fucking joke. I feel like I was talking to somebody yesterday. I was like, why do I feel like we live in a third world country? Corruption is normalized in America, and it's something that people that live in third world countries don't ever expect that from us. They only see it in their country. I think that we're lacking justice, transparency. We're lacking a lot of things, and unfortunately, you know, it has become very political, this whole thing. It's not something that we wanted. We wanted to sit here and tell our stories for people to believe us, for us to change this culture, to help the generation, to make different laws to allow women and men to talk about their abuse, and, you know, and to see the files where you get to see these rich and powerful men who are getting away with crazy, crazy crimes. And, you know, look at my stepfather. I went there, I told on him, he went to jail right away and got probation. And the last day of his probation, you know what they did to him? They sent him right in the back, and they were like, guess what? You're getting deported down. You're going back to your country. So, you know, it's like, it's so crazy. We have ICE out trying to stop illegal immigrants that are not illegal immigrants so far that we have stopped. And I got to tell you, these illegal immigrants that have committed any crimes, they're not driving home from work at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. They're committing more crimes. And the FBI and the federales, whatever the fuck they're called, they have this database where these illegal immigrants have caused these fucking crimes. We do not need to stop people in the street. Americans don't understand how immigration works and illegal aliens work. They know where they are. They know the crimes they've committed. They have a database explaining everything. They do not have to stop people in the street. That is just a way of the Trump administration trying to intimidate and saying that they're putting in the work. They're not putting in the work. They're only trying to intimidate Americans and silencing them in every way possible. And it's not only with the Epstein files, it's with everything. This is becoming a country where I'm starting to question, I don't even want to be in the United States of America anymore. And I fought so hard to get my papers here, to become a citizen, you know, to do everything right, to work and pay my taxes and all and I'm like, man, fucking America is going downhill. Like, I need to go to Europe. That's where it is right now, you know? So I think it's a complete mess where we're going through. I really don't see any justice being brought. You know, I don't see any of these men getting arrested. I just see us really putting up a long fight here.
What does your life look like today? What are you doing now?
So I was a stay-home mom. Fortunately, I could do that. I had opened up a restaurant. I invested some money in my restaurant. It didn't work out. After I broke my silence, 2 weeks later, I asked my ex-husband for a divorce. And I seen how much my peace was being damaged and was being taken from me. And I needed to gain that back because all I wanted was peace. This man did not leave me the fuck alone. I mean, we have a pretty good life. We have a house. We have a beautiful daughter. We have our health. We have food. We have dogs. We don't have much in our life for us to complain about. And this person was complaining about everything and just sucking my fucking energy. And after I got my divorce, I really thought my calling was for animals. I was like, I want to open up a dog shelter. I want to do this. Like, I want to do everything for animals. And then I was like, damn, I really need to start making more money, because if I'm starting to save these animals, then, you know, I need to create an organization or a foundation or something like that. And then I broke my silence and I was like, well, let me start a platform. And then I started a platform where people can share their experience about their abuse. That never happened. People started to DM me and started to tell me about their abuse. And I was like, this is great, but I can't start giving advice to everybody. I'm not a licensed therapist. And God forbid I give somebody an advice and it doesn't go the way that they wanted to go, or they thought it was going to go, or it wasn't going to work out. I can get in a lot of trouble for that. A lot of people are like, well, I text you, you need to answer me back. I'm like, it's because I'm not a licensed therapist. The whole point is for you to share your story out in the open so that other people can give you their advice. Me personally giving you advice, I'm not a licensed therapist, you know? So I did that, and then it became really like something big, you know? People wanted to hear my story, and I think now my main job is I love to go on different podcasts. I love to talk about my story, but I also, in a lot of these podcasts, I do talk about red flags. I talk about awareness. I talk about limits, and I talk about boundaries and how early you should be teaching your kids these things, because it prevents them from being in an abusive, and not only sexual abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse, friendship, and relationship. These are something that it's not only women. Men should have boundaries too. You know, teaching moms that have sons how to teach them not to be an abuser, not to teach them to be a groomer. You know, I see my daughter, 12 years old, she gets groomed by another 12-year-old boy. You know, moms have to be aware of this. We have to keep up with the phones. The phones are the most important thing right now. It's what's fucking our kids up. It's these stupid fucking phones. It's the stupid social media. These are the things that I like to talk about. And, you know, I have other things coming, but I don't like to talk about it, because if it doesn't happen, and I'm the type of person that when it happens, I talk about it, because if it doesn't, then I kill myself with it. Like, you know, so I have some things coming out. It's in the works. So I just pray every day that it's going to work out.
Cool. Thank you for the interesting talk. It's so nice for you to be able to share your story with everyone.
Anytime. I always like to share my story, and I always like to leave with a little note. Don't forget, the only thing that's important is you, and never forget to protect your peace. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Marina.
Thank you.
Bro. I think I'm gonna... Wait,
I was like, did you not hear me say no? And he looked at me and he was like, yeah, I did. And I told him, I was
The following video contains explicit sexual details from a Jeffrey Epstein survivor. Because of YouTube's guidelines,
I was like, did you not hear me say no? And he looked at me and he was like, yeah, I did. And I told him, I was like, well, if you care about me, why didn't you stop? And he was like, well, I couldn't. Like, I wanted that and I needed that.
All right, Grace. Grace, where are you from originally? Where'd you grow up?
I grew up on an off-grid island in Washington. It's called Waldron. It's right on the border of Canada. But I was born in Seattle.
Okay. Tell me about your family growing up.
My mom was an international model in the 90s. And she met my dad, who was a drummer. And then my mom started a dance company in downtown Seattle. And then my dad got into construction. And so I was born, and it was cool to have parents like that. Like, they had all the stories, all the, you know, the wild stuff. But then they raised me on the island, and it was mostly my mom that raised me. My dad was there for a bit, and he hated it, and so he moved back to Seattle. My mom and I stayed on the island, and it was great. It was probably the best childhood I think a kid could have off-grid. Like, I learned to drive at 9 and went to one-room schoolhouse with 14 kids, and yeah, really small. We had 40 people on the island, like, year-round, and then 200 in the summer, and just dirt roads, no gas station. It was like Gilligan's Island, but cold.
What a fun way to grow up.
It was amazing, like, really, really amazing. So that's what my parents were like. I mean, yeah, my mom's badass, I'll tell you that.
Cool. And you graduate high school?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not. I was supposed to graduate during COVID. Actually, we moved back to Seattle with my dad, and then after that we moved to Port Orchard, Washington, on a farm where I had like horses and stuff, and COVID hit. And I was a very anxious kid. Like, going to school was really difficult for me. I have OCD, so like intrusive thoughts and all that. Like, I was always like, oh, my mom's gonna die, and I can't prevent it. So it was intense. And then we moved to the farm, and that was around high school time. And my parents were gonna get a divorce because it was pretty rough for a couple years with my dad. Since I was like 11. So for high school, sorry, I'm like all over the place. High school, I dropped out. I never went back. I just,
What did you want to do?
I wanted to be a drummer for my dad. My dad started teaching me when I was 6, before we moved to the island, and after. He was a metal drummer, and so like the first song he taught me was New Millennium by Dream Theater, which was like not the song you teach a beginner. So I wanted to be a drummer. I was super conflicted. Like, I was super into screenwriting. I really wanted to be a filmmaker. And so I wrote 7 like full screenplays by the time I was 15. And I like worked with a couple of producers on those. But I always wanted to be a musician. And my dad supported the music, but he didn't support the screenwriting. And he was always telling me, he's like, you're gonna be on drugs and you're gonna die by the time you're 19. Like, don't start it. So I was like playing drums a little bit. During the time I would have been in high school, I just studied music. So I learned to play guitar and bass and like a little bit of keys. And then when I was 15, my dad left. It was like a long time coming. We didn't talk for a year. We were living in the same house. It got really bad. Like, cops were getting called. I had 3 restraining orders, and he finally left. long time. And after that, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be a drummer. Like, I don't need him, And so I joined a band 3 months after my dad left, and then I was like pretty much playing full time until a couple years ago. I got really lucky with that. Yeah.
And you stayed out of trouble with the drugs and all the things that you were.
I tried to. I did really good. There was an incident when I was 17. So I was 16 and I started playing in bands. When I was 17, I really needed an out. And is it okay if I go back a little bit?
Sure.
With my dad? There was a time, like, it got so bad with my dad because I was like supposed to be in therapy for OCD. And my dad was like just kind of crazy enough to where he would tell my therapist that anything I said about him wasn't true, and it was all my mom. And so he's like, oh, if she's saying that I'm abusive, it's her mom. Like, I'd never hit her, I'd never tell her anything weird. And so he was going behind her back, and my therapist was trying to tell me that the reason I have OCD is my mom, and the reason that, I'm like kind of like struggling with depression was my mom. And so she'd have me like write out these stories of my mom dying, and she'd be like, well, your dad thinks it's a good idea, so we need to listen to what your dad is saying, and write out these like car crashes. And she's like, I want you to read that every night before you go to bed. I want you to like really like face it. And it scared me as a kid. I was like, well, geez, like I was trying to tell her that the things that my dad was doing wasn't normal. Like, probably shouldn't take me on walks for 4 nights a week and tell me how he's like gonna divorce my mom, and I'm gonna wake up in Montana with him and not know how I got there and never see my mom again. And so it kind of like kind of started with that. And then when I was 15, when we were living on the farm, I still wasn't talking to my dad. It started with him. Like, I came home one day and he would not talk to me. And I was like, what happened? Like, my dad and I were super close. Like, I thought he was like my best friend. I mean, I was scared of him. Like, I knew he'd go off any minute. And he definitely was a little crazy, but I loved him like he was my dad, you know? And I came home from Seattle and he wouldn't talk to me. And I would try to talk to him and he would just like look straight through me like I wasn't there. And I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. Time would go on and then he'd start knocking on my door in the middle of the night and be like, you know what you did? Like, you've been abusive to me since you were a kid. Like, you know why we're not talking. And so as a kid, I'm like, well, I don't know what happened. Like, we were cool one minute, now we're not. And I'm pretty sure my dad was super bipolar or something, because he could never keep a job. Like, it was always arguing with people. And so that started going on. And then I was really wanting to get into music, but at 15, I developed anorexia. And so I'm like almost 5'9", and I was 97 pounds. So I didn't have energy to like play drums. I was like just trying not to pass out, you know? And it got bad enough with my dad to where I thought he had a gun, and I was like, oh, he's just crazy enough, you know? Like, he always kind of talked about killing people that did him wrong. And I was like, oh, that might happen. Like, this is bad. And so I got tired of being locked in my room all the time. And so I moved out to the barn with my horse. And, you know, like, winters in Washington can be really hard because it's just rain for 9 months straight. And I started getting to a point where I was like, well, my dad doesn't love me anymore. I don't know what happened. My mom's great, but like, she's dealing with this whole divorce thing that's like, he was horribly abusive to her. And so I'm like, I'm letting her do her thing. And I started getting to a point where I was like, I need to leave. Like, I'm gonna go down a really bad path if I stay in Port Orchard. And tried to run away to Texas when I was 15. That didn't work out. And when it didn't work out, I was like, you know what? I had no life. I never had friends. Like, I did not have any friends, especially during COVID. And I was like super sick with an eating disorder. And at that point, like, I can't even imagine what it felt like to be 15 again. But I was like, you know what? I think my life's done. Like, I don't want to live anymore, you know? And so one night, like, in the barn, and it was cold. Like, living in a barn on the floor in the winter is not fun at 15. And I found a razor blade, and I was like, I'm done. Like, I got nothing. And it was intense. Like, it was a long time thinking about how I didn't want to live anymore. And so when I was 15, I had my first suicide attempt. I tried to slit my wrist in the barn, and I have a serious blood issue to where I can't, like, I see blood and I pass out. I don't know why I thought that was gonna work. I like got a little bit, I started bleeding, and I just went into a panic attack. And I was like, well, shit, I want to die. Like, I don't want to be here anymore, but I can't do this. And so I went outside and I like laid in the field. And it was just that guilt, you know, like when you know you just tried something really, you shouldn't have done it. And I woke up the next day and it was like everything was normal, like still no dad. I'm like, my mom would come in and hang out and we'd talk about everything, but I never told her. And like 2 months later, after I turned 16, right before my dad actually left, I tried again, it didn't work. And I was like, you know, like it's really hard to die. Like, for me, it was just not working out. And
my dad was giving me a hard time about not watching the news enough. So naturally, I gave him a hard time right back. News, Indians, down, sea fire. Told through one side, if you're independent, things still be you.
And I was like, oh, I think this is what I'm meant to do. Like, I was like, I was so full of life for the first time. Like I got into recovery for anorexia. I was like healthy, didn't even consider going back. I was just like, music is where it's at, you know, and like how far can I go? And like how can I really have that dream of like being a successful drummer? And so fast forward like a year, I was practicing 10 hours a day, just, you know, still wasn't going to school. I'm like, just gonna be a drummer. And I got really good. And I got an opportunity from my my bandmate's friend. He was looking for a drummer in Sacramento. And I was 17, I was almost 18. I was like 3 months away from my birthday. He seemed like he had a really promising career. And I was like, you know what? This is perfect. Like, I've always loved California, always knew I was going to live in California. To me, I was like, okay, this is just like the universe. Like, this is a manifest. Like, this is great. And so I was 17 and he was 25. And looking back, I should have known that wasn't gonna go good. I was hitting me up all the time, like, oh, I really want a drummer. I really need a young drummer. I think a girl drummer would be great. Like, you know, you seem really enthusiastic about it. This would be a perfect fit. And so we had a show booked for it was April 22nd, so it was 2 days after my birthday, and it was my 18th birthday. And he told me, he's like, I'm gonna fly out. And I'd met him a couple times and he was always super cool. And he was like, I'm gonna fly out and we're gonna do this show. If the show goes well, you'll move to Sacramento. We'll like get you out there, we'll get you a bunch of gigs, you'll get a bunch of tours and big shows and all this promising stuff. And we did have a good show. Like, it was with the bass player of Heart. And so to me, I was like, oh my God, I'm almost 18. Like, I get to play with these really good musicians. This is going to be amazing. And I was still super messed up about my dad, because once my dad was gone, like, we never talked again. I still have not talked to my dad. It's been 5 years, or a little over that, I think. So the show was booked and he was going to fly out, and he told me, he's like, well, you know, you're my best friend. Like, I'm going to fly out a little bit earlier, celebrate your birthday with you. Like, 18's a big one, right? And don't know why a 25-year-old would want to be really best friends with a 17-year-old. At that time, I'm like, ooh, starting to see through some stuff, but I didn't know. And I was so, I think, I just wanted a family so bad. And my dad left, so I was like, it was my mom and I was just like, kind of like still figuring out how to heal myself from the trauma of my dad and my childhood, but also of like having 2 suicide attempts. And I got pretty close. It didn't work. And like I kind of just like wanted like a family, you know, like in my head I was like, well, if I had a family, I wouldn't have tried to do that to myself. I wouldn't have like gotten super sick. Like, you know, this is perfect. Like, this family seems to love me. So, and I trusted him. And so he flew out and we were hanging out listening to vinyls, because I had like a stack of vinyls that were just vintage, like Queen and Zeppelin and blues. And he was like, oh, we're gonna listen to vinyls. Like, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be really fun. It was the night before my birthday. And we had a great time. Like, we were just hanging out. He was innocent, wasn't weird. And then he like, I was sitting on the ground and he like held me down, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And I was like, well, like, what are you doing? You know, and like that heart racing started happening, because I'm like, uh-oh, the energy just changed and something's not right now. And he goes, well, he looks at the phone and it was 11:55 p.m. and he was like, well, I can't wait any longer. And in my head I was like, oh shit. Like, uh-oh. I trusted him. He wasn't weird. And now he's like holding my shoulders down. And he was sitting on my bed. And I remember he started taking his pants off, and I was like, oh no. Like, this is really bad. And I started going into like kind of fight or flight, and instead of fight or flight, I went freeze. and didn't know what to do, and I kept trying to get up, and he kept pushing me down, and he kept telling me how much he was like essentially gonna have me give him a blowjob, and I was like, no. No. And I kept telling him that, and I like pushed him, and I kept saying no. I was like, I'm gonna go upstairs, and he's like, well, you can't go upstairs if you can't get up. And he just held me down, and I was like, oh no. And I can't even like remember. I would have done things so differently now, but then I was just so like innocent, you know. I'd never had a boyfriend, never like wasn't even around boys because I was so isolated as a kid. And so that happened. I remember even like clenching my jaw down, and he was like sticking his finger in my mouth trying to get me to open my mouth. And when that was going on, I was like, I think I just checked out. Like, I think I just checked out while that was going on because I didn't know what to do. But then I also thought about like, well, I can't lose this opportunity to go to California because I can't stay in Washington, you know? And it was so intense, and I think I just blacked it out. And after that was done, like, I thought that was it. And then he like grabbed me and like put me on my bed. And then I was like, oh no, it's gonna get worse. Like, I thought that was it. And I kept telling him like, no. And I was like trying to like kick him off me. And just, he was just stronger than me. Like, I couldn't get out, and I wanted to like yell for my mom because she was upstairs asleep. But there was that like almost that sense of shame where I'm like, oh no, like now my pants are off. I couldn't have even stopped you from taking off my pants because you got my arms down, you know? And then there was that sense of shame, like, well, what would my mom think if she knew that just happened? And he kept telling me like, you want this. And in my head, I'm like, I've told you no like 12 times. I keep telling you to get off. And I think I like really blacked out when that was really going on because I kept saying no. And I was like, stop, like that. Like, it hurts. I've never done that before, you know? And he told me, he grabbed me by the throat and he held me down. And then he whispered in my ear, and he was like, I want you to tell me you love me more than your father. What? And I'm like, oh, God. Like, the last thing you want to think about is your dad when there's a dude that's, like, assaulting you, you know? And he just put his hand over my mouth and just strangled me as hard as he could. And I remember I felt everything. It was awful. And then it happened, and then... And at that point, I was 18. Like, 5 minutes had gone by, I was 18 at that point, so it wasn't illegal, you know? And he sat up and he started bawling. Like, never seen someone cry like that. And I sat there, and he was like, I just remember him saying, oh no. And this guy was super religious, like super Christian, very, like, I don't know, weird Christian, like a little too into that, you know? Like, I know people who are Christians and they're really cool. He was like almost using that as an excuse. Like, yeah, well, God will forgive me, you know? And, yep. And I told him, I was like, did you not hear me say no? And he looked at me and he was like, yeah, I did. And I told him, I was like, well, if you care about me, why didn't you stop? And he was like, well, I couldn't. Like, I wanted that and I needed that. And I just didn't know what to do. Like, I was so numb in that moment. Like, I've never had that happen. No, I've never, at that time, was like never intimate with anyone, never even kissed anyone yet. I was like 17, you know? Just was very focused on like music and trying to have a good future, and all this weird stuff started happening. And yeah, I didn't understand what that was because I just didn't know. Like, I knew people who, like, I went to middle school with who, like, they got molested or they got raped or whatever, and I was like, well, that never happened to me. Like, I don't understand. And it started to like set in a little later, you know, when I went to bed that night, and I was like, I woke up and everything just hurt. Like I'd wake up and we had the show like 2 days later, or I think the day later. And I was just trying to get myself in this, like, don't pay attention to what just happened. You have to focus on the show, and once we get the show done, then we can deal with that shit later. And then if he wants me to still move to California, then I'll have to make up my mind then. So we played the show, went fine. I was super nervous. Like, I didn't play great that night. I was trying to focus on the song, but I was like, something's wrong. Like, something just happened, and something bad happened. And in my head, I was like, I think that might be the worst thing that's happened. I was so, like, I just started feeling so dirty and so gross and everything. And he flew back to California and called me and was like, you know, I want you in the band, and it's going to be great. Yeah, it's going to be great. And you're going to get so many shows, and you're going to just, like, we're going to go on tour, and it's going to be amazing. And my mom still didn't know anything. And I know she started noticing I was acting funny. Like, I was really weird if she wanted to hug me. I was super, like, in my head. And I got that OCD, so I was like, oh, she's gonna think I'm dirty. Like, that's gross. So I, like, kind of wasn't super comfortable being close to her. And then I found out that, like, my dad was, who I hadn't talked to in a couple months at that point, he would just start showing up, like, around my neighborhood. And we live in the middle of nowhere in Washington, like, dead end farm. And these trucks would start pulling up. And I later found out, like, I got really good at stalking where my dad lived, like, you know, whatever the people search, whatever. Found out that those were the cars that were his roommate's cars. And so he was taking his roommate's cars and, like, driving around. I was in the woods one night with my mom, and a flashlight started shining through the woods. And so in my head, in that moment, like, I was sitting outside after he called me about joining the band, and I was like, well, my dad's kind of stalking. This guy just, like, assaulted me. I have no good options right now. Like, there's a fork in the road, and it's gonna go really bad. And I've always struggled with depression since I was really young. And that was the first time, like, I stopped feeling really optimistic about the world. Like, I was in a band, and it was fun, and I was like, oh, this is what life is gonna be like when I'm older. And that creeping, I don't want to be here anymore, started coming back in, because I was like, I don't think I have a good choice right now. And I had never drank, I had never done drugs, I never smoked, nothing. And I got so, like, low because I started Googling, like, what is sexual assault? Like, did that really happen to me? Like, he was my friend. I was trying to, like, find ways to tell myself, like, no, that was my fault. I could have prevented that. Like, I mean, I could have prevented not having him come out, but, like, I didn't understand that. I didn't know that was possible yet. And I started, like, really researching and started realizing, like, oh, that's what happened. Like, that was intense. That was scary. And I just hit bottom for a bit. And I was telling my mom, I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, I want to join this band. And I was lying. I was like, I'm just nervous. Like, maybe I don't want to be a drummer. I don't know. But then I was like, but I can't stay here, because she's seen me just hit the ground in Washington. And she found out later on about, like, I told her, I was like, Mom, I tried to kill myself twice, you know. And she found out about that and was like, oh, we got to go to California. Like, this would be great. And in my head, I was like, I'm going to try one more time. One more time. Like, if I die, then that solves my problems. And if I don't, then I have to go to California. I don't know why that was, like, the right thing in my head. And so I, through a friend, got a bottle of vodka, and it was Pink Whitney. I had a big old bottle of that. Never drank in my life, was in the barn, drank the whole thing. I had like a quarter left, and I took a bunch of pills, and I was just praying. I was like, oh, this is it. And I had never been drunk before. So that feeling, and especially that much, having never drank before, hit me hard. Blacked out, don't remember anything, woke up the next day, throwing up, like shaking, just full on cold sweats. And I woke up and it was that sinking feeling again, like, oh shit, like this guilt. And I'm not going to get into too much about that, but I ended up moving to California for the band. Never played a show with him. Moved out.
Do you think his real motive was just to get you in bed?
Yeah. He would tell me, he's like, he straight up told me one day, because I got kind of mad. I was like, hey, it even got to a point where like we raised money for the band to get me out there for your band, and you're not having me play with you, and you're not even letting me like he'd let me now and then play one song. And I'm like, this is weird. But he would post me all the time. And he was like, well, you're going to be my stage girlfriend so that guys don't hurt you. So that when you're at a show, you can say, this is my boyfriend, you know.
Embarrassing.
It's embarrassing, yeah. And I told him, I was like, well, I'm playing with other people then. Like, whatever. Do your thing, dude. I'm out. I'm done. And I got really mad about that. And so I joined another band, and his mother came up to me, and I was freshly 18, a couple months after turning 18. And she said I was a whore that nobody's son would ever love because my own father couldn't even love me.
Oh my God, bro.
His mother?
His mother told me that.
Why would he get
Yeah. And
wow.
yeah. And
it's hard being an attractive female, isn't it?
Sucks. I don't even think I'm attractive. I'm like, I just have a bunch of tattoos and that's it. But yeah. And after that, I got to play in a lot of really good bands. I left that band, that situation, and I was so happy. Like my friend, like it almost makes me emotional talking about her because she has picked me up so many times when I was so low. Her name's Haley, and she just has seen right through everything I've been through, and it's weird.
That's great.
It's amazing, yeah. Like she got me booked for shows. I played shows with her. She had a Harley, and I'd never met a woman that rode a Harley before. And in my head, I was like, I want to be her. Like, she's cool. And she got me shows, and I was playing shows. And, you know, I was making money playing shows. I was a drummer. I was like actually busy with that, and I was happy. Like for the first time, I was so happy. Just loved everything. Like I even got to the point where I was like, you know what? I'm thankful for my dad, because if he didn't leave, I wouldn't be here. Like I'd still be somehow on the farm with him, just trying to do whatever he wanted me to do for him to love me, you know? And I missed him so bad, because in my head I was like, oh, I'm playing all these shows, like he'd be so proud, you know? But I got to do some of that for him, in a sense of like, I think I'd make him proud, but I can't be around him. Like it's not healthy for me to be around my dad, but I can still be grateful for what he taught me, which was drums. And so then I was 19 at this point, and I just got my first Harley. I was working at Harley Davidson in Rockland, California. Best job I've ever had. I was like, I'm gonna work part-time here and play shows, and this is great. Like I'm gonna, you know, I started, sorry, I'm again like all over the place. I started playing a lot of biker bars, and I had such a, I just felt so at home there. Like all of these really tough guys, you walk into the room, and I'd never been around bikers in my life, like didn't even know people with tattoos. And I'd go into that room and be like, whoa, this is a tough crowd. And they just like took me under their wing. And I started feeling like the family that I wanted so bad. It's not blood family. It's like the people that I'm meeting at shows that are like showing up for me in ways that my dad didn't even do. Like these are people I still talk to. And they started like encouraging me. They're like, hey, Rockland's hiring, like you should go get a job there and then you'll get a bike. And my mom was like, no, you can work there. You're not getting a motorcycle. Got a motorcycle, I think like 2 months after I worked there. It was an 05 Softail Deuce, which is like not a beginner bike. I just like the look of it. And I was like, I'll figure it out. Learned how to ride, and it was great. Like, I started feeling so, I had like a sense of confidence that I didn't really have before. And, you know, like I used to ride horses a lot and do the jumping and everything. And when I got out of that, I was like, there was still that sense of adrenaline that I was missing. Like, oh, there's something about motorcycles. Got my bike, and I was talking to my mom, and she was like, how would you feel about going back to Washington just for a little bit? Like, just, you know, 6 months, maybe a year, just see where it goes. You'll get to practice anytime. You don't have to like pay for rehearsal studios. And I was like, yeah, this is a great time. Like, let's go back to Washington. Let's go back to the farm. And kind of thinking that I was in a good enough place. Like, I got a Harley now. I've really worked through a lot of my stuff with my dad. Never touched on the assault. Never touched on that. Just blacked it out. And so, I was a little too happy. Like, I was in a little too good of a place at that time. Everything was working out too good. And my best friend, who, again, should have known, like, older musicians that are hanging out with the 18-year-olds aren't always pure of intention. He was 35, and he was a really good friend of mine. He was like mentored me with music and helped me out, and just really, in my mind, I was like, this is great. You know, I have another musician who's way better than me, who's like coaching me. And I had told him that it was my last show before I was moving back to Washington, and that I was gonna be gone for a bit. Like, I'll miss you guys, you know, I want to play one more show. And so he said, he's like, oh, let's do a show, like, come play with us. And we played a venue that I always wanted to play, and it was at that time probably the best show I ever played. And at the show, I had a really young drum student, because I was teaching at that point, and I had a really young drum student who I just adored, was there right next to me. And my friend comes up, and he like put his hand between my legs and like picked me up. And I was like, whoa, no. So I pushed him off. I was like, fuck you, dude. And he grabbed me and like wrestled me to the floor in a sold out venue. And my drum student's right there, who's a child, you know? And I was pissed. I was like, hey, don't do that again. And I was trying to play it off, like, to not freak the kid out that he just dropped me. Oh, you know, he's just my really good friend. We're just like that. And I started getting that sense of like, this isn't right. This isn't right. And he knows I'm leaving. He knows he's probably not going to see me again for a long time. And
that sucks ass.
So the show ended.
Oh, no radio message? Okay.
And we went to hang out at my house. And it was normal. Like, we were watching movies, we were chilling, we were talking about, I was moving and he was moving, and we were just talking about music and having this really deep conversation. And
same guy.
Different guy.
Oh, different guy.
Different guy. This one had serious drug problems. Like, always told me, oh, I'm clean right now. Don't worry, I'm clean. I'm not on drugs. Heroin, like past of just nothing but heroin. And
why is she so pretty?
I don't know if he ever got into meth, but chance. And a lot of coke. Like, I've seen, since I was 18, like I've seen so many drugs just in green rooms. Like, it was normal. I was like, I'm good. I never really drank much. I kind of went through phases a little bit, but I was always kind of had my head on straight. And so we're sitting on the couch. It was like 4 a.m. and we were I was leaving in a couple of days, and I couldn't figure out why my dog wasn't in the room. And we're in the living room, and my dog is everywhere. Like, I have a big German Shepherd, Freddie. Like, she is where I am all the time. I was like looking around, like, she's not. I don't know where she went. Like, he got up to go to the bathroom, came back. My dog, I don't know where my dog went. And he closed her in my room. I found that out later. And we're watching the movie, and he pulled me closer, and I remember he tried to kiss me, and I was like, dude, no, I don't do that with bandmates. Like, no. And I got that heart race. I was like, oh shit. Like, uh-oh. I've already kind of blacked out what happened when I was 17. I don't know where this is going to go. And, so I told him no.
That's harsh.
And I was like, dude, I'm not having sex with you. I don't want to do that. And he full fist just socked me in the jaw. And I still, like, I have to crack my jaw all the time now because I think he hit it so hard. It, like, I don't know if it dislocated it or broke it or what, but I'm always moving my jaw. Not drugs. I can't, it's messed up. And he punched me in the jaw, and, like, my ear started ringing, and I heard it just pop. And I was like, oh my God, you know? And when I went to, like, sit up to, like, I don't know why I thought I was going to fight him. I was, like, so upset about that. I went to, like kind of lunge at him, and just like when I was 17 by the other guy, he grabbed me by the throat and just held me on the couch. And I was looking at him, and he just, both hands kept squeezing. And at that point, you're like, oh, this is getting serious. Like, the last guy,
there's a pattern. Didn't
do it that hard. This is like, I'm not seeing anymore, you know? And I pass out, and I wake up. I opened my eyes, and he was on top of me, and my clothes were off, and I just, like, I opened my eyes, and he was inside me, essentially. And I like couldn't imagine, like, I don't know how that happened. I passed out, and 2 minutes later, you got what you wanted. Like, and then I opened my eyes, and just one more time, slap across the face, strangled me. And I wake up, and I was in my bed, and my dog was in my room laying on me, and it was too peaceful. You know, like, you wake up, and the birds are outside, it's sunny, it's warm, you're like, it's too perfect, but something doesn't feel right. And so I went to the bathroom, and I look in the mirror, and my whole throat was just, like, purple. It was just fingerprints and just a bruise. And so I, like, walked out to the living room, and he was making coffee. And I was like, do you see this? Like, do you see that, like, can you admit what just happened? Like, I don't understand. And he looked at me, and he was like, what bruises on your neck? Like, I don't see anything. And I was like, they're there, and everything's, like, swollen, and it hurts. Like, how do you not? Like, I had a big bruise on my chest, like, down here. And he was like, you're making it up. And in my head, I went right back to being 7 years old, or, like, you know, a kid, when I was telling my dad, like, Dad, I don't understand why my therapist is, like, telling me it's my mom. Like, what's going on? And he told me, oh, you're making it up. And then when I was older, and when he wasn't talking to me, I asked him, I was like, why won't you talk to me? And he like, why can't you love me, Dad? Like, I remember having that conversation, and he'd look at me in the eye and be like, you're making it up. Like, you know what you did. And so in that moment in my kitchen with the bruises on my throat, I felt like it was my dad telling me again, like, you're making it up. That didn't happen. And I knew what happened. Like, there's proof this time, like, it's visible. And I was like, how do I not tell my mom? Like, how does my mom not find out? Because she can't know about this. And I was, you know, I had my Harley, and so I'd always ride with a bandana around my nose underneath my helmet so my visor wouldn't fog up. So I was like, I'm just gonna wear a bandana, like, really tight around my neck for a while, and she'll never know. She'll think it's like a little style preference. And that I I couldn't black it out for too long. Like, that one was a little too invasive, and not being conscious for any of that
Está muy cabrón, bro.
really messed me up down the road. Like, I dropped him off at the band's house, and I was like, we're done, dude. Like, I'm not gonna see you ever again. And he got mad at me, and he was like, I don't know what your problem is. Like, you're making shit up. There's nothing on your neck, you know? And I don't know why I never pressed charges. I think I was too scared that no one would believe it. Like, I'd never talked about it, and no one knew at that point. And my mom and I moved back to Washington, really? And I started really going downhill. Like, I bought an RV and put it on my mom's property because I was like, I'm living in my own place, you know. I can't deal with people. And I started becoming like a really just angry person, like really quick to just snap. And especially if men were talking to me, I would just right down their throat. Like,
yeah, do you have any trust or any ability to trust men? Given all the things you've been through?
She's trusting you.
There was one guy that I did trust.
No?
I don't know why. Like, I think, like, with assault, I think it either makes people like hypersexual or not at all. And I'm like not at all. And I never thought that I would ever let myself get close to anyone, especially like a man. To be in my head, I was like, I'll never be intimate with someone. I'll never trust someone. I don't even think I have the side of me to be really caring and sensitive, like with a boyfriend. Like, I don't think I could have that. And I met this guy right before I went on tour. I was 19, and this was 4 months after the rape, essentially.
The second one.
Yeah, the second one. And thankfully the last one. And I don't even remember like how we met. We met, and he was like 2 years older than me. And he was like, oh, we should hang out. Like, we should go hang out. And in my head, I was like, no. Didn't even know what this guy looked like. And there was a weird part of me that knew that, like, I was leaving for Nashville in 2 weeks. I was like, you know what? We have a lot of mutual friends. I'll hang out with him once. Why not? And so he picks me up, which I'm like, I went from like, can't trust anyone to like, suddenly I feel like I need to go meet this person. No clue why. And I was like, I'm gonna be nice. Like, I gotta chill. Like, it doesn't mean he's gonna hurt me. And we got in the car, and we went on a hike, and he was the nicest person I'd ever met. Like, didn't make a move on me, wasn't weird. He dropped me off at a normal time. And it stuck out. What stuck out to me so much was that playing a bunch of shows and like being in the rock scene, especially, the only attention I got from men was always like, oh, let me take you home. Like, you know, yeah, you wear leather pants. Like, I know what you want, you know? And they just tell me these nasty things. I'd never gotten a genuine compliment from a guy ever at that point. Like, no guy ever called me pretty. It was always like, oh, you should come home with me. Like, you know, they called me hot. They never said, oh, you seem really sweet. You know, like, I want to get to know you. It was never that. And it's just the crowd, I think. And he texted me after he dropped me off, and he said, you know, he's like, well, I had fun. Like, we'll have to do this again when you get back. And he said, you have really pretty eyes and a really nice smile. And he was like, I love your freckles. And in my head, I was like, whoa, that's weird. Like, no one's ever said that to me. And they've never been like gentle with me ever. And so I went on tour right after that in Nashville. I played with great musicians. Like, they were the sweetest people. I hate to say that I didn't trust them, but I didn't. You know, I was like, oh, I know how bands work. Like, after that incident, I can't trust these guys. But they were so sweet, and I started realizing that I haven't handled any of my shit. Like, I've never worked on my trauma. I've never been accountable for the fact that, not accountable, like, I've never I've never gotten help for the fact that I got raped as a kid, you know, as a teenager. And it started like, you know, I had the mentality like, I'll just run away from my problems and they won't catch up to me because I'll just keep running. And they catch up to you regardless. And I played not great at that tour. My head wasn't in it. I wanted to go home. I wanted to be with my dog. I wanted my bike. I was like, I'm done. I can't do music anymore. And I had kept a little bit in touch with that guy because it was weird. Like, other guys would hit me up and I'd just start feeling gross. I just had that, like, you don't know what happened. Trust me, you don't want me. I'm really, like, dirty. Like, there was a dirty feeling I had. And then when he would text me, there was, like, it was weird. I was, like, a side of myself that I've never seen would come out. And I was like, I really care about this guy. Like, I really care about him. So I moved back to Washington. He was still in California. And I went downhill really bad. Like, I was drinking the moment I woke up till I went to bed. Couldn't stop at all. Like, my mom started realizing, she's like, hey, you smell like alcohol. And I'd get defensive. I was like, geez, Mom, like, it's not alcohol, you know? So many bottles in my little trailer. I was just downhill. And in my mind, I was like, I am taking like an hour shower a day of just scrubbing myself. Like, something's not right. And I finally told my mom, because I told her, I was like, I'm going downhill. Like, something's wrong. And she knew. She could just pick up on it. And I told her, I was like, Mom, when I was 17, this happened. And when I was 19, this happened. Why they both chose to just strangle me, I don't know. But I was like, I hate my neck. Like, I can't look in the mirror and not see the bruises still. Like, that's why I have my throat tattooed. Like, I don't see it anymore. Like, I have something cool there now. And she believed it. And in my head, I was like, whoa, maybe that isn't, like, maybe that was serious. Maybe that is why I'm, like, no longer playing music and I'm just finding any way to self-destruct. Yeah, that was a really intense time. Cause, you know, like, I at that point I was like addicted with alcohol. I was like, this makes me not think about that. And when I'm sober, it's all I think about.
And plus you were a teenager when this happened.
Yeah. I had a really good friend that was 21. And so alcohol and cigarettes, I'd be like, come on, dude, let's have fun. Like, we'll just have fun. And she just got broken up with. So it was like perfect. You know, I had just turned 20 when I was like really, really in a low point. And I told my mom, I was like, you know what? I think I need to move back to California. I think I need to go where it's sunny. I can ride my bike anytime. Like, I'm in a place where I need to start doing some internal work. Like, I think if I don't fix my stuff, I'm going to end up just like my dad. And I'm going to let it get the best of me. And it's going to just eat me alive slowly, you know? And I was like, I don't want to be this way. Like, I'm becoming a really aggressive person. Like, people are coming up to me and I'm really standoffish. And I was like, I think I need to do some like work. And saved up my money, went to Washington or California, and I had my Harley up for sale. Didn't have a lot of money. I was like, maybe if I sell my bike, like, you know, I took a car to Washington or to California and kept my bike in Washington. I was going to get it later. And I bought a brand new Harley and I was like, financed it. And I was like, this is going to solve my problems. Like, this is great. I'm going to ride and I'm going to fix my stuff. And I started riding 160 miles every single day. I was working like part-time and I was really just like, I'm here because I need to heal my trauma finally and not look at it like a bad thing. Like, oh, everyone's trying to heal their trauma. Like, I didn't have that bad of a life, you know? And I just rode all day till nighttime. If no one else was home where I was living, I'd ride from like outside of Sacramento. I lived in Lincoln, from Lincoln all the way to Reno, and then just ride back. Like, I was 20, so I couldn't go into bars, which was helpful. So I just turn around under the sign and then ride back. And it was like I was processing things on every ride. Like every time I would like fill up my gas tank. I'm like, okay, that was 160 miles. I can go home now. And I would journal. Like I would just write down really everything I learned and like the people that I met. And I reconnected with the guy that I met, who I went on a hike with. And it was funny because in my head I was like, never gonna be intimate with anybody, right? I had that intention. And I can't even remember how it happened, but he invited me over and he's like, oh, you want to spend the night? I was like, yeah. Yeah, I like this guy, you know? We spent the night together. That was the first person that I slept with that I wanted to ever. And I felt comfortable with him, you know? Like I fell asleep next to him and I woke up and I wasn't scared. I wasn't like looking at him thinking that, oh, he's gonna know. Like I'm like, he doesn't want to get close to me. I'm so messed up.
He didn't approach you like a creep like the other guy. He didn't.
Yeah, like the first person. And so we talked later and he was like, oh, I'm not looking for a relationship. Like, I'm good. And I was like, me neither. Oh man, I was so like, I wasn't hurt, but I was like, oh no. Like at that point I was like, oh no, I just slept with this dude and now, you know, now we're probably never going to talk again. And we stayed like friends. But it was just funny where I was like, you know what? Thank God. Like, thank God he didn't want a relationship. Now I can focus on my healing journey, right? And I really was like, oh, this is going to be great. I'm going to heal my stuff. And the second guy reached out to me and he was telling me, he's like, hey, we're going to be in town. Let's hang out. Like, come on, this is going to be fun. Like, I don't know why you're being so weird with me. And I told him, I was like, dude, I don't want to see you ever again. Like, I'm starting to realize that like the way I'm acting towards people and I just feel dirty all the time. And that's not going to change, you know? And I told him and that was that. And I was going to keep moving on. And instead of going like on my little journey to, you know, get sober and everything, I went straight back to alcohol. And I started hanging out at biker bars and sneaking in and going home and just getting messed up. And I started getting really resentful towards the first guy because I started realizing like I was like kind of teaching again a little bit with drums, and I started working with young kids and realizing like some of my students had the same age gap that I had with him. And I'm like, this is a kid. Like, how can you have that big of an age gap, know they're underage like a lot, and still just go for it, you know? And I started getting really resentful, and I was hanging out with a lot of people that went to prison and got out of it, and they were sharing so many incredible stories. And I was like, part of me was healing, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna better myself. And then the self-destructive side was like, no, I'm gonna get in a fight with this dude and I'm gonna win this time. And a friend of mine gave me brass knuckles, and I was just like, I think I got harsher than I've ever been. And I had those in my pocket. I didn't know they were illegal at the time. Had them in my pocket, and I was like, oh, if I see him, I'm gonna go to one of his shows, and I want to scare him. Like, I want to freak him out. He was really, like, at that point, I had gotten, like, I was riding a bunch, so I was like, oh, I have a little bit of muscle, and he doesn't. Like, I think this could work out this time. I could probably try to fight him. And at that point, I'd gotten in a couple fights, and I was getting a little scrappy. And but those brass knuckles, I was like, oh, I finally feel safe too. Like, I'm riding 100 miles a day. This is the only thing I have to protect myself. And I was really aggressive, like really aggressive. I showed up to my friend's court date on my bike, and this lawyer guy, I think he was a lawyer, he kind of gave that off. looked at me on the bike, and I didn't have a lot of tattoos. I think I had a full sleeve at the time. And he said to his buddy right when I took my helmet off, he goes, "That's the kind of girl I'd cheat on my wife with." And I like, I'm not argumentative. I don't like arguing with people, and I just ripped him a new one. And I rode home. I didn't even go to my friend's court. I rode home, and I was like, "Oh shit! Like I'm starting to spiral. I think I need to fix my stuff." And
again,
probably smelled like alcohol all the time. That was just my only comfort because I wouldn't feel anything when I was drinking. And it was daytime, and this was like months this was going on at this point. I was riding in Reno, and a cop lit me up behind me, and I was like at the light where I could get between the cars and lane split and get on the freeway. And I had just gotten this bike, so I didn't have plates yet. And so I had no plates, no motorcycle license, and brass knuckles. And in my head, I was like, oh God, now I know this is gonna go really bad. You know, I heard the siren, and I lane split, and I ripped it to get on the freeway. And I've never ridden that fast in my life going back to Sacramento. And I pulled off on a side road, and in the middle of nowhere, like, I don't even know, probably like Grass Valley or something. Pulled off on a side road, got off my bike, and I just laid flat on the ground. And it was hot. It was hot as hell outside. And I took my helmet off, and the adrenaline, like I was shaking. I was like, oh my God, I just ran from the cops. This is not good. And I laid on the ground, and you know that nostalgic smell, like a nostalgic summer smell, like the pavement and the like the sweetgrass.
Sure.
And I sat up, and I imagined like telling like a 4-year-old me, like, you know, when you're 4 or you're just a young kid, you have so many big dreams, and you have so much like you want to do good for the world, and you know you're a kid. And I imagine telling like the 4-year-old self, you know, everything you wanted to accomplish isn't going to happen. And not only are you like an alcoholic, you're probably going to go to jail. Like, probably going to end up with a felony within the year. If you keep going down the path you're going to go down. And like, that really hit me. And I don't know why that just made me question my actions, because a couple weeks before that, I don't think I can say it. I had an opportunity to start running drugs, and I would get paid for it. And a part of me was like, yeah, that's a dream job. Are you kidding? Like, I get to ride my motorcycle and get paid. Like, that's fine. And I had no sense of like respect for authority. I was like, I'm hurt. People have done nothing but hurt me. Screw it. You know, like, my life's probably gonna end up in jail anyways. And I had that like epiphany of talking to like my younger self, and just imagining like telling that to a 4-year-old. Like, that would be crushing as a kid to hear that. Like, oh, I had all these big dreams, and now I'm probably gonna end up in prison. And I got back on my bike. I returned the brass knuckles. I was like, I don't want these. Can't do it. And I told my friend, I was like, I can't do this. Like, I can't start running drugs, because if I do it once, I'm going to do it again, and that's going to be my life, and I'm going to get caught. I don't know why I think I would get away with it. And I had an old biker guy come up to me, and he was telling me, he was like, you're better than that. And he's like, you're better than this. Like, you know, he was just telling me, he's like, you have a choice. And he was telling me how he went to prison for 18 years and got out. And he's like, it's not what you think. Like, it's not going to solve your problems. And I told him, I was like, at this point, I feel like it will. Like, I feel like if I do go to jail, it might get my head on straight, because I don't know where to go. Like, I don't play music. I didn't graduate high school. Like, I got no education. I don't know what to do. And we just had this long conversation, and
Increíble, bro.
and he told me, he's like, you need to leave. Like, you need to get out of town. You need to get rid of all of your friends that are doing drugs and drinking and start over, you know? And I moved to Washington, back in with my mom, probably 2 weeks later. It was in October, and I, on my Harley and a hoodie and jeans, rode in a hailstorm from Sacramento to Washington. And for a year and a half after that, I never drank. And I started writing a book, and like was reading the 4 Agreements every day, and just like watching documentaries and watching a lot of your interviews too, like really actually finally doing work on myself. And
what did watching my videos do for you?
It gave me a sense of like, I'm trying to think, like I watched the interview with Jason. I'm trying to think of his last name. It was about assault. He had a lot of tattoos. That was like the most profound interview I've seen. And I saw that, and that made me realize, like, maybe if I told people like what happened, and that, like, you know, it's a struggle. It's a struggle to get over rape and like child abuse too, like when you're a kid. And watching that interview, I hadn't cried in years, and I sat there and I was like, whoa, that's intense. It was so profound. And it made me feel so much lighter about things, where I was like, okay, I'm not the only one who feels this way. Like, I'm not the only one that this has happened to. A million people experience this, and sometimes it's really hard to wake up with yourself and try to do better when you're like, yeah, but I feel gross. Like, I don't like this. And yeah, like I remember I was watching those. I was reading just a lot of self-help books, and I remember well, me going back and forth again. Right before I moved back to Washington, this was like the next day from when I ran from the cops, and I was like on this new journey to be like, I'm gonna stop drinking, I'm gonna leave all my friends, and I'm gonna get on the right path, because it will bite me in the ass later. I did one more run to Reno just for my little usual 2 a.m. ride. Could not sleep because I knew that there was a change coming. I was going to go back to Washington. I was like starting to feel light again. Like, okay, I think I can do better for myself. Like, I think I'm really fucking up right now. And I rode all night to Reno. Came back the next, like, 4 a.m. I think I left around 2. Did my usual ride, was riding back, and I just imagined, like, instead of being so resentful towards my dad, who was really like that first heartbreak, how can I, instead of being angry and upset, like, what if I just forgave him? Like, I know the horrible things he's been through, and the horrible abuse as a kid, and I'm sure there's so much more that I don't even know about. And I just thought about, on this ride, like, forgiving him and being like, hey, that's how you knew to love me. Like, yes, you've hit me and you've said some really crazy stuff, but you don't know any better. Like, you don't know what love is. And he couldn't give that to me because he doesn't know what it is. And so I just found forgiveness from my dad. And I was riding back. I stopped at my house, went to bed for a minute, woke up, and it was like just starting to get dark. And so that loneliness creeped back in. So I got back on my bike, ripped it out on Lincoln, like towards Wheatland, which is just fields, like middle of nowhere. And a friend of mine had passed away not that long ago. It was maybe about a month. He overdosed. Dang. And he was a really good friend of mine. And I was riding, and I was like, the sun started like coming up, and his favorite color was purple. And I was riding, and it was like the most purple sunrise I've ever seen. And I put my bike in cruise control, and I stood up on the seat, and just like feeling the wind and just standing there, I was like, whoa, you know what? Life is a lot more beautiful than I'm realizing right now. Like, I'm so in this rut of being so hurt and resentful towards people that I almost was going to hurt someone. And if I would have gone through with the drug running, I would have hurt other people and their family, like not even knowing it. Because that affects, like, you know, give drugs to someone, that's affecting their life more than I'm realizing. And, you know, and instead I was like on this ride looking at this sunrise, and in my head I was like, wow, that's like a big thank you to my friend. Like, I think that was a sign. Like, it was beautiful. And when I got home, I literally just packed all my stuff and was like, I'm going. Like, I'm out. And just found so much like love and acceptance towards people, and not I think another thing is like not taking things personally. Like, some people are gonna leave you. It might be you, it might not be. It might be their own struggles. I've left plenty of people because I was in my own head, you know? And yeah, it was really, and now like I think I'm just in a really grateful place now. Like, I have no desire to go back to that really rough time. Like, I don't want to go back into.
How old are you now?
I'm 21.
21. So you're still super young.
Still super young. Yeah. Yeah. And
I mean, it's just always going to be a terrible outcome.
Yeah.
When you get assaulted like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And
it just is. It's just like, guys don't understand how horrible that can be.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, those two guys that did this to you are thinking about themselves 100%.
Oh, yeah.
They weren't considering your feelings at all in this.
No. And I heard from one of them, and, you know, he was like, yeah, I mean, you look fucked up. That's all he had to say. Because he was like, you look crazy now. And I was like, good. I'm happy. Like, I've gotten to a point where I don't wake up every single day and think about it. And it's taken a lot of like internal work to get to that point where I thought about it, and I was like, I was looking in the mirror one time, because I just got out of a long shower, and I was like, oh, still dirty, you know? And I looked in the mirror and I was like, is this really, like, is this my present now? Like, is this, I'm still meeting people and feeling like they're looking at me going, well, she failed as a drummer because she got raped, you know? And I was instead looking at that and being like, no, that isn't my present, and that's not my future, you know? Like, I will always have had that happen. I can't change that, but I can change like my outcome for my life, and not living in this sense of constant anger towards people, like constant looking in the mirror and being like, ugh, gross, you know? No one's gonna love me because that happened. And instead, kind of living in a sense of like, I think the ultimate thing is, the only positive that I can think about for any of this happening is like, if me sharing my story and like how much your interview like with Jason helped me, if that can help one other person just not feel so alone in that, then great. Like, then it doesn't make,
I'll guarantee you.
Yeah.
It will.
Yeah, like, it doesn't make what happened right. It doesn't make me feel better. It just makes me feel like if there is a positive out of all of that happening, if that helps one like kid not feel like they need to, one, go down the path that I went down and almost went down, but two, like, there are so many people that happens to, and it's really like, it also comes down to like, how do you want to be for your future, you know? Going down drugs and alcohol will get you down nothing but a dark path, you know? and finding ways that you can like heal from that. Yeah, like that's why I want to do this, and that's why I wrote a book and having that come out, because it's like, I don't know, I handled everything on my own. I've never been to therapy since I was 10 and my dad was talking to my therapist. But I've fixed my shit, you know? Like I've handled it. I've been self-destructive, and I've also found ways to heal from my stuff by myself. And a big part of it was getting tattooed, honestly. Like
You did therapy as well?
No.
You never did therapy?
Never did therapy. No. I mean, obviously, I've spent a lot of time in tattoo shops, and
What do the tattoos do for you?
You know, it covers up the skin that I don't have anymore. Like, I that didn't make any sense. The tattoos, like, they've put something beautiful over something that I never wanted to see again. Like, my arms and my neck especially, I just would look down and be like, ew, you know? Like, so many people took advantage of me. I'm just so gross. Like, I wish I could just remove my skin was what I wanted. Like, I've had so many times where I get into these panic attacks and I just wanted to crawl out of my skin. And so when I started getting tattooed, like, his name's Chris, he's in Roseville. He was the first tattoo artist I went to, and he gave me this like really pretty like hummingbird for my mom because she hated tattoos. So I was like, I'll get one for her first, like, then she'll like it. The pain of getting tattooed made me so present, and I've been running from my emotions for so long. So sitting like with that needle, I couldn't just get in my head. Like, I'm like, wow, that hurts, you know? Let me be in my body, and I'm talking to this incredible artist who has so much more wisdom than me that I'm talking to and I'm learning from. Like, I was learning so much about sobriety and like healing and everything, and then it just kept going. And the more tattoos I got, the less I would see myself as like that younger kid that like just was dirty, you know? I started seeing something where I'm like, these are cool, like, I still have to get this finished, but I don't see that skin anymore. Like, I don't feel like the same person that I was 2 years ago and even a year ago. Like, I mean, I think in a year and a half I got like everything done, which is a lot. Like, every now and then I'll look, like, I'll take a shower and be like, oh shit, that's a lot. But it just like healed me, and talking to these incredible artists, just like, I would leave the tattoo shop and feel like I just completed like 5 years of therapy from talking to these guys who have had really rough lives, and they got help for it, and they healed. And a lot of these guys ride Harleys too, so we'd talk about motorcycles, and I slowly learned to trust these guys, that it was fun. Like, I was laying, like, when I got like my sternum done, I was laying there like while my tattoo artist was tattooing me, and I was like, wow, I feel really comfortable. Like, I trust this guy. And I started realizing like I was building trust with these tough looking men that a lot of people, like my mom's friends, were like, oh, you need to get out of that crowd. Like, they're gonna be bad influences on you. And I have never met better people than like the ones that are in my life now, that are tattoo artists, that are bikers, that are really, they to some, they would look intimidating, you know? I mean, I almost got like, I was telling my mom, I was like, oh, maybe I'll get like a little face tattoo. And she's like, no. you need to get out of your crowd for a bit and then think about it. But I see these people as like so insightful and so just such beautiful people that have taught me so much, that have taught me more than a therapist that, you know, has never lived that life could, in my opinion, could give me advice. Like, I'll take advice from the guy that went to prison for 10 years and is sober and is doing all these great things for people, because he truly understands how I feel. Like, he understands where where I've been and what I've been through, and really wanting to be a better person every day than go back to where I was, you know? So that's kind of why I have a lot of tattoos. I mean, they don't all have meaning. It's all traditional, like it's not, a couple of them do, but for the most part, I just wanted everything covered, and to not have that same body that I did when I was, 17 and 19. Yeah.
You have an interesting story.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a bit,
For a 21-year-old, you have a lot.
Yeah. But, I think it's all just, if it helps one person, and that gives me a positive thing to look at rather than resent and be upset,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And, maybe it's me and my motorcycle forever. My trust isn't fully there, but, who knows?
We'll see.
Who knows? Yeah.
All right, Grace. Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you so much. It was an honor.
Lots of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I was really sexualized my whole life, and sexually abused, and just, really bad examples of men.
All right, Tara.
Hi.
Tara, where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
I grew up in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Tell me about your childhood.
My parents were hippies, and my dad kind of had this hippie cult with my godfather, who was kind of my godfather was kind of like the guru of this little hippie cult, and then my dad was kind of like the pulling this the man behind the curtain or whatever. At least that's how he fancied myself, according to my mom. But he's, I guess, a diagnosed sociopath. My mom said he told her that he tricked the psychiatrist into thinking that, and I'm like, why would you trick the psychiatrist into thinking that? He's insane. He's really smart. He's definitely a genius, but kind of batshit. But he tried to kill my mom when I was 2.
Wow.
And then fled and was a fugitive of the state. And I saw him, I think maybe on my 6th birthday, he came and was there. And then the next time I saw him, I was 10 or 11. So I think I was alone with my mom for a year between the age of 2 and 3. And then my stepfather came into the picture. He was actually a member of the cult. And I don't think he knew that my mom and dad split up. And he never left, unfortunately. Yeah, I had a pretty traumatic childhood. My stepfather was an alcoholic. My mom is disabled also. She almost died giving birth to me. She was born with dislocated hips, and then her pelvis twisted, and then her back was all messed up. So she's been in and out of the hospital my whole life, and in a wheelchair intermittently. She's not always 100% has to be in a wheelchair. She can walk with a cane or walker, but mostly in a wheelchair if she goes out ever. And so I think she kind of felt she needed to be with someone, a man, to take care of her in some way, even if he was shitty. My stepfather had an affinity for homeless pedophiles.
Wow.
So,
what the
his
fuck?
Friend, a homeless pedophile. The first time I met him, I think I was 5. And I was in the kitchen with my mom, my stepdad, and his daughter, my stepsister, who's 2 years older than me. She was kind of in and out of the house my whole childhood. She would go stay with her mom in Alaska for the summers. But yeah, remember us being in the kitchen. It was nighttime. The man, Cabin was his nickname, was over, and he went into the backyard. And I remember someone being like, oh, you should go hang out with him or something. And so I went out there and he told me to sit on his lap and he molested me. And I remember he went back inside and my sister came out and was like, hey, what happened? And I told her what happened. And she was like, we have to tell Ellen and Francis. And I was like, no, don't. I can't remember what he told me. I think he like threatened me. He like put some sort of fear in my mind of like why I shouldn't tell. Like bad things would happen, basically. And she never told. And so he continued to molest me every time he came over to the house for the next 5 years.
Wow, ever since 5.
It was like a pretty violent household. My stepdad was physically abusive. He never like beat us bloody, but there was, I definitely like had bruises, and CPS got called on us sometimes because like in elementary school I'd have bruises, and because I was being molested, I was wetting the bed a lot. And whenever I'd wet the bed, he would like punish me, he would spank me a lot, so I just stopped saying anything, and then I'd like show up to school smelling like pee. And I remember one time my friends were like, why do you smell like pee? And I was like, oh, the cats peed on my clothes, oops.
Increíble, bro. Estas historias.
And my sister was kind of abusing me too. She was really angry and she was really jealous of me. She had a lot of insecurity, and she like also was in the abusive environment. She wasn't getting molested, and I think she was jealous of me for that, weirdly, which is super fucked up. But like as a kid, I can get it, So yeah, I just was kind of getting shit on by everybody. And then there was this neighbor boy that also started raping me pretty violently and beating me up and like showing me all kinds of really fucked up porn on like rotten.com, like a bunch of snuff films and like necrophilia shit when I was in elementary school.
Oh my God.
But I remember like across the street from our house there was this pit bull that was always left in the yard, and like so I would go say hi to him. I always really loved animals, and like they always like came to me. And I remember seeing girls after school throwing rocks at the fence, and I thought they were throwing rocks at the dog, so I screamed across at them, leave him alone. And I didn't see the boy against the fence they were throwing rocks at. So they're like, oh, is that your girlfriend? And I'm like, what? And then I see a boy who's a few years older than me, and that's how I met him. And yeah, he started like violently raping me. I'm sure he was molested as a kid too, Yeah, he would like strangle me and pee inside of me, and
what?
My mom became friends with his mom, and I'd be in the basement getting abused, and they would be like on shrooms and smoking weed and drinking upstairs, not giving a fuck or like noticing. And that went on for several years as well. I remember one night like praying to God or whatever, because we were going to a Christian church for some time when I was a kid, for it to stop. And then eventually, when I'm like 10 years old, we're getting evicted from the house I was born in. I was actually born, like the whole cult was there for my birth. But yeah, we were getting evicted, and so then we were gonna move to Silver City, New Mexico. There was this like hippie commune, Naked Hot Springs Ranch up there that they had some sort of connection with that we could go to while figuring stuff out. And the older homeless man, Cabin, was gonna move in with us. So I knew it was gonna get a lot worse and like be all the time versus whenever he came and stayed with us. And so the night before we were gonna leave, he spent the night in the basement. And we were all in the, oh fuck, I totally forgot. My sister, she ended up running away because of the abuse of my stepdad, like the physical and emotional abuse, not sexual abuse for her, luckily. Yeah, she went on a skiing trip with some family friends, and they had taken her to the airport, and she went to live with her mom in Alaska. I think I was like 9 or 10, and I didn't see her or speak to her again till I was 18. I got left behind because obviously, like, I couldn't run away to my father. He was also like a crazy homeless person, I guess. Like, crazy man. So yeah, it was just gonna be me, my mom, my stepdad, and this pedophile moving to this hippie commune in Silver City. So we were in the living room, again, nighttime, and I'm like, hey, can I sleep on the couch? It's really hot. And my mom's like, yeah, whatever. And like, I see the pedophile looking at me, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, I'm trying to set him up to get caught so he doesn't live with us. And so, you know, I'm sleeping on the couch, and I hear him come up the stairs from the basement, and he's like standing over me, and I just hold the sheets over me, like super quiet. And then I start screaming for my mom. He goes in the kitchen and he's like, this is a good sandwich, really loud, so they hear, goes back down. I'm screaming again. She finally wakes up, and I'm like, oh, he just touched me. And she inspects me, and then my stepdad lets him spend the rest of the night. I just sleep in their bed, and then like asks him nicely to leave in the morning. So then he doesn't move with us. But on the way to Silver City, my stepdad goes to a bar and picks up another homeless pedophile from a bar. And so I get on a motorcycle with him as a 10-year-old, and we go to the commune.
My dad was giving me a hard time about not watching the news enough, so naturally I gave him a hard time. Right, that's what helped my shit. Again, that.
And they let that homeless pedophile live with us instead, that they had just met at a bar, my stepdad. And he, of course, is being a fucking creep. But I get him like commenting on my body while I'm in the water as a 10-year-old, calling me sexy, and like would like masturbate in front of me, like when my parents weren't there and he knew I was like in the house.
Remember those archaeologists we helped back at Elamir? Those guys were a hoot and a half. Wouldn't you just love to see them again? Well, today's your lucky day. I guess they had their fill of deserts though, so now they're diving for Atlantis. Or something like that. They seem to need some fuel and spare parts for their mini-sub. So could you deliver those? Oh, and maybe check out a few sites they were interested in digging at later. You know, for science.
These stories, man. Wow.
And so I got him kicked out because he let some like random people put a bunch of beer cans in my stepdad's car. So like trashing his car is unacceptable, not molesting me, but you know, all good. So we're there for a year, and that's the third time I think I saw my birth father. He was staying with this girl in San Diego, and so he picked me up and we went on a road trip from Silver City to San Diego, and like I got swimmer's ear on the way there, and he couldn't take me to the hospital because like he legally wasn't allowed to be around me. So I was just screaming in agonizing pain like the whole road trip to San Diego. And then we went to this house, and there was this Buddhist monk there who was like a Kempo Rinpoche something, and he literally took my pain away by sitting with me. It was so crazy. Like I went into the house, hippies, I hate hippies. But so we go into the house, I'm like screaming in pain in the bedroom, and this monk sits with me and speaks to me, and my pain goes away. And then he leaves and the pain comes back, and I'm screaming, and he comes back in and sits with me, and then my pain never went back. And then I saved some kid's life that was drowning in the pool because one of the hippie parents again was not monitoring their children. But then I got to San Diego with him and his girlfriend. His girlfriend had an older son. He tried to do weird stuff to me as well. And they got in a big fight. And I remember my father like crying on the couch, and I found it so pathetic. And then he like held me, and it was so weird because like I didn't know this man. And he had this friend with him who like gave me bruises on my wrists because like I played a prank on him. And this is important for later. He comes back into the story some years later, this weird friend of his who was like staying in an RV. So on a visit after that, on a visit back to Albuquerque to visit this woman who was kind of like my second mother, I was friends with her kids. I was a few months younger, I think, than her first child. We were like around the same age, and had my mom and her met because we were both babies in a cafe, and they were like, oh my God, became friends. We ended up living close to each other. My mom told her that like I had said I was molested by this guy Cabin, and so I'm like playing with her kids in the house, and the cops show up, and then I have to talk to the cops, and I'm like, what the fuck? So then I get a rape kit, and like during the rape kit, I'm raped again this late, and I'm like 11, I think, 10 or 11. During the rape kit, you know, I'm like back on the table, no underwear, legs spread open, and there's a camera facing my vagina and a TV up there where I can see it. And like the lady asks if some people can come in who are learning, and
You're how old?
10.
Perfect.
Yeah. And so all these people come in, and like I'm dissociating like out of my body. And my mom, of course, is not advocating for me or protecting me. And so there's all these fucking people in the room with my vagina on the TV. And I'm looking away, I don't want to see it. And one of those ladies, who I guess was like in training, grabs my head and forces it up at the TV, so I'm watching. And then the woman doing the exam asks me if he ever like touched my butt. And mind you, it's been like a year since he molested me. So there's like, what physical evidence would there be? But I said, no, he didn't touch my anus. And she shoves her fingers in my asshole. So that was my rape kit. And then I had to go to one of those safe rooms to give an interview to detectives because they wanted to prosecute this guy Cabin. And I completely disassociated during that. I remember like seeing my body really far away, and everything was really quiet and slow, and like it was hard to breathe, and it was cold. And I just talked about the one incident because at that point I hadn't told them that it had been happening for 5 years, since I was 5 years old. And so after that, I go into therapy, and I had a really good therapist. She was amazing. I love her. And, you know, I opened up to her about everything, like the neighbor boy raping me, how Cabin had been raping me since I was 5, and all of this other stuff. So then I do another safe house interview to be like, no, it's not just one count of molestation, it's like 5 years worth of it. But that was considered double jeopardy because he was already getting accused for the first thing, and you can't be like accused of the same or charged for the same crime twice. So I went to court. He was staring at me the whole time in court. Like, it was so fucking intense. And I think I was 13 when we went to trial. And I went up and spoke. I like wrote a poem about being under the ocean and, you know, feeling like I'm drowning or whatever. I don't know. And this woman stood up and was in his defense and basically called me a liar and was like, he's a great man. He's been around my kids. And I'm like, your kids have probably been molested. He also had kids of his own. He actually was like molesting me in a tent in our backyard on his kid's birthday while they were like playing in the yard with our chickens.
Oh my
God.
God.
Was, okay? But anyways, he got sentenced to 18 months and got out in 12 on good behavior, and has probably been raping kids ever since. And
that's great.
After
great
that,
system.
I don't think there was really any sexual abuse for like a little bit, but then I hit puberty, and that's kind of when I went crazy. There also was a neighbor guy who was being really creepy with me when I was babysitting his kid around the age of 13. We moved back to Albuquerque into this house. But yeah, when I hit puberty, I got so angry, and like I couldn't really control my emotions, and you know, nothing in the house had changed. My stepdad was still drinking a lot. My mom was drinking and on pills because of her chronic pain. She was on a lot of opiates. She was taking like, I think like 3 80-oxys a day plus other stuff, and if she missed a pill for like an hour, she'd start going through really crazy physical withdrawals. So yeah, I just wasn't really protected. And I also, like, my mom never had boundaries. There was this guy who was like our uncle, my uncle, but he wasn't really. He was like my mom's friend, and I remember him like grabbing her ass once, and he also was really weird to me. We played strip poker once when I was like 12 or 13, and I tried to put a towel over me because I lost, and he grabbed me by my ankles and shook the towel off, and that shit was just so normalized in the household. And my stepdad would comment on my body. I don't know if he was in on it or not. I've told other people about, you know, him bringing all the homeless pedophiles around and commenting on my body. And when I was in high school, he told me I should be a cam girl, but he was like, oh, you can just dance on camera for money. And I was like, that's fucking weird. So I don't know if he was like grooming me or like in on it or just what, but I was really sexualized my whole life and sexually abused, and like just, you know, really bad examples of men.
How have all of these experiences affected you now as an adult?
Unfortunately, a lot. I went to college, or I got sent away actually when I was 15. Have you heard of those kidnapper people, like the transporters? It's part of the troubled teen industry. So when I hit puberty, I started drinking a lot and doing a lot of drugs and sneaking out and getting into trouble, and had older boyfriends who, you know, wound up in jail and were doing illegal stuff. And the morning I was supposed to go visit my like 19, 20-year-old boyfriend in jail. I was 15, just turned 15.
Oh my God.
I got, woken up by these strangers who then forcefully took me to northern Idaho to a wilderness survival camp.
What?
And then from there, I got taken to an all-girls therapeutic boarding school in Arizona, where they did a bunch of like weird MK Ultra, like attack therapy, weird training workshop things. There's actually a documentary about that place and other places like that now. I think it's called The Program, Cons, Cults, and Kidnapping. It's a really big industry. But I got sent there and then went back home, finished high school, went to college, got in an abusive relationship. All I knew was really abuse. So the summer I graduated high school, I was 18, I met this guy who I think was 25 or 26 at the time, and I fell in love with him. And we were drinking a lot and partying, and he cheated on me a lot and was really physically abusive and controlling. Like, I couldn't look at certain men. I had to look at the ground if he was jealous of them or something. And he controlled what I wore, and I don't know how I made it through college. I actually graduated cum laude, and I double majored in anthropology and languages. I studied abroad in Paris. I don't know how I survived that shit or did it, but it's really affected my relationships and my self-worth. I was always told I had so much potential as a kid. I was in gifted classes and have a really high IQ and so smart and talented and capable, all this potential, but I'm really self-deprecating. I can be so mean to myself. But as I was graduating college, I was I actually don't want to be an archaeologist. It's a bunch of nerdy dudes who are really weird to me, and you get paid shit, and I need to get the fuck out of Albuquerque. I ended up marrying the really abusive guy. I was with him for 3.5 years, and then, he kept putting his hands on me. Even when I was pregnant, I had an abortion because I didn't want to bring a child into the same life I had lived.
I'm glad.
And so I divorced him, thank God. And I was I need to get the fuck out of Albuquerque. So my friend was stripping at the time, and she was you're a dancer. I was in a dance company as a kid. I grew up dancing, acting, painting, drawing. I was in live art model adult drawing classes when I was 9 and selling artworks.
You were doing that as a model or as an artist?
As an artist.
Pretty good.
Yeah, selling drawings and paintings I did of adult models from this live class. It's hard for me to not beat myself up about everything I could have been and everything I could have done if I didn't have so much trauma and let it hold me back. But I started stripping my last year of college because I needed money and I needed to get the fuck out of Albuquerque, where like all of the most traumatic shit has ever happened to me. And I was like, I'm already, you know, getting raped and harassed and objectified since I was at least 5, so why not fucking strip and make some money off of it? And that did get me out of Albuquerque. I graduated college and moved to Portland and stripped there a bit. Hated Portland, moved back to Albuquerque for a little bit, saved up money, moved to Austin. And that's the first time I did other sex work besides stripping. It's kind of like a slippery slope. And you get assaulted a lot at the strip club, you know? And it's kind of just like accepted. I mean, it's kind of the like, blame is put on you. Like, well, you put yourself in that situation. You chose that job, of course. Like, that's, you know, how can you complain about being sexually assaulted? You chose to be a stripper or whatever. But then I started, you know, doing seeking arrangements and eventually started, I was camming. My stepdad won. I started camming at some point. Oh, God, I take that back. I take that statement back. Fuck him. And yeah, the first time I fucked someone for money sober was never did that again. I immediately reverted to being 5, being raped. Like, it was so fucked up and weird. So made sure to always be drunk before I fucked someone for money so I could dissociate. And I kind of just, you know, drank a lot, partied a lot, stripped for several years. And then in Austin, I ended up getting sober for a period. I got date raped 2 times in 1 week, back to back. And then the third thing, like, that kind of was like, oh fuck, maybe I have a problem. I woke up in my car outside of the bar I lived